but it seems to be that that's the measure the public perceives the player to be, is how many bracelets you've got.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Colin?
Daniel Negreanu is chip leader.
You don't have patience. You're right. Come on.
It's the one true measure of poker greatness.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Poker Europe. We are here for the final day of the 50K Diamond High Roller. Day one was filled with some fierce action, so let's catch you up on all the important highlights so far.
The buy-in, 50,000 euros, 1 million guaranteed. Bracelet winner Alex Foxen, and one of the legends of the game, Victor Blom, and Lena all smiles as he gets a lot. And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Lena, the quick call, and there's the bad news. Mustavov down to 1.4 million, shaking his head.
This is cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Fox.
Yeah, it's 459,000.
This is going to be a tough combo to fold.
Hello and welcome to Razvadov, the home of the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. Day two of the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller, just moments away. I'm David Tuckman. Joining me in the booth today, Jesse Sylvia on the floor. In the casino is Carlencho Alajan. And day two has brought many entries, and I'm pretty excited about this. It was a little bit light early on, but when it was all said and done, we had 30 entries, 20 unique, all battling for a World Series of Poker bracelet. 15 players remain in the hunt. As we head into day two, 5 players will be paid up top, over $500,000. Today, we crown a champion. Tomorrow, it's main event day 1B. We have 5 days of coverage of the main event. You don't want to miss a minute. It all starts tomorrow. Talk about some of the players in the field in just a moment. But first, we look at the buy-in of 50,000 euros. Total prize pool just under 1.4 million. 30 entries, as I mentioned, and 5 players paid. There's a look at Kristen Fox and Jesse, 4-time bracelet winner.
She is on a roll this year, Tuckman.
Absolutely. Coming up, a 13th place finish in the World Series of Poker main event. Martin Cabral, one of the most polarizing players in the poker world. You love him, you might hate him. No denying he knows how to play poker.
And love him or hate him, you're here to see him.
Yeah, for sure. And you can't miss this guy, Steven Shidwick. The stash, the head, 60 million, just under 60 million in lifetime earnings. Unbelievable.
The man behind the mustache is one true killer at the poker table.
And this is the real story behind for day one. Sirzat Husu, a German pro, started playing high-stakes tournaments a few years ago. He eliminated Alex Foxen. He eliminated Victor Blom. He has taken down some of the biggest in the world. And he is our chip leader with over 7 million chips. Will he win his first bracelet today? Well, 14 others say no.
It's at 5 p.m., right?
And we head right to the table.
You don't know. Well, it's at
Here we go.
Yes, here we go indeed. We are going to be here, Jesse, myself, Carlencho. We will be here until we crown a champion, until we award that World Series of Poker bracelet. The blinds you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen, 25,000, 50,000. This is level 14. Big blind ante, 50,000. This is hand 47 of the day.
Already one face that we did not see yesterday. Kamoski. It appears that a few players have shown up last minute to register, get in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, the lure of a World Series of Poker event, I mean, you mentioned it yesterday. Poker players, they kind of, they march to the beat of their own drummer. They wake up when they want to wake up. And I think a lot of them just realize, oh, I can enter on day 2. I still have 25 big blinds. Let's get at it.
Absolutely. And right away, we see an all-in. Sergey, who has what appears to be 4 big blinds, going to be all in from the small blind, and he's going to find himself as a slight favorite.
Yeah, Enrico Camochi with the King 8, looking for the elimination. React. Registration is closed, so if you're eliminated here, it's over. But, we got a sweat. Saw the ace and thought, looks like he's going to double up, but Camochi,
9 of diamonds.
any heart will do, but not 2 hearts for him.
That was very fair by Sergey. He asked for the 9 of diamonds, which gives his opponent a gut shot to go with his flush draw.
Full double up for Sergey. He's up to 530,000.
9 of diamonds.
Still on about 10.5 big blinds, so a lot of work to do.
Quite the optimal way to kick off the feature table, Tuckman. The more than double up. I think he increased his stack by about 150% there.
I mean, listen, you go into day 2 with 4 big blinds. You might not be optimistic, but if you're a glass half full kind of guy, like I am, that's a great start.
I myself prefer to write out a little script in my head about how it's going to go. All right, first hand, we're going to get it in, triple up. Next hand, we're going to double up. And from there, we'll amass chips in the old-fashioned way by bluffing and winning pots without showdown.
I want to welcome you all to Razvadov for our World Series of Poker Europe coverage presented by GG Poker. Whether you're watching on the Kings Casino YouTube channel or we'll be streaming on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel today and for the next 5 days. Again, main event coverage starts tomorrow. We have 5 straight days. And pretty exciting news as day 1 Flight A is already going on. And people are pouring in for it.
Here we go. This is going to be a fun week, Tuckman.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
On the turn or on the river?
Kind of make you want to be in. Are you a little bit FOMO right now? Thinking you want to be in Razvadov for this?
A little bit, but I don't mind having my own poker grind going on and then just having stuff like this in the background all day long. That's something I really look forward to. If I'm playing some online poker and I can watch people, slog it out on the other side of the world, that's a lot of fun for me.
Chidwick 3-betting out of the small blind. Victor calling. And this is the kind of stuff that you just, if you're a poker fan, how do you not love this? I mean, Steven Chidwick, Victor Blom battling.
Yeah. Very few things more excited than a 3-bet pot between these 2 players. 2 of the greatest who have ever done it. For those who aren't incredibly familiar with Steven Chidwick, he started out many years ago as far as we know, an online single table tournament player. He played the highest stakes satellites. I remember there was one summer where he won something like 150 buy-ins to the main event, grinding the $2,000 satellites.
For the record, he was not allowed to play 150 times.
I don't believe so.
No.
Yeah. He went on to start crushing MTTs. He became a very, very strong mixed game player. And now he plays the highest stakes tournaments, both no limit and mixed games around the planet.
Kristen Fox, and we watched her yesterday get eliminated. This is a re-entry event, and she decided to re-enter. Ran it up to about 1.5 million at one point, but we can see here she says she has about 1 million chips. She got pocket 9s. Chidwick with 8-7. Foxen started the hand with 20 big blinds.
Being specifically on the button, this is a really nice hand to peel. You're getting a good price. You get to play a pot in position. You have the type of hand that would like to see a cheap flop.
Even just 20 big blinds deep.
Yeah. If you were, in the hijack or something, maybe you let it go. But having that button, that's a really special thing. We need to celebrate this by peeling our suited connectors.
Celebrate in style. Well, unfortunately for him, He has completely missed, but I guess that could be fortunate as Foxon has got a set of 9s on what is a pretty wet board. You've got straight draws out, possibilities out there. You've got 2 clubs out there, and she is going to give her opponent a bit of rope, see if he'll hang himself.
I like this a lot. This is the type of texture that you have to be a little careful about. You know your opponent can be getting in there on the button with some Jack 10s, some King Jacks, a bunch of queens, a lot of stuff that won't be folding to a bet too often. So when you have some sort of air hand like a suited ace, you have to check. She's mixing in some checks with sets just to stay balanced.
All right, so she'd be doing this theoretically with her air, with maybe ace, ace king even, aces possibly.
Absolutely. And look at, she actually induced a bet out of Chidwick. This is really nice stuff by Chrissy. Unfortunately for her, Stevie's got the 8 high, no backup. We're going to let it go.
Yeah, we saw her play a couple of hands yesterday. She was certainly in the mix, whether it was her bluffs that didn't kind of work, or her inducing a bluff, which made her the absolute maximum.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this yesterday, but certainly worth reiterating, I've had the pleasure of commentating with Christy, and she's just so smart. I mean, the way she thinks about the game and life in general, just you can see what's going on up there. 4-time bracelet winner, the most bracelets, by the way, among women.
Really?
Yeah.
Go Chrissy. Mr. Cabral.
Yeah, Martin Cabral, I have commentated on him many, many times, and I will say one thing. I am very glad we have a shot clock today with Cabral in the house. Shot clock, by the way, you get 20 seconds stacked on your hand pre-flop and post-flop, 30 seconds stacked on your hand on the turn and the river.
Fun fact, I don't know if you know this, Tuckman, the shot clock was actually introduced to poker the first time that Cabral sat down at the table.
Listen, I did not know that, but I'm not surprised at all. There's no doubting Martin Cabral's talent. He's clearly a great poker player, but talking to many pros, especially in Europe, he can be incredibly frustrating to play against. So that might be part of his shtick.
Oh, I think it's absolutely part of his game.
You know, get under your skin any way you possibly can.
I
Foxon
mean,
with a pair and a gut shot.
Look at this.
Yeah.
That little 3 deuce is doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, the 3 deuce become famous kind of at the World Series of Poker in Vegas.
Yeah. Saw some wild pots played with the 3 deuce in the last few years of the main event for sure. But it's Cabral who's doing the betting here. He's got a little something with his backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and he's the original raiser, so he's certainly trying to tell a story.
Now, you might say, oh, he's only got queen high. What's going on here? But look how well he's doing versus Chrissy's hand. He actually has a considerable chunk of equity here.
Yeah, he's in position. And there are so many turn cards. That might not be one of them, but there are so many turn cards
Started with 1.2.
that make it incredibly difficult for Foxon to continue, to know where she's at. The visibility in this hand is quite difficult. You see in the top right corner the average chip stack. 15 remain. Half our field is gone.
This is one of those turn cards where it's a little more difficult to find that second barrel because you know if your opponent has an ace, you're just throwing money into the abyss. And sometimes players respond to that knowledge by not barreling enough with bluffs. Martin finding the bluff here.
I was going to say, though, yes, but because Martin knows that and because Foxon knows that he knows that, does it make the bluff really effective, and boom.
You thought ace deuce? Ace deuce?
Bad kicker.
No, really, it was ace deuce now. What was turning? What was it?
It's only a deuce is spoke.
Ace 2 wasn't good, right?
You folded ace?
I didn't like my kicker.
No, it was not, it was from the board, or I was thinking really it was ace deuce. No. No, be serious. What was
Bad fold?
what was showed? Deuce?
Deuce.
And the second card was not shown.
Not shown.
Okay, okay. Nice bluff, Kristin. Even after river, you bluffed me. No, after turn. After the hand is over, that's what I mean. Nice bluff, yeah? You playing with me, yeah? Bravo. Bravo. Playing with me.
I mentioned that he can be incredibly frustrating. He can also be incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I've definitely seen the more frustrating moments from him, but overall, I've actually had more enjoyable.
I mean, listen, put him in a game with a shot clock, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I love the table talk. I love the banter.
Yeah, exactly. Just speed it up, and we're good to go here.
Right.
It really depends on how you respond to it, too. Most of his banter is friendly, but it can become pestering after a while.
Well, of course, after you lose a big pot, we're going to get an all-in here, and we're definitely going to get a call.
Yeah, and Martin's going to be a little unhappy to find out that he's a flip. Pocket Jack's fair to do quite well in this situation.
Yeah,
in
against
general.
the random, like it's the shove here. A 10
Yeah,
big
the
blind
10
shove.
big blind shove. You're generally crushing the range that your opponent shows up with.
Sergi looking to survive
Triple
once
diamonds?
again. We are only 4 hands
King of
in.
diamonds? No? What do you want?
It's going to be
9 of diamonds.
Jack 10 3.
Okay.
Good for you.
You are in good mood now, yeah?
Yeah. Big clubs though.
Good mood now.
Not looking good.
That is
We need Jack of diamonds to
Top
make
below
set.
average.
Normal.
Yeah, top set for Cabral.
Right,
Sergi,
Kristen?
you're going to need
Are you
running
looking for Jack of
cards.
diamonds? Always, yeah? No?
How about the 10 of
Not
hearts
far.
for a good sweat?
Ooh.
Okay, 10 of spades.
We take these.
Yeah, an ace or a 9
What?
would win it. The
Then
outs are at the
by
top of
bottom.
your screen.
Now you want 9 of diamonds, right? You have it. But next tournament.
Oh!
It is a diamond, but it's the 5.
Bluff. Everybody
And
bluffs me after
Sergi's
the card
day
is over.
has been ended by Martin Cabral. Martin Cabral, by the way, came into
Big
day
blind?
2, third in chips,
Okay.
and has won the 2 hands we have seen. So he is moving up the leaderboard, still behind Hisu, Shirzad Hisu, who will be following. He's on the outer table right now. And again, he came in as our overwhelming chip leader, over 7 million chips.
A set.
And as I say it, we do head out to the other table, and there he is, the man of the moment.
Hisu has one thing going for him. Well, more than one thing going for him, but he's got one big thing going for him that I really personally can appreciate, and that's he has a bit of air of mystery about him. I think the players know his game a little less than other players. Oh, we have a big all-in here.
Yeah, we do. Well, this is actually from yesterday.
This is how he amassed his chips.
This is a recap of yesterday. This is how he got the chips.
Okay.
Look at this. He's all in with Victor Blum and Alex Foxen.
Wow.
How many people in the world can say they knocked out Alex Foxen and Victor Blum in the same hand?
I mean,
How cool is that? That's a story.
You don't even get to knock out Victor Blum that often in a tournament in general.
Right, and he gets to knock out both. So that was how the German pro got a lot of his chips, but it wasn't the only way. We saw him at our feature table, and he was accumulating chips there as well, not really making many missteps. Aggressive, active. He likes to play a lot of hands. The one that really kind of stuck in my mind, the Jack 3 of spades hand.
Tell him, please.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That was a wildly interesting situation.
You said you don't want to bust. Or you want? Free afternoon is free afternoon, yeah? Spa, everything.
Cabral trying to sell the idea of, hey, you don't mind busting. A free afternoon is a free afternoon, right?
He is a salesman at heart. Let's be very clear on this one, Tuckman.
Oh, I have no doubt in my mind that this is a man who could absolutely sell you anything.
The distraction is very real. The first few times I watched him play, I thought his whole game was getting under people's skin, and I didn't know if he was such a great technical poker player. And it took me multiple times of watching him play to realize that he has quite the poker game as well.
Of clubs?
Close.
Diamonds.
When you can put all of that together, that's a very scary thing.
Hello, welcome.
To have that
Buy the button.
overly aggressive table talk game and
Whenever it's TV on the table, you can buy the button. That's the rule in high rollers, right? Right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. WSOP rule 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
absolutely. And I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Oh, no,
Absolutely.
Today on final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
Such a boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes. Yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the
Can I
way.
see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am. Good fold, Kristen. Had ace queen.
Good fold.
Ace queen.
I'm just still so sad and confused that you cheered for the 9 of diamonds. I don't know.
No, you.
I'm so
You
sad.
just don't understand. Sorry, it's language barrier. Yeah, I'm always rooting for you. Don't worry.
Next time, cheer
I don't
for
know.
my-
9 of diamonds means the
Next time,
same
cheer for
thing in a
my
lot of
queen.
languages, Tuckman.
You really don't understand. I only.
Does it?
said
What does
that
it mean?
He has strong feeling for 9 of diamonds. You understand?
I can't
know
can't
it.
tell by your wry smile if you're trolling me
I
or
did
not.
change the universe. Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
you're powerful.
Enrico Camochi in the small blind. And that man with the very colorful scarf. We saw him yesterday. That is Salih Attack.
We saw a lot of hands with Mr. Attack yesterday.
Yeah, he was just seemed to be involved, and you pointed out that it felt like a lot of the players at the table might have thought he was getting out of line, but he just kept picking up big hands.
Yeah. Or medium hands, or hands that were reasonable to open on the button.
Yeah. Take a look at our leaderboard here. Cabral, the chip leader at our featured table, Chidwick, Camochi, behind them. But you can kind of see, like, there's a haves and the have-nots. You've got two players with a ton of chips and then a bunch of medium stacks. Nobody really short, though. Nicholas Astet at our table now, though. Just got moved over.
He is on his second bullet, I believe.
Yep. We watched him. Yeah, he did get eliminated yesterday.
I think he was a victim of the beginning of the Hisu run.
Yeah.
That was Hisu's first near double up. Maybe had him covered. And from there, Hisu just...
I want
went
to say
in
it was
with-
Kings versus Ace King.
Yes.
Kings versus Ace
Yes.
King, and Hisu did knock him out. So, wow. Imagine that day. So how'd your day one go? Well, I finished the day as a chip leader, and I knocked out Alex Fox and Victor Blom in the same hand, and I knocked out Lena 900.
Wow. Those are some serious scalps, Duckman.
Right?
Yeah. That's a fun day. That's a I'm on top of the world type of day. All that's left is to beat Stevie heads up. And you've kind of hit the dream tournament run. Ooh, Chrissy B.
Yeah,
With the
Kristen
pocket
Foxen
jack.
with jacks. So Lena, the opener, under the gun +1. Chidwick just calling with eights out of the cutoff seat. And Foxen says
Count, please.
all of it.
She chooses to just shove all in instead of a smaller size. She's only on 25 big blinds. I actually like this. I think this is possibly going to elicit more calls from Stevie than if she had gone with the small raise size. Or more chances to get all of the chips in the middle. Let's put it that way. Stevie may have called a small raise, but he would have probably proceeded very carefully post-flop.
Well, it is about 1.1 million to call. Pot has got 1.5 in it. Not getting a great price.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Stevie because Chrissy was specifically in the big blind. That means that all of the lower pocket pairs play really nicely as set mines. So he can't expect her to have stuff like the pocket fours, pocket fives all the time that she might shove if she was in the small blind, for instance.
So is this a situation, if you're Chidwick, you're basically either dominated or you're flipping a coin?
A little bit. Maybe she's got something like pocket sevens occasionally. Maybe some pocket sixes, but, you know, and she might mix in some of the lower pocket pairs some percentage of the time. Right. I just don't think that he can expect to see them that often.
It's just too easy for her to flip in 100,000 and then just say, okay, let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
She's already in for one big blind. She can just put one more in.
It's just so nice. And then you hit your set, you double up. You feel like a true consummate professional. This is the way we prefer to do things.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me. I'm David Chuckman. You are watching the World Series of Poker Europe. This is the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond. It's event 12. 15 events in all here in Rosvedov. Komochi with King Queen in the cutoff.
Nobody did action, right? 100.
Strong candidate for a 3-bet here. Peel also very real.
Yeah, she certainly considered both, I imagine.
Victor says, I'm going to come along.
She's got live cards.
Is it shown, the card?
Floor is coming.
I think when you have one of these kind of speculative weak hands in the big blind, like 10-7 offsuit, things around that range, it really matters whether or not the caller before you is in the small blind or in a different position. Just having position on one player can make a big difference.
Foxen hits her ace. And you can see the percentages next to the players' names. That indicates how often they will win the pot if it goes to showdown. Foxen with the check mark. She can only lose if she folds. A 3 would chop it up.
Chrissy checks again. I like this. She wants to have some aces when she checks twice. Ace 6 is arguably the worst ace here. It has some backup. It can make a straight, so that is nice. Maybe it's a little stronger than ace 7, ace 8 for that reason. But it is the lowest kicker, and it has a little bit of river coverage if the board should run out the straight.
So Blom's going to bet 185. Foxen gets to see the original razor fold, and now she gets to act.
And this is a great example of why it's so good to double check here.
And she gets value. I mean, that's the one thing that's always amazing to me is when you see the best players in the world, they figure out a way to get value in spots where other players don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of what makes them the best. Eking out those little edges, finding that extra value, finding those extra bluffs, or just always finding bluffs so that it's never easy for your opponent to play against you. They can't just hero fold a bunch of times.
Yeah, Blom gives up. One and done. Fox up to 2 million. So she has had quite a start to her day. And we picked up action 10 hands ago, and she was at 1 million.
Yeah, what a run-up. Doubling her stack in a few small pots. That's the stuff that dreams are made of.
Yeah, she has survived the banter of Martin Cabral so far and doubled her stack. It's a good start to the day for the 4-time bracelet winner. Part of the chip leader coaching team, Chance Corneth's company. As we look at our leaderboard, Cabral still leading the feature table. Hasu, though, on the other side, is still the real story, and we'll keep an eye on him for sure. Lena, our short stack at the feature table with 22 big blinds. Levels are 40 minutes long, so the play does move along pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a really nice pace. And I have to say, ever since you've pointed it out, I'm a big fan of watching Martin when we have time chips and clocks in play. He's great.
I mean, listen, traditionally, when you watch cash games, there's a lot more talk. When you watch tournaments, there just isn't a lot of talk because, hey, the stakes are so high. And it's just, you're playing for a bracelet. You're playing for over €500,000 up top. And I understand why a lot of players don't like to talk. From, our perspective as fans, as for a broadcast, we love to see the table talk. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
So
we actually get little insights into what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
He eventually puts it out there. Sometimes he's, giving us some misinformation and giving his opponents that. But quite often we're seeing his real thought process. I think that's pretty cool.
Ooh, a raise and a 3-bet. And that's an interesting spot. So Blom, with just 22 big blinds, does find a 3-bet bluff with the king 8.
That is nice. He said, maybe this king is a little weak to be peeling. I'll make this one my bluff. And it worked out quite well.
I know a lot of less experienced poker players struggle to find those 3-bet bluffs on the shorter stacks.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the trickier things to execute in poker. Sometimes it's really scary to put in such a high percentage of your stack and then fold to a shove. You feel kind of silly whenever you put in that many chips as a bluff, but
and then they jam on you, and you're just like, I just wasted 7 big blinds. Why did I do that?
But if you don't have that in your arsenal, then your opponents can just play incredibly tight when you actually re-raise, and it's correct.
Well, Foxen has opened from the cutoff. Lena all in. I don't suspect we'll see a flop here.
Oh, you're bluffing on my big blind. Bravo. Are you proud of yourself?
Tried.
Are you proud of yourself?
Didn't work.
Unbelievable. Bluffer. Nicholas, please, what do you play? I can't really see that. Can you
1 million before the hand.
1 million?
Before that hand, yeah.
So 1.2 you have about, yeah? Thank you.
Yeah, 1.2.
Thanks.
Lena finished 3rd in the World Series Poker main event just a few months ago. In fact, the World Series Poker main event Europe starting tomorrow.
Money back.
Day 1A actually starting now. Our coverage starting tomorrow, Day 1B. But the World Series Poker main event from Vegas, good representation here. We had Boris Angelev from Bulgaria, who finished 5th. Kristen Foxen, who finished 13th. Lena, who finished 3rd.
Wow. You mentioned that yesterday, but I already forgot.
Sorry, Steve.
Have we ever had a high roller with so many deep runs from the main event that year? Probably in the history.
Probably,
of
I don't
poker,
know. That's a good quiz question, though.
Yeah.
We'll do a quiz question later.
The
How's that?
average main event finish of players in this field is quite high.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Look at that mustache.
I mean, there is something to the fact that, hey, you've just won a lot of money in the World Series of Poker in Vegas. You're feeling kind of, you're feeling good about your game. Your bankroll is a little bit bigger than it used to be. I'm gonna go out to Europe and play World Series Poker Europe. So there's something to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, you and I met at the World Series Poker Europe in 2012.
That was the thought process that I had that year. You just pumped up the old bankroll. Let's go.
I want to say, yeah, you, Russ Thomas. Who else was there from that November 9?
Jakey.
There you go.
Jake Ballsiger.
So 3
At
of
least
the November
3.
9 were in Cannes that
I bet
year.
you Karaknai made it as well. because he just lives over in Hungary. He probably flew in.
So, yeah, I mean, there is something to it. Yeah, the World Series of Poker Europe was in France that year in 2012. And I met Jesse Sylvia, and he hasn't aged one bit. It's amazing. What's your nightly youth regiment? I mean, cream?
Oh,
do you take a cold bath? Is it cold baths? What is it?
It's like a science lab in my bathroom.
Okay,
man.
fair enough.
I got a lot going on.
All in.
Wow. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. That's what Foxit is doing. She opened. Lena shoved. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to open again. Lena's going to shove again.
This is starting to get a bit frustrating.
Yeah, if I
would imagine.
How long are we going to do this for, buddy? You'll see the blinds are up, by the way, 30,000, 60,000, with a 60,000 big blind ante.
It's funny because Chrissy won't be calling here. But that second shove, you always spend a little bit more time thinking about it, just to let them know that you're a little perturbed.
So there's no way she's calling this, you don't think?
20 big blinds, these positions, I really doubt it, Tuckman. You're just dominated too often by some of the weaker hands that he's shoving, like ace-jack, offsuit.
So
you know, he can have all the ace-queen offsuits, ace-kings.
So a little bit of Hollywood from Foxin, but Lena takes that one down again without a flop. We can see that in both those instances, he was not getting out of line.
Yeah, very respectable holdings for a 20 big blind jam.
Yeah. We saw a glimpse of the bracelet, and we saw it yesterday. We'll see it again later today for sure. It is beautiful.
It's really nice
Yeah.
looking. I didn't know that they made them like that.
I mean, is it nicer than the bracelet you won?
Listen, buddy.
What?
What
do you do?
It's a bit early.
What?
It's a bit early.
I'm just asking a question. What do you do? Because I've talked to Nick Schulman. I've talked to other color commentators that I've worked with.
Yeah.
And
go
I've
ahead.
always asked them, like, hey, what do you do with the multiple bracelets you win? Nick Schulman, won another one this summer. And I was like, hey, what do you do with all these? He's
Yeah.
like, well, I gave one to my dad, or I do this, or whatever it might be. What do you do with all your bracelets?
That's all right, man.
I did not.
That's fine. We just got 8 more hours.
Pretty big.
Jesse, of course, runner-up to Greg Merson in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event.
I always thought that the main event bracelet was different. It was covered in diamonds, and then I thought all the other bracelets were the same. I had no idea this 50K bracelet is beautiful.
Well, I mean, it's called the Diamond. It's the 50K No Limit Diamond High Roller. So I feel like if you're going to make that name, you've got to make the prize a little bit
That's
different,
true.
right?
You got me there.
It wasn't really a gotcha moment. It was just kind of me thinking, hey, I think that's probably correct. You'll notice in the top right corner of your screen, 13 out of 30. We did have another elimination. I'll try to find out exactly who that was for you. Once we do, we'll let you know. We're still quite a ways away from the money, though. As just 5 get paid.
I like this check back on the flop by Cabral. This is a board texture that you want to be a little more careful on. And having some hands that you pot control on the flop. It's really nice. If you bet this flop and you get check raised, you're in a really weird spot where you really don't want to fold the equity that 2 overcards to a 10 provide. But you're also kind of flying blind on turns and rivers, and you potentially just get bluffed off of the best hand sometimes when they have something like Queen Jack. So just playing pot control here, really, it allows you to see 5 cards quite often.
And I'm assuming that if he's doing that with Ace King, he's also doing that with some value hands that have showdown value, more showdown value than Ace King even.
Oh, yeah, there's tons of natural pot control hands that are quite strong here. Something like 8-9 would be a great hand to check back. It's not getting 3 streets unimproved. but it has a lot of good coverage on different turns and rivers. And then you can bluff catch with those sort of hands if your opponent decides to start bluffing a lot.
So attack, we saw a lot of yesterday. So Lee's going to take that one down. Ace King, no good.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Well played.
Yeah, and you see
This
there
one,
the
this is
value
how
of
you
that
play
check
poker.
back. I mean, he kept the
Good
pot
hand.
very small. He
Call,
lost it.
Check, call. You know, not like this crazy stealing always.
But he
Yarrow
lost
approved.
very few chips in the hand.
Yarrow approved.
And he got to see all 5 cards. That is a significant win in the long term.
I had the best.
Looking out into the field of the main event. Day 1A. We will be watching Day 1B tomorrow. This is a packed house right now. $5 million guaranteed prize pool.
I have miracle pill.
That is going to be
Before you go
one
to bed, you take
crazy event.
it. You will sweat during the night, and then you will feel better at morning.
Steve Chidwick opening it up from the cutoff with the ace-5 offsuit. Atakas. Wow. This is quite spicy. This is not your standard 3-bet hand right here. Atak is seeing something that we are not, and he's absolutely correct. Stevie is on the weaker side. This is not something that we saw out of Atak at all yesterday. He mostly had very reasonable hands for whatever play he chose. Perhaps he's using that little bit of information that his opponents have presumably picked up watching highlights from the live stream last night, knowing that he now has kind of a credible table image. I don't know. One of the great things about these high rollers is they're really small fields and the players get to know each other quite well. So you can use that knowledge that your opponents have of you to your benefit if you can be very smart about it. Kamoski with the pocket 7. He decides to peel. Atak not going to run the light 3-bet for the second time. And he'll be happy he didn't. Chrissy comes in here with a very reasonable hand.
A lot of red cards on that left side of the screen.
That is for sure. I was about to say, I could definitely see an all-in here.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, the blinds have moved up, so she has under... She's got about, what, about a 27 big blind stack?
Yeah, even a little shorter, effective with Kamoski. It's a fairly nice hand. If you get called, you have a number of hands that call you that are flipping. And that you're flipping against, I should say. And you have nice blocker effects. You pick up the pot a lot when both players fold.
And she's back up to 2 million chips.
You were stealing.
No.
Foxen's husband, Alex, on the outer table.
Thank you.
Alex, a former college football player. And by the looks of him, it's not a surprise.
At the end.
Huh?
At the end.
red
the end?
middle.
That guy is a truck, man.
I saw no paint.
Thank you for the.
I don't want to be
What
the
happened?
person who
What happened?
gets into an altercation with him at a bar.
Who?
No.
Which card?
It was for me.
Well, I didn't see it. Sorry, did something flash?
I had a card too.
He wants you to do this.
Oh,
So what? Always good or
he had a
misdeal?
4.
Oh, thank you.
Misdeal, yeah? Misdeal.
Ah, but it's there, okay.
Misdeal. Official misdeal.
Steven Chidwick and that amazing mustache. Although I'm not going to lie, I feel like it would be stronger if he didn't have the beard underneath it. I mean,
Not
listen,
a fan of the beard mustache
No,
combo?
I mean, listen, I'm a fan. I think it looks amazing. I just think it would even look more amazing.
Yeah, I agree. When you have such a beautiful piece of art, you have white walls around it, right,
Thank
to
you.
showcase it. I understand.
Exactly.
I get where you're coming from, Tuckman.
Just don't want more clutter behind there.
God. Imagine being a viewer, growing a mustache, turning this on, looking at that mustache, and being like, I quit. I'm out.
Yeah, what's the
I'm
point?
out the mustache game.
Why would I even do it? I said it yesterday.
God.
I hope Stevie listens to this, and I really hope that Stevie starts an Instagram just for a stash.
Yeah.
It's Stevie's stash.
Stevie Stash.
Maybe I can ask
You joking
him
with me or what?
if he'll let me do it.
Kristen
I
will
mean,
be stealing
actually,
again or what?
I feel like future
Please,
sponsors.
Kristen, don't play with
Is
me.
there,
I
like
agree.
mustache
I would like to
cream,
play
mustache
with that, though.
styling?
That would be fun to
What?
put heads up.
There's opportunity
I
here,
know
buddy.
in Las Vegas there are
would love-
beard barber shops now.
Well, there you go. But specifically,
very
stash.
I bet they specialize in mustaches as well, Tuckman.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that they do all sorts of facial
No way.
accoutrement.
Cabral got to walk.
Oh, Dax. Victor Reis, I am automatically all in. But he's too tight today. Way
Now,
too
by the way,
tight. 3 bullets,
Martin
too
Cabral,
tight.
who's the chip leader at our feature table, is
Good
not
defense.
all that deep
You can
anymore.
get your money back.
I mean, with the blinds at 30,000, 60,000, he's on about 3.4 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you? Here's our quiz. Okay, you ready? Who said the following quote after winning a World Series of Poker Europe high roller event? I'm only satisfied when I win it, so I don't really care too much about the players that are in it.
That's definitely not Helmuth, I would imagine. I want to say Sean Deeb.
I'm going Cabral.
That might be fair.
I'm going Cabral.
Cabral seems too easy. Okay, fair.
It seemed obvious because he's at the table. And you thought
Yeah,
maybe
that's why I thought it was
throw
too
your
easy.
curveball.
All right, you got me.
Boom.
Faktiskt inte. Alltså.
So we're going to do our best here over the next, several days. While during the main event coverage, we're going to have fun quizzes for you. So make sure you stick around with us. Watch our coverage. Try to keep this as entertaining as we possibly can for all of you at home. And with that, maybe I can say hi to some of you guys in the chat. What's up, Agent Cody Banks? Hello, Talking Dog Pro.
Talking Dog Pro.
Stephen Barry, you can't guess 2. There's only 4 guesses there. Stephen Barry's in the chat, and he's guessing 2. A or C. You can't say 2.
It's somewhere between A and D.
Right. I mean, it's a
One of
multiple
those.
choice. Drew Yorker got it right. Edzo got it right.
Oh, another hand for Chrissy B. She is now a little north of 30 big blinds. That's small re-raise territory. And from what we've seen from a talk yesterday, I don't know if he's folding right away.
Yeah, he's not quite as deep as he was yesterday, though.
That is a good point. He may decide to stay conservative, save some chips.
King, Queen, out of position. The fact that he opened under the gun and under the gun won 3-bet, does that tell us anything about their hands?
Absolutely. He should be a bit stronger. She should counter that by being a little bit stronger with her 3-bets.
So King, Queen off just in the muck, and another pot for Foxen.
Varje dag har de typ ett fiskoption och ett köttoption. Varje dag typ till klockan 2. Dit går jag ofta och käkar lunch.
Det kunde man inte tro att de hade bra kök.
Absolut inte. Men det är ett hotell bredvid, du vet. Så det är inte riktigt Park Lane, men det är ett park heter det. Så man, ja, exakt, det ligger bredvid. Men det kunde man inte tro.
As for chat, we are going to be interacting with you occasionally if we can. We're going to be obviously focusing on the table, but if you do want to interact with us, we're going to be following the chat on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
Yes.
We are live, well, live on a delay. We are as live as poker can be, I'll put it that way. The players are in Rosvedov. Jesse, Sylvia, and I on a fantastic studio here in Las Vegas.
Really is a fantastic studio.
Yeah. Listen, I have done commentary from closets.
I did commentary once by myself in an industrial kitchen.
Oh, industrial kitchens. I once did commentary on a staircase.
Really?
On a literal staircase. Just a staircase.
Outside?
So this is...
what you're about to say?
We weren't outside, but it was just like outside of any rooms.
Ah, okay.
People could just walk up and down the stairs, which they were doing.
Just talking trash as they go by?
Yeah.
Wow. That must have been a lot of fun to manage. Not sure what's... I think Ataka is just trying to get stock of Kamoski's stack. He's obviously not calling off. Maybe he wants to make him sweat a little bit, but this is always a good opportunity to just see how many chips your opponent has.
Is that also kind of a let me see where my opponent's at thing?
What do you mean?
Like, am I getting a reaction out of them?
Am I what?
By taking this time, is he hoping to also get a reaction out of his opponent?
Oh, yeah.
For a future read?
Yeah, maybe your opponent has something really strong, right, for the situation. Maybe it's like ace-queen. And you get to kind of see what he looks like a little bit when he has to sit there and he's strong. And you can use that information later, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexis in the chat. Lena, Victor Blom, Gabriel at one table, legendary. This is quite a table, no doubt about it. And you can see how deep each player is. Again, the blinds 30,000, 60,000. Cabral, Chidwick, over 50 big blinds. Our shortest stack is Lena with just 22 big blinds. If you missed any part of day one coverage, that is recorded. Tomorrow starts day 1B of the main event, and we have 5 straight days of coverage of that. Chidwick in the cutoff, the $59 million man, third all-time on the money list. Stevie certainly in the conversation as the best poker player in the world right now. Foxen gonna flick one in, making the call. She is dominated. Let's see if that comes into play. And in fact, she outflops him, but just you know it. The ace out there. Chidwick with absolutely nothing. But he is the raiser. And can he rep that ace? 30 entries, 13 remain. And here's the continuation bet. Those green chips are 25K. The white ones are 100K. Foxen getting a little bit worse than 4-1, but she's got a piece of it. She's got backdoor spades.
Yeah, bottom pair backdoor spades, not usually the type of hand you're looking to fold. Maybe she was considering some sort of raise. Just blocking some of the 2 pairs and sets is valuable. Having that backup equity.
Oh, board pairs. Last time this happened, it's not a great bluff card, but the last time this happened, Cabral did bluff, and Foxen let it go. Let's see if Stevie does the same.
Har du en vapendragare då, Rocco? Har du en vapendragare?
He has the right type of hand for it. Having 2 diamonds in his hand is really great because he unblocks all of those backdoor flush draw type of hands that Chrissy could have that don't contain an ace.
It does check it back, though. I wonder, is a king on the river a card he can use? Can he get her to fold an 8 now? Can he get her to fold a 3 now?
Certainly something he's going to consider. He also knows that he has very close to the nut no pair. And while that's not good too often, if it can win some small percentage at showdown, it might be worthy of checking back and bluffing with other components.
Okay, I'm going to genuinely ask you, though. What kind of hands is she calling the flop with an ace-8-3 rainbow board that queen high can beat now?
I mean, I agree that I think it's few and far between. Maybe she occasionally has something like a jack 10 with a backdoor flush draw. Or she has like a 4-5 that decides not to
raise,
not to bluff the river on that run out. Now, I don't think that she fails to bluff the river with 4-5 very often.
That's what I was going to say. I almost like my hand less when she checks it.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about picking off those bluffs, right, if she bets, but you don't really consider having the 4-5 too often if she checks, because how is she going to check with 5 high? But just the fact that he has other hands he can bluff and the queen high might win 5 to 10% at showdown, he kind of leans into that and checks back.
So stark contrast, by the way. Cabral, when the ace paired, fired a second bullet and got Christie to fold bottom pair, or I think it was bottom pair. This time, Stevie decides not to, lets her get the showdown with those 3s.
Certainly
Cabral
a bit of
limping
difference
in.
in styles there. Yeah, Cabral has employed this tricky limp sort of strategy in the past.
Hey, listen, I'm a Daniel Negreanu fan. I've heard this. Limpin' is pimpin', right?
Limpin' appears to be pimpin', Tuckman.
There are some players out there that have really kind of made it part of their strategy. Dominic Nietzsche, one of them.
Yeah. I remember he executed that really well, too. And it was at a time where, the high rollers really didn't see any limps. And I think he was really good about drawing his opponents into unfamiliar territory that he was quite confident navigating through.
I'm always a fan of watching players put their opponents in difficult spots in the sense that they're outside of their comfort zone.
Yes. I think as your opponents get tougher and tougher, that becomes more and more important to find those little nodes of the game tree that other people haven't figured out as well as you have.
I think it's even
Just
great to
taking them
exploit when you're exploiting like inexperienced players. It's great because
Sure, yeah.
sometimes they just don't know what to do when you bet 1/10 pot, or if you go, 4.5x. They're going, wait, what is this?
Yeah.
They've never seen it before.
It's a bit counterintuitive as well, and not as easy to find. We often think about exploiting our opponents or taking them to weird nodes in an aggressive manner, maybe with overbets on the river or something of that sort. So to do it by limping isn't the most intuitive thing to a lot of players, and it was a really cool find by Dominic and by Martin as well.
Victor Blom's had a quiet day 2 so far. But we know he can be a force. And certainly become that force at any moment.
This is a nice limp here by him. You get to keep in a lot of hands that are dominated. Some of them will even raise and inflate the pot for you. So if you limp call, you'll get some bluffs out of Lena by like his 10 deuce sort of hands, 10-3 offsuit. Keeping those dominated hands in a bigger pot is really nice.
Talk about table position. I mean, look at this table. I mean, if you're Kristen Foxen, you've got Victor Blom on your left. You've got Lena 2 to your left. Cabral on that. And then you got Stevie. I mean, there's nowhere to hide at this table.
No, this is a very difficult table. If you told me a hand history from this table, I wouldn't respond to hand history. I'd just tell you to unreg the tournament pre.
Kicker issues as Blom's going to win that. Victor Blom heads up. Always been a savage. It was him versus Tom Dwan about, I want to say 15 years ago, which really kind of put him on the map.
I mean, they could write a movie about just that year of Victor's life. He played Tom Dwan. He won $6 million, I think, in a night, or across a couple nights, heads up, no limit. And then he proceeded to play all of the best players on the planet at PLO and no limit at the same time, heads up. Lost back the $6 million. And then started playing mixed games, lost some money at mixed games, then eventually got very good at mixed games, ran it up a bunch of times. His bankroll has seen more swings than any of us will see in our net worth in our lifetimes. And he was 19 clicking buttons on the internet.
Yeah, it certainly was a roller coaster ride that we all enjoyed watching. Lena in the small blind's going to limp. Cabral with the suited jack. Says, let's see a flop. Ten high flop. Ashtet checks. Cabral maybe looking at the tournament clock. Never quite know with him.
He does that a lot. I don't know exactly what he's looking at. I don't think it's chip stacks. Sometimes you have chip stacks written on a monitor somewhere, but he's always asking people what their chip stacks are. So,
I mean, is he randomizing? Is he looking at something to be a?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I mean, there could be somebody in the crowd that's bugging him. It's Martin Cabral. He could have an issue with somebody's scarf.
Yeah, but it's just, yeah, he's always doing that.
Well, Glassberry says David Tuckman in the house, LFG. So
thank you.
We got a fan.
Thanks, Mom.
75.
How much?
75.
I can't hear that. 75. Thank you.
So, Lena betting 75 with queen high, presumably trying to get a king high, an ace high, maybe a small pair to fold.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a tall order. I don't know if ace highs fold that often. Obviously, you can get some king highs to fold.
Yeah, Cabral also didn't raise pre.
Yeah, it's also the type of run out where I think Lena feels like a lot of the hands that double checked would have paired by the river or made some sort of pair somewhere along the lines. It's a lot of those low cards that he would have played this way. So we find the queen high bluffs in that case instead of the jack high or nine high bluffs.
You know, it's funny. I've heard the criticism from some fans about how today's game doesn't have the characters that we had when we all became fans, right? The Gus Hansons of the game and the Antonio Esfandiaris from 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I wholeheartedly disagree. You know, I watch this table and I see You know, I see Kristen Fox in it, and I see Victor Blom, and I see Lena, and I see Martin Cabral, and I look at it, and it feels like Rounders 2 again. Like it feels like these could all be characters.
Yeah.
In a poker movie.
Yeah, I think Lena's a great example of a guy who actually has a lot of personality. Maybe he doesn't talk as much in the hands, but, you know, outside of the hands.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
Smiling, laughing. I mean, Cabral is absolutely, I mean, for those of you script writers out there who are looking to make a good poker movie, if you don't put a character in your movie,
is he your villain in the story, or is he your anti-hero?
I mean, he could be the anti-villain who is the hero.
Yeah, he kind of treads the line.
For sure. But listen, any good story needs a villain, right?
Yeah.
You need conflict.
Absolutely.
And then you got the quiet guy, Stevie, just winning $59 million.
Just quietly winning $59 million.
Yeah.
It's not even $60 million, Tuckman.
Yeah.
It's barely even money.
Plus, with inflation, what's $59 million these days?
A lot less than it was last year, that's for sure.
There you go.
A lot fewer eggs that you can buy at the market.
Yeah.
Several fewer eggs.
We should probably start a GoFundMe for Stevie.
Yeah.
So we can get by.
Yeah. Support Stevie. Well, I think the Instagram account for his mustache would be kind of like a GoFundMe. There's no way you can't monetize that.
Action folds around to the button, Martin Cabral. Ooh. We're going to play a mystery hand game.
Here we go. You know who I always appreciated's personality? Whose personality I always appreciated back in the day? Patrick Antonius.
Yeah.
He was quiet, but whenever he said something, it was hilarious. Said about 8 words per episode of Poker After Dark or whatever it was. And always had me in stitches.
Those 8 words. Hey, listen, when you're only going to say 8 words, you say them strong. Cabral.
You make them good.
Cabral attacking from the button with a very, very wide range.
Yeah. He's getting after it, and that's almost disrespectful for his opponents. I don't raise the 10-3 offsuit that often on the button, but when I do, it's usually not with Stevie in the small blind, for instance. Martin's not scared of that. He's mixing it up.
That's good to know. Flush draw here for Kamochi. Cabral does have the 10 of clubs. You can see that Cabral is way behind, but Kamochi doesn't know that.
65.
Mental note, if you're ever in the blinds against Jesse and he raises on the button with just some trash hands, you know what he thinks about you.
Yeah.
Or at least your game.
Or I'm on tilt.
Right.
Or I had a big breakfast that morning and I'm feeling myself.
How much?
240.
Can't hear him.
So Cabral puts out a sprinkle. Kamochi says, nah, I don't believe you. I've got the overcard. I've got the flush cards.
I like this. He clears out equity from a lot of hands. He does bluff his opponent off of some ace-high hands that are beating him currently. And he could potentially get it in versus some worse flush draws, which is a huge win. His hand's never doing too poorly unless it's up against something like the ace-high flush draw.
Cabral does let the 10-3 offsuit go. We continue on. 13 players remain. Once again, we are playing down to a champion. So a little bit of information about our latest casualty as we're down to 13. Orpin, the number 1 money leader from Turkey, was eliminated.
Kdy to začíná?
Why do you think he's blocking every time?
Sorry?
He's tanking every time, Martin. Until the last second. Why do you think he's doing that?
I don't know.
I was wondering why.
Up a show?
I don't see a reason.
I gave up trying to explain his behavior a long time ago.
Yeah.
Somebody at the table is trying to figure out why Martin does the things that he does. And
I mean,
wise old Stevie told him, "Don't waste your mental power on that." You know,
we were doing it as well, so I can certainly understand it.
that kind of stuff will drive you crazy. Yeah, but we're also not trying to manage a chip stack at a $50,000 tournament.
No, yeah,
It's a little
I mean,
easier for us to.
I mean, that's what we're here to do this. Attack defending the big blind with the raggy king. Does spike the king on the flop. Lena just kind of clawing and trying to fight his way up the leaderboard. But every time he wins a couple of pots, he gives one back.
Yeah, it's been a tough road for him so far compared to other players. I don't think he's sweating it too hard. Helps that he just won something along the lines of 3 to 4 million earlier this summer.
Skull Mike from the lodge says, has anyone appreciated the scarf yet? I mean, how can you not? It's gorgeous.
Sorry, Mike. We got lost in that mustache, and we haven't really made it past.
Thanks for joining us, though. We certainly appreciate it.
I appreciate you pointing out the scarf. Depending on how Atak plays this, yeah, this could be disastrous for Lena. This is a really nice run out to find a bluff on when you have a spade in your hand.
Almost 820,000 in there. When you say disastrous, he doesn't.
Oh, wow. He does not fall for it. Well
No.
done.
Well, I was going to say, is Attack always calling?
With the spade in his hand, I would imagine he is. If Lena goes all in for a little over the pot, the size of the pot, maybe he finds a hero fold. But for any other size, I would have to imagine he's calling. But you know, Tuckman, I've been wrong before. I could be wrong.
Yeah? Yeah, I mean, listen, we're wrong often. No doubt about it.
Well, let's not go overboard. I don't know about often.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a
Surzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxton's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
510.
In my wow, yes.
510.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand.
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
Like what story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. It is all very fluid here, as you see the players up and down. The one constant, though, Sirzat Husu, who is approaching 10 million chips.
Come on.
You come on.
He's got 30% of the chips in play. More.
He's got a lot of chips. With, last we checked, 13 players remaining.
Wow.
Yeah. He is approaching 10 million. What a story.
1.9.
I know you both very 7-5.
You know, they say you can't win a tournament on day one, but he's really trying to do it early day two.
Yeah. Well, this is just a 2-day event. We will award a bracelet later on today. And once again, of course, I want to thank you for all of you for spending your Friday here with us, wherever you might be in the world, Europe,
Is it a score, right?
or wherever. I think it's
Sorry,
Over, yeah?
it's
good afternoon in Europe.
80.
So it was fault because he was over and he has no time.
Yeah, where are you guys all from?
Right.
Please throw your
over and
countries
no
in the
time.
chat. I'm very interested
I'm
who's
just
up
saying,
at this
yeah, by the
hour.
rules, it was
No, but I didn't pass 20 seconds for me.
I have a lot of friends in Vegas who
didn't
probably
reflect.
are not awake right
Never
now.
mind.
You know?
Limp raise.
Yeah.
Limp raise.
So Cabral, we saw him limping with a small pair here. He limps under the gun +1 with Queen 10 suited. Attack raises. Fox in the small blind with a very playable hand.
It's a tricky spot for Chrissy on the stack size.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were getting at. It's a little bit more fun than, oh, the normal raise, normal 3-bet. Okay, what do you do? Here we've got a limp and a raise and a king-queen suited, and we've got to decide what are we going to do.
Can you move your hand? Can I see that?
Queens are cheap. Not many left in the deck.
You have like 3 million Kristen started, yeah? 275?
Yeah, Foxen actually has Cabral covered. Cabral was second in the tournament in chips, but that is no longer the case. Although maybe it will be at the end of this hand. Clubs represented, spades represented. Attack with the best hand right now, but will it hold? Nearly $1 million in the pot.
Wow, what a flop.
Yeah, that is a juicy flop for sure. One that Attack certainly does not like. Cabral with a flush draw. Foxen with top pair.
Chrissy has been smashing the deck today.
Hey, remember, when she came into day 2, well, when we started coverage, about 30 hands ago, she had 1 million in chips.
Yeah. She hasn't played too many enormous pots relative to her stack either. Obviously, that ace-5. She shoved river, but wasn't called. Everything else has been kind of smooth sailing to some extent.
Are you at all surprised that Attack would bet this? No spade in his hand. He raised quite large and got 2 calls.
Not terribly surprised. He's giving himself a very good price to win this pot, betting 250 into $1 million. Needs to win it around 1 in 5 times. He can also potentially improve if he turns something like an ace. Maybe he has the best hand. We know here he would, if it's not a spade.
And it looks like Foxen maybe considering a raise?
Yeah, I don't know. She's got a lot of hand for the situation, but she does have to respect the fact that, you know, Attack is representing a lot of hands that beat her. Ace-king, aces.
Well, it looks like she danced around the thought before finally deciding on just calling. 1.5 million in there. Cabral with just queen high, but does have 4 spades.
Chrissy has nice visibility in this hand. A club's a good card for her. A brick feels like a safe card where she might get it in on the turn. I think she's pretty happy to play another street.
Is Foxen ever leading the turn on a blank? Well, that's not a blank, so we don't have to ask that, but...
Jeez.
It's Martin's world. We just live in it.
I wonder how Chrissy responds to this. Well, this may check around. I don't know if Martin always leads here.
Börja 12 tror jag.
Hela till 12 typ, 10 nivåer eller?
Ja, så jag tror det.
But you have to imagine when Cabral overcalls the flop, he has a decent number of flushes.
And neither Foxen or Attack block spades.
785.
Yeah, and this is a big bet. If he did overcall the flop with something like King Jack of Diamonds, let's say, would he really bet this large? I think that that's something she's going to consider.
The ace-queen goes in the muck, and this is the real question. What does Foxen do with the king?
If Chrissy really sorts through this hand, I don't think it's impossible to find a fold here. It would be really impressive if she does. She's generally quite good at sussing through these complex situations. Yup. Wow, well done. Well done.
What a bluff.
Well, that's got to be a little bit frustrating for Martin Cabral. I mean, you hit your gin card on the turn and you get no action whatsoever.
Yeah, and you'll be more frustrated when you find out your opponent had king-queen.
Yeah.
I think if he went like 450, 500 there, he'd be a lot more likely to receive action. Just because she doesn't know. He might just have something like King 10 or King Jack of Diamonds that she's beating at that price, and he's just trying to buy a cheap showdown.
Take a look at the outer table. That is Alex Foxen, who is going to gamble all of it. He is pretty short stacked. Queen deuce versus ace 8. Alex Foxen all in at risk. And it's not going to look good for him.
Ooh.
Hold on. Nope. And that is it. Alex Foxen has been eliminated in 13th place. He only had a couple of big blinds behind.
Well, Silver Lining, his counterpart, has $3 million, and she's playing great right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Martin Cabral now. I remember I said that he had relinquished that lead. Well, he got it right back. He's back with 52 big blinds, 4.1 million chips. Day 2 of the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller continues.
Can you tell me?
With 12. We are now 7 away from the money.
7 from the money.
7 from the money.
Wow.
Min cash is 132,900 euros.
That is a healthy min cash.
First place, 529,000. I don't know if the players are thinking about the money just yet, but when we get down to, say, 7, 8, do you expect the play to tighten up? Do you expect the play to kind of slow down a little bit?
Oh, yeah,
such
absolutely.
A big min cash?
For sure.
Yeah.
It's really significant. Generally, when you look at these payouts, I like to look at the difference between 6th and 5th and the difference between 5th and 4th, and I guarantee you the jump is bigger from $0 to 130 than 130 to whatever the next pay jump is.
Oh, by leaps and bounds. 4th place gets 159,000.
Mm-hmm.
3rd place 222,000. And 2nd place 353,000. 1st place 529.
Yeah, so you're going to want to be really careful on the bubble. Play will change considerably.
And I think, I see somebody in chat, BBB, saying these players don't care about a min cash. Keep in mind, I feel like there's the old adage of... Lena's going to give that one up.
Lena folding to that small bet size with 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. That was actually a pretty significant fold there.
Yeah, just 800,000 chips behind.
Yeah, but he's getting a tremendous price. If you hit a 9, your opponent's going to keep bluffing, maybe on a king as well.
So I think there's a misnomer because a lot of times we look at min cash and we try to judge them based on, how many buy-ins is it, right? But at the end of the day, when you look at something like this, you go, no, it's $132,000.
Yeah.
You're either going to walk out with nothing or $132,000. And make no mistake, these high rollers, they still care about $132,000.
Yeah, they do.
No?
You could buy a nice car with that money, Fairly nice automobile. No, I'm just kidding. They, of course, care very much about that.
My family, you could buy 3 cars.
Yeah?
Maybe 4.
Wow. Got a whole fleet. Get some for the kids.
Yeah.
Martin, is Leon in?
I'll start a Turo fleet.
Leon in?
Leon?
Leon in?
Out.
Out.
Long time ago.
Okay.
After the break.
Stevie could take that money and get himself a gold and diamond plated mustache pick. I guess gold plated would be.
Okay. Probably Phuket freeze. Double down. Double down.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's mine. Well, not anymore.
No,
But with that elimination that we saw, we lost to Foxton on the outer table. They had to balance the tables out, so they figured they'd replace one Foxen with another Foxen. So unfortunately, we have lost Kristen to the outer table. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
8-9. Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines. Lost.
Not exactly the hand matchup you like to see when you shove the 9-8 suited. Small blind versus cutoff.
It is. I mean, I'm actually shocked that he had 18% equity. That seems high.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that too. That seems a bit high. As I think that's similar to what you would have against aces, but
1-3 basically, yeah.
Perhaps there were some mucked cards that factored into that. Maybe all of the clubs were still live.
Här kom den där sen. Nu tar jag 2-9.
So 6 players at our feature table, 6 players at the outer table. 5 of these players
Lucky river, Victor.
will take home some money. The other 7 will take home nothing. And one player
Nice call.
will take home over $500,000 and
Very good.
a World Series of Poker bracelet. The scarf, by the way, is kind of, it's a great contrast to his black shirt.
I mean, he's really doing it.
Yeah.
With that scarf. We've seen some wild outfits.
Lena's all in
the last 2 days. If
Cabral
anyone didn't,
not going to call off.
Anyone who didn't catch yesterday's action, please go back and watch. I can't remember the player's
Attack?
name. What?
Attack or?
No, Attack had some great attire as well, though.
Oh, you're talking about Tom Bedell.
Bedell took off his jacket, which was a wild jacket, and he had the exact same pattern on the shirt.
He had a
underneath.
matching shirt.
I did not see that coming.
I think that's the only reason why I'm not a high roller. I just don't have the fashion sense.
Yeah, that's the reason, Tuckman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's obviously
We need a scarf.
It's
you up.
obviously
We'll throw
not
you
my,
right in there.
It's obviously not my poker ability.
I think we need to get a bunch of these chat poker wizards in there as well. They're chastising Cabral's jam there. Look, guys, it's easy to take advantage of Cabral's bad play. Just pony up 50 grand, fly out to Czech Republic.
Yeah. You can actually fly into Germany or
One
Prague, either
race,
way.
Min race. I don't know what is it. 160.
King's Resort and Casino is very accommodating. They usually have a car that'll pick you up.
If you play the 50K, I bet they have a car that'll pick you up.
They almost always pick me up at Prague and take me, so it's great.
Yeah.
They'll have a car that picks you up. It's fantastic. And you can play against these players as well. Cabral raising, Kamochi all in, and this is about a 16 big blind shove. 17, actually. Is it a call with ace-10?
This feels close. There's a number of suited aces that you are dominating. Unfortunately, there's more off-suited aces that you're not dominating.
Well, Martin's going to think this one through.
You're doing fine versus the king-jacks suiteds, the king-queen suiteds of the world. You're slightly ahead of those.
There's a call.
Yeah, he finds the call.
Ace-10, sevens, fair fight. Flip a coin. Kimochi taking a swig of water as he hopes his red sevens hold.
7 är starka här, va? 7 är starka här. Jag tror det. Se om jag har rätt.
2.9 million in the pot. Enrico Kimochi's tournament life on the line. Not much going on for Cabral as of yet. Hand 83. Will it be Kimochi's last? An ace or a 10 would send him to the rail. Otherwise, Kimochi will be up to 2.9 million. Cabral will be down to 1.8 million. Fall from grace for him, and it's a 7, a set of sevens.
How much?
1375.
And look at the outpouring of emotion from Kimochi. He's just beside himself. No. He's a pro. He's been here before. Cabral.
I mean, he did brush his lip slightly. Maybe he was trying to hide
the excitement.
A tiny smile behind that hand. Can't let the world see me smiling.
And I'd be like standing up, fist pumping. Again, another reason why I'm not there.
That's why they keep you in Vegas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just completely, I'm a clown out there. There's no doubt. So let's talk about Cabral for a second here because, you know, after winning that hand and he was up to up over 4 million chips, he has now found himself back-to-back all-ins. One time, obviously, he was way behind. The other time, it was a coin flip. He lost them both.
Andy.
He now finds himself with about 22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. We have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, Queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. Victor Blom, well known as Isildur. Martin Cabral, as I mentioned earlier, one of the most polarizing players in the poker world. Certainly very entertaining, and he is with Carlencho right now.
Martin, you've jumped into this tournament quite late yesterday. Was it a spontaneous decision or something you've planned?
No. I was busy doing business in Prague, so I just came and looked at the field, and I was thinking playing day 2 immediately, but yeah, I play like last 1 hour and a half, and it was going well, so all good.
You're currently sitting at the featured table with some heavy hitters of the game. You have Chidwick, Blom at the table. What do you think about the field?
Yeah, I think the field is like usual at Kings, very, very good. For 50K, I think it's amazing field, so I'm happy to play.
If you could choose one opponent to play the final heads-up against, who would you choose?
Leon.
Any specific reason?
Yeah, it's fun to play with him. We have a lot of history, and I would like to win the bracelet. He would congratulate me. We will be on my fingers photo. Everything good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlencho. And of course, some insight into Martin Cabral and the way he thinks about the game.
Can you give me 4 greens, please?
And I think he said that he wanted to play Nicholas Astet heads up, right?
I think he said Leon.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. I could have heard wrong.
Yeah. Probably unlikely. I think it was probably me who heard wrong.
I think him and Leon are buddies, too, so it'd be fun for him.
4 more?
Honestly, Leon and Nicholas probably pretty interchangeable as far as heads-up opponents go.
4 more?
There's always that kind of fine line. You're playing heads up for a bracelet. Do you want to play against one of the best in the world, so you can say when you won it, you know you beat one of the best, or do you just want an easier competition?
Like Nicholas.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
It's a timeless question, Tuckman. JG asks, "Is this the final table? Absolute sicko table." This is a sicko table. This is not this is the final 2 tables.
Yeah, we have 11 players remaining. See that in the top right corner of your screen?
I think we bring them together into one table at 8 left, or is it 9? We'll have to look into that.
$800.
Nina is all in.
Yep.
Martin has a mystery hand. I find that if Martin takes time, he generally folds to these all-ins. Yep. I think he's throwing that chip over.
A little bit of showboating from Cabral. We don't know what he had, but we know that Lena does take that down. Still fighting for his tournament life. But still in there with 10 others. 5 will cash. 1 will take home the bracelet. So 6 on our feature table, 5 on the outer table. The outer table does include Mustafov, who we saw yesterday. I believe Daniel DeVoris still in there as well. Roman Harbeck, Kristen Foxen, and our chip leader, the German, Shirzad Hisu, who continues to be the chip leader, and by a large margin, by the way.
Wait, is he have 15 yet, or what?
No, he's still on right around, I want to say he's right around 9, 10 million.
Wow.
Obviously a fluid situation, but nobody else has more than 4.
160?
That's a good feeling.
Blom raising, Cabral tanking for no particular reason.
This is the stage of the tournament where Cabral has decided he's looking for his camera time. I think there may be something about him trying to minimize the number of hands per level. I could see a few reasons why he'd be doing that.
Chedwick does call out of the big blind with the suited Jack 4.
I think generally being the chip leader at the table, Martin would like to play as many hands as possible, though.
You'd think, right?
Yeah. But this is a table of killers.
It's a whole tournament of killers.
That's true. There's not a lot of escaping it, Tuckman.
That's what I mean.
Also, you know, they are getting closer to the money. Every time you fold, you make a tiny bit of EV.
I've heard Patrick Leonard talk about that. Folding makes you money, right?
Yeah.
It's such a weird concept because, you know, obviously that's not the case in cash games.
No, folding is
loses
boring.
you money.
Yeah. Folding is infuriating in cash games.
It's boring. It's not fun. I didn't come here for this.
Yeah.
Right. But in tournaments, as you get closer to the money, that is the case.
Some of the most money I've ever made in my life was making folds at final tables. It's a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, I still remember covering a World Series of Poker event many years ago where, this is literal, this is not hyperbole, the player who finished in second didn't play a hand until they were heads up.
That's a great feeling.
Literally.
Did they win or did they get second?
They came in second.
Okay.
But the player who came in second literally did not play a hand until they came in second, until they were heads up.
Nothing feels better than making a final table, being card dead, watching someone do all the work for you, and then just running hot heads up.
Awesome.
That's a great feeling.
So a raise from Blom. Attack actually limped in with ace-queen suited. So Attack taking a page out of Martin Cabral's book.
And I have to imagine that all-in is the next part of this plan.
Yep, there it is.
Right on cue.
Your predictive skills
Victor,
on point.
Yeah, but Victor, I don't know if he's going to fold here. I'm a little surprised he didn't limp this one behind because it's so annoying when your opponent limp jams.
Victor also put in 3.5 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really raise this one to raise folds. It doesn't have like it doesn't have the properties you're looking for, and it plays great as a limp. You can set mine with it. There are other flops that you're happy with.
That is a huge result for Attack. I mean, to get Victor Blom to put 3.5 big blinds in there and then fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor was lamenting his decision to raise as soon as his opponent went all in. You could see it on his face.
Aces?
Yeah, Attack picks up about 6 big blinds there without seeing a flop.
Victor likes to play against ace.
On the stack size that he has, that's
Ace king?
humongous.
Queens?
Enormous.
How many?
Magnanimous.
No, all of them not.
Bluff. Big bluff, yeah?
Pocket 3.
Pocket 3. Good play. Yes, cards, no?
Flip or lose. Huh?
That's the name of the game. Flip or lose. There will be a longer break today, no? Just only 15.
I know players don't normally like to fold their small blind, but 7-3 offsuit.
Yeah. That's one of the
Or-
hands you could consider it.
Or just raise. Attack with 10-5.
Yeah, this is the sort of hand you might get through against. Let's go. Nice find, Kamoski.
Is that the prevailing kind of strategy these days with small blinds? You raise with a polarized holding?
It really depends on the stack size, but the shorter you get, yes, because
Horrible hand.
raising these hands that play reasonably well post flop and having to fold to a shove when you have, let's say, 18 big blinds is not exciting. So you tend to limp and maybe pot control those hands and play a bit more of a polarized
Yes.
type of play
Now, yeah.
style.
The moment is important, right?
Andy, keeping this?
I believe the players are going to be going on a break in about 6 minutes.
No chip raise, yeah? Okay.
Min raise.
Oh, maybe less than 6 minutes.
Maybe I meant 6 seconds. 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Who's counting, right?
Eh.
Kamochi raising on the button. Blom on the big blind.
Is he finding a 3-bet? Oh, my goodness.
And he's got a 3-bet with the 10-4 over and out.
What is the raise?
This is not in the playbook, Tuckman.
No? Well, it's in his playbook.
I like it. Unfortunately, Kamoski has an above-average hand, I would imagine, that's raising on the button. May not be...
Yeah, but we're going to break, though. He might want to just go to break.
It's true. May not be an immediate believer.
Full. 420, right?
So big 3-bet here from Blom, a call. Pot's got 1.1 million in it.
Oof. That flop is all Kamoski, but probably one that Victor will at least take a stab at.
Well, he's put a lot of babies in the pot. You can't abandon your babies, right?
No, you cannot abandon those babies. The other issue is you don't have a lot going for your hand. Maybe on a turn 3 you make a gut shot. Some possibilities open up, but I like this bigger size. He's kind of trying to give himself the maximum chance to win right now. And then if his opponent calls, he can give up. But just knowing that there aren't many turn cards that he's looking to barrel. Wow.
That's probably not one of them.
No, I don't think so. And also, have you ever been more excited to have King Jack in a hand than Kamoski is right now?
Yeah, I've never been.
Just in case your opponent actually had aces or kings or something like that. You got that beat too.
Oh, and Kamoski's got to check it back.
Yeah, that is nice.
Just give his opponent a little bit of a chance here, but Victor's done. Victor's like, can you just bet so I can go to break? Kamoski up to 3.8 million. I think that's enough to put him in second place. The Italian going to stack his chips, take a break. Give us a moment to take a break as well. Day 2 coverage of the 50K high roller continues here from Rosvadov. Player's going to go on about a 12-minute break. We will as well. More action when we come back.
Final table. Then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Milan. You win? I have never won Sunday Milan. Yeah. No, I have a third. I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before 2-4. I think 2017 or 18. Before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hisu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high-stakes, high-roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafov just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
You definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one-up on Niklas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvadov, as you might expect.
15. 15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Niklas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh,
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
No, listen, this is online legend.
This is
He
some
doesn't make
classic
1 pair
9-8
and pay
run-out.
off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Niklas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Niklas along. And Hisu now back up to a starting stack. Leading 900, losing about 25% of his stack. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Hisu's got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king 3 suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to 1 raise. The 10s get out of the way, and now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going,
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees the turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate? I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call. So a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, you know, the difference between Hisu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for 1 card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket 10s.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow.
Really?
Let's see, checked it back.
No.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river?
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Atak has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1, People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You have 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Tack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for a talk, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has 1 pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Melina, the quick call from Attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for Attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a up as well. Take a look at our feature table. Courtesy of that last hand right before the break when Rico Kamoski made called a 3-bet with King Jack, flopped the Jack, turned the Jack. He's up to 3.8 million. I believe he is 2nd in chips right now. You can see the rest of our feature table relatively short.
I feel like it was only moments ago that Enrico was the short stack at the table. And Stevie was on top of the world. Victor had a lot of chips. Life comes at you fast, Tuckman.
Yeah, no doubt about it. At the other table, by the way, the man of the moment right now is Sirzat Hisu, who has kind of been the story. Yesterday, he eliminated Lena. He eliminated Victor Blom. He eliminated Alex Foxen, all en route to being the day 1 chip leader. He has held on to that lead throughout day 2 as well. German pro, started playing high-stakes tournaments a few years ago and looking to win his first ever bracelet today.
Let me tell you something. If he
1 million pot.
maintains that chip stack, or better yet, adds to it before the bubble arrives, he's going to find himself in a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently 3rd.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. And it's a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. Salih Attack from Switzerland. Gone in 11th place. We're down to 10 players. 5 away from the money.
Final table, yeah?
Kamoski's chip stack is starting to flirt with chip lead levels
What
at
is
this
it?
point.
We play 800, so 9.
Should be on
How
right
many
around
people
6
are-
million now, right?
9 people or 10?
He's clearly in second place.
9, so finish, yeah? Yeah.
Perhaps
10 people finish.
a time to begin getting excited. If you're
Final
Kamoski,
table, redraw.
I'm sure he'll make that
Okay,
clear.
GG guys. You made it.
So as I was mentioning right before that all in, day 1A going on right now. Pretty excited about it. Currently about 400 entries in Flight A. Flight B tomorrow, we'll be streaming that here. So make sure you join us.
By the way, this is a 10K buy-in, 5 million guarantee. So they're hitting the guarantee nearly on day 1A.
Yeah. I mean, the tournament we're covering right now is a 1 million guarantee, and we shattered that.
You love seeing it. Poker is on the up and up.
11 people, 1 hand, 9 people. Lucky Stevie. Like always running good, yeah, Stevie?
Always.
Lena, Victor Blom on the short stack. Combined, they have 16 big blinds. But if either one of them get chips, you know they're going to be dangerous. What a table. Cabral, Chidwick, Blom, and Nicholas Ostet. All chasing our chip leader, Enrico Kamoski, who has 5.9 million chips, 59 big blinds. Only one player in the tournament with more than that, and that is Sirzat Hisu on the outer table. You can see the bracelet in screen on the bottom right corner of your screen. Beautiful bracelet. Perfect trophy for a tournament of this stature.
You should.
Okay.
You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of your
I
screen.
was going to say it must be an old movie.
What do you mean?
That's what they're playing for.
Just
Me
because you
not
don't know.
seeing it, me not knowing it.
I think it's 2000.
Okay.
Nicholas has a very real hand here. Type of hand that you could go either way.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go upstairs with it, though. That's the way he's gonna go.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow!
This is wildly unfortunate for Lena. They are deep enough that if Orpin picks a smaller size, which I imagine he will, Lena will feel very compelled to peel. C3 cards.
Did he just call?
No, I believe he raised to 100,000.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat small sizing.
Yes. Well, he's in position. He doesn't have a full starting stack. He's representing a very strong range of hands. Now, of course, Orpin can have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited aces, something like that. But the type of hand he's saying that he has is ace-king, Maybe jacks are better, something like that. Tens are better.
Oh, us that wouldn't mind jacks or tens. Kings, though, not so much. Let's see if Lena wants to put 60,000 in there. There's 154,000 in there, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1. But he's got to play the hand out of position.
This is one of those spots where you don't feel particularly good about your hand when your opponent puts in the 4-bet, but you still have a very, very high quality suited connector type of hand. So if you do see the flop and you're behind, a lot of good things can happen. And look at this price he's getting. It's only 60,000 more. It's not like he has to put in a tremendously significant portion of his stack or anything.
Hand 40. We've got some fireworks. I saw one heart, and I got a little bit excited for Lena, but the next two cards did not cooperate.
That was a real letdown of a window card, wasn't it?
Well, not if you're Orpin. Orpin's very happy with that flop.
Yes. Orpin knows Lena will just call out of the small blind versus a raise with stuff like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, even potentially pocket 8s sometimes. And if that's the case, Orpin has nothing to be worried about. You know, every now and then his opponent's trapping with pocket aces, but if that's the case, he was going broke either way.
Tiny bet, just 40,000 in the 210. What do you do in these situations where you're getting a good price, your opponent hasn't bet much, but it kind of feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts? You're just going to take 40,000 here for it, and I keep getting the right price to call because, well, it's so cheap.
Well, if you're me, I personally don't like giving my opponents the pleasure of those paper cuts, so I tend to fold early on if I've noticed a trend of them doing that when they have it. For
But if you're Lena,
this is grounds for a check raise.
Yeah.
And I want to pretend like my strategy is better, but time has shown that Lena is the guy with the better strategy almost every single time.
Yeah, it's so easy in poker to be results-oriented and look at this particular spot and go, well, what is he doing? But how often does his opponent just not have a hand?
Yeah. Even if your opponent has something like ace-king, ace-queen of spades, for example, they're in a really tough spot right away.
Yeah. Well, there's 534,000 in the pot, and both players with less than that.
Yeah, so Lena's decided it's time to wave the white flag here.
He can still check raise again.
You never know.
Never know with him.
I wouldn't put it outside of the spectrum of possibilities when it comes to Lena. I wouldn't expect it, but when you watch some of the best players in the world, you learn to expect the unexpected a little bit.
Oh, wow. The 5 on the river, which would complete the wheel if either player had an ace in their hand.
Yup. And so this is scary for both players, right? Because both players have a ton of aces in their range. But if you're Lena, this might be one of the worst hands that you have in general, so maybe you want to bluff this one. I'm, of course, wrong, and he decides to check.
Well, Orpin checked back the turn. It's going to go check, check.
Orpin had the check back face, didn't he?
You had the turn.
One time then, please.
Final table. Then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Milan. You win? I have never won Sunday Milan. Yeah. No, I have a third. I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before
2-4.
I think 2017 or 18. Before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hisu, the German poker player. In recent years, he has mostly focused on high stakes, high roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafov just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15. 15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh,
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
Listen, this is online legend.
This is
He
some
doesn't make
classic
1 pair
9-8
and pay
run-out.
off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to starting stack. Lean 900, losing about 25% of his stack. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off. But here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot. which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or three-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of two-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Jesus got the king three of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king three of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket fours, the pocket threes type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king three suited, king four suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to one raise. The tens get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of tens on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going,
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees the turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate? I go. After here direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call, so a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, you know, the difference between Hisu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for one card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket tens.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow.
Really?
Let's see, checked it back.
No
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river?
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Atak has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. A couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Attack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for a talk, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable third barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of sevens.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Melina, the quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting, and Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. Welcome back. The sun has set in Razvadov, but the action is just getting started at the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe here inside the King's Resort and Casino. We are down to our final table in event number 12, the 50K No Limit Hold'em High Roller Diamond. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman calling the action. Carlencho on the floor doing the reporting. And our chip leader right now, Sherzat Husu, the German, who, by the way, is the reason we're at the final table. He eliminated the final player. It was almost two eliminations at very similar times, and that's why we are here, kind of a double break. So one of these 9 players will take home the bracelet. They'll take home 529,000 euros, and they can claim this trophy. Pretty exciting time here in Razvadov at the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. I bring in Jesse into the mix. This is an intriguing dynamic, though, because normally we get to a final table, we're already in the money. But we've kind of got a double bubble here. We're in the money. We're at the final table, but we're not at the money yet. Only 5 players make the money, but they all want the bracelet. How do you see this playing out now?
It's a fine line that they have to tread, right? Because there's a significant jump between no money and the first cash. It's a large number. And then after that, it's sort of smaller pay jumps. So you have to really respect that big jump and play tight on the bubble. On the other hand, you're very close to first place when you're down to 6 players. And at that point, you also are trying to amass chip stacks so you give yourself a real chance to win once you're in the money. So it's a balancing act between those two things, Tucker.
It's such to me, it's an intriguing dynamic because a lot of times we get a final table like this, and we'd say Husu could just run the table over because Blom, Chidwick, Divorce are going to want to ladder up. But there's no laddering up here because only the top 5 make the money.
Yeah.
So, if you're Chidwick, you've got to get to work.
You do have to get to work. You certainly have to get to work right now because he is one of the shortest stacks. He's not even close to guaranteed making the money. But even, let's say he doubled his chip stack. Now he's in a very precarious situation where he's in that sort of theoretical top 4 spot where you're supposed to make the money quite often. But you have to be quite tight in order to do so. You still have to win some pots. This can be a nerve-wracking part of the tournament.
One of the players I certainly want to keep my eye on, Canadian Daniel Divorce, who finished 3rd in this event last year. Just 5% of the chips in play in his stack. He is currently 6th with 1.5 million. And I mentioned Sherzat Husu with the final elimination is how we got here. This is how it was. He had aces. His opponent with a pocket pair of 7s.
He has just been picking up scalps for the last 2 days.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Roman Harabek, the very talented high roller, that was it for him as he finishes in 10th place. And we went from 11 to 9 like that.
That was quite quick. So fast, in fact, that we didn't even realize we were on break.
Right, yeah, we came back, we had a hand, and then we're done. We're on break. And Hasu, by the way, kind of a little bit of a roller coaster ride for him. He came back today with 7 million chips, went up to 10 million, was back down to about 7.5 million before winning that hand. He is now our chip leader once again with over 11 million chips.
Wow.
So,
and to put that in perspective, there's only 30 million chips in play amongst the final 9 players.
So, okay, I'm not a mathematical wizard, but I'm going to do the math, and I'm going to say that's a lot of chips. Okay, with that, one of these players is going to win. I'm going to ask you a question. Who won the first ever World Series of Poker Diamond High Roller event?
I'm going with Daniel Negreanu on this one.
That's a pretty good guess. That might be right. Might be right. What are you guys guessing at home? We'll check you guys out in chat. Is it Chinwei Lim? Is it Phil Ivey? Is it Anatoly Filatov? It is Chinwei Lim.
Wow, I am batting such a good average.
Well, I mean, you're
such
consistent.
A high average.
You're consistent.
I am consistent. They call me Mr. Consistency.
Negreanu did win a high roller event
at World Series Europe, right?
At World Series Europe in 2013. That was to cement his Player of the Year. In fact, that was really exciting because he needed to make the final table. He needed to make the final table in that event to do it, to win it, but he ended up winning it. Okay, another question for you. You guys ready? Who was the winner of the 2023 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller event? Don't say it, you know it.
I won't say it because I know it.
Don't say it. Okay, everybody. Is it Cabral? Is it Santos? Is it Chris Brewer? Or is it Renlin? Who won last year's 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller event? Come on. That's right. It's Santos.
Santos is the hero we need and deserve.
He seriously says he is proof that all heroes don't wear capes.
Yeah.
That guy is a legend. Absolutely love that guy.
He's amazing.
He's everything poker needs, right? That smile.
Yeah.
His ways. I love it. Take a look at the bracelets. Look at that one. Oh. Gorgeous. One day, Jesse. Jesse is sitting in the booth foaming at the mouth right now. Trying to get his hands on one of those bracelets.
To be honest with you, Tuckman, I'm starting to wonder for myself.
Will it ever happen?
Yeah. Cabral has table talk going even during the picture.
Yeah, you got to love it. Hey. So we get the final table here, 30 entries. These are our final 9. One of them will take home 529,000 euros and a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Feels a bit harsh to be in the picture and then not make the money of the tournament. Generally, when you make the final table and they take a picture, you're all smiles. Everyone's made themselves a bunch of money. In this case, not so much for 4 of them.
No. Hello to all of you joining us on YouTube, whether it's on the King's Casino YouTube channel or, of course, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. We're in Rosvadov for the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. This is event number 12, and we are on the cusp of what's going to just be an amazingly fun week. This is day 2 coverage, and we're gonna be here until we crown a champion. Tomorrow starts day 1B of the main event. You do not want to miss a second of this. 5 straight days of main event coverage from Rosvadov. We have over 400 entries in day 1A, so the main event certainly promises to be a fantastic event. And we're gonna have reporters on the floor. We're gonna have cameramen on the floor trying to get you all the stories. It should be a ton of fun. And talk a lot about live poker. We don't spend as much time talking about online. And this guy right here, Nicholas Astet, known to most of you as Lena 900, an absolute legend online. And sometimes we overuse that term, right? Legend?
Yeah.
But he is.
No, he is the legend of online poker. To put that in perspective, by the way,
I am already
the biggest money winner in live tournaments has something like 65 million. And they're playing $300,000 buy-ins, $100,000 buy-ins. Lena's out there grinding $100 buy-ins. Sometimes, 10Ks, whatever, but Mostly, I bet his average buy-in is in the $1,000 to $2,000 range. He's won $50 million.
That is a lot of money. We saw Fox in 4 bracelets, 3 more than her husband. Cabral with 2 bracelets, looking for number 3. And speaking of number 3, Farid Mustafov, number 3 on the Bulgarian list. And
Or show me.
a member of the Best Without a Bracelet Club, Victor Blum. And I think the only reason he doesn't have a bracelet is I just don't think that was his focus for so many years.
I was about to say, I would love to see how many bracelet events he's actually participated in, outside of high rollers especially.
I'll throw this at you as we look at Enrico Kamoski, 2020 No Limit Hold'em Bounty Champion bracelet winner.
Four shortest stacks just
What a
out
table.
and play in the money.
Oh,
I
and
think
then
it's
just
fair.
Stevie Chidwick.
Right?
2019 World Series of Poker Pot Limit Omaha High Roller Bracelet winner. Also a winner of the Super High Roller Bowl way back when for a ton of money. And they're all chasing this man, German pro Sirzat Hisu.
You know, we've spent a lot of time across the last couple days saying how Hisu is a bit of a mysterious figure at this tournament. And honestly, we haven't learned anything new about him yet. He still remains mysterious. He's crushing every table he's at.
I know that.
Daniel DeVoris, just a poker mind to be reckoned with. He thinks about the game and studies the game as much as anybody. So good, so strong, and so dangerous. Finished 3rd in this event last year. There you saw he won his bracelet in the GG Millions. Just very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Sirzat Hisu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who was 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
Yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Unbelievable. Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Maybe next game you're possible. to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please.
Oh, my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
he certainly could.
They're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand down. You're all liars.
Bubble play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen, Jack, 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it.
Okay.
He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of scary card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Or can I see your set? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You so bad, man.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum. I'm happy.
You play very good. 300 jack.
I mean, Mustafa lost the absolute minimum.
He really did.
Going on here.
He
Ace
really
on the
did.
river, should be. Ace on the river, right? So this is what you're stealing, my big blind, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Bravo.
And I think this is the part where maybe Cabral does frustrate some players. You just
rubbing salt in the wounds frustrates you.
I mean, you're at the final table. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer. You beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
I'm happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why are you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double will come.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I've got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, ma tutti 1.2 milioni, ma tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, ci chiami così.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, but a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds. No eliminations, but we've had fireworks so far at the final table.
So I have to ask you, Tuckman, generally when you're at a final table or any poker table in a tournament and the chips go in, you're usually rooting for the player you find less skilled to win the pot, right? Because you want the chips to go to the weaker player. Who do you root for when it's Lena versus Stevie?
I mean, I imagine you're just rooting for the elimination, right?
Sure. Take the easy route out. I don't care.
I mean, listen. I mean, I want 5 players to cash. If I'm still there, I want players eliminated.
Okay.
I mean, I guess. I mean, the only time I'm not rooting for the player if I'm at the table, the only time I'm not rooting for the player to be eliminated is if it's, if I'm married to that person, maybe one of my best friends, or, if they're just so much better than the other player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For example, let's say it's a case of Stevie Chidwick versus me. No matter what the stacks are, just root for me. Because you don't want Stevie with chips, and you don't mind if I get them.
You really wriggled your way out of the spirit of that question.
I mean, listen, I'm a politician. Kamoski currently second in chips, I believe, with 5.7 million. Has raised up from under the gun. Foxen in the cutoff. We've seen her have king-queen suited a number of times. Such a pretty hand. Is she deep enough to call? Wow, she just lets it go.
That was quite a fold. I would have to look at that one. I'm not 100%. I imagine we're V-pipping that hand.
I mean, there's a chance that she's got a little bit of PTSD about the king-queen.
Yeah, she has lost some fairly significant pots with king-queen across
I mean,
this
I think
tournament.
we could go back a few months and find a king-queen hand that...
Oh, you're talking about that king-queen.
6?
Now 6-2, but I will put...
I
You're
mean,
a bit of a savage today, Tucker.
I know, I'm just saying.
No.
Listen, I mean, king-queen is, might be a trigger hand for her at this point.
That's fair.
Listen, you're not going to find many bigger fans of Kristen Foxen than I am, okay? There are a few out there, but not many. I am a fan, but, she's currently on 15 big blinds as we look at the leaderboard. Everybody's still chasing Jesus, who's on 11 million. Jesus got about 37% of the chips in play. 37%.
That's a good feeling, Tuckman.
I mean, that would be good with 3 players left.
Yes. I'm not a mathematician, but that would be above average with 3 players left.
Well, I've already established that I'm not very good at maths. I mean,
I believe you told us that you weren't a math wizard. Mathy wizard, was that it?
Mathy wizard.
Or
An English wizard. Maybe we need to bring in, I'm going to talk to the fine people over at GG and see if we can we bring in a mathematician next broadcast? Somebody who knows the numbers?
Was that a dig at me?
No. I'm saying maybe we need a third.
A third, huh?
I was just suggesting. Maybe somebody who knows the math. Maybe a bracelet winner.
Let's get Ryan Gosling's guy from The Big Short.
Hey, listen, I don't want to throw it out there, but I heard that for the main event, coverage, I heard that maybe we're going to have, 6-time bracelet winners in the booth.
Mathy Wizards, huh?
Mathy Wizards.
Some real Mathy Wizards.
Jesse Sylvia, David Juckman here calling the action. We are in Rosvadov for the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. Cabral raising in the cutoff.
Moski. It's going to set we're playing some fairly deep stacked poker as far as final tables go.
Yeah, and in the big blind, it's just such a lovely spot. I mean, you're getting a price.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, you're getting a price, and it's a fairly easy hand to play out of position.
It's kind of a small dream to get to peel pocket twos out of the big blind.
Like, sweet, right.
Closing in on 40 big blinds deep.
You're like, listen, I'm getting, I'm getting 4.5 to 1 plus implied odds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the chance. And sometimes, every once in a while, you get the showdown with deuces. Right?
I don't think we'll see it here. I imagine part of Cabral's plan in checking back is to bet later streets. Kind of represent some of those weaker ace-X holdings. Yeah, Kamoski folds again, checks again, and I imagine Cabral won't have to put many chips in this pot for him to fold.
Cabral, his quirks, his mannerisms always kind of look suspicious, always looking sort of to the stands for what? I don't know.
A wise man once said, I've learned long ago not to worry about these sort of things.
Yeah, I can't do it.
This is a one big blind bet.
One big blind. You're getting 6.5 to 1. Listen, I have covered a lot of limit hold'em events, and I don't like folding when I'm getting 6.5, 7.5 to 1.
I mean, I hear you right there, Tuckman.
I've got a 2-outer at worst.
Yeah. I have to imagine that one big blind turn bet will be followed up by some sort of river action.
I was going to say, you put the one bet out there, and now you bet, say, 325?
Yeah, you're doing this to get some pocket pairs or a 9 to call the turn, and then fold river. So you get an extra 100,000 out of them when they have hands like that. And I think it's kind of interesting as a line.
Yeah.
But if
you keep the fish on the bait, so to speak, and then you reel them in.
But if you were to bet one big blind on the
Wow.
turn and then not bet river, I really wouldn't love it. This is... I wonder if Kamoski could have thought about that a little bit. This is kind of... I'm not sure what Martin's representing because the check back on the flop implies he has something like, I don't know, an ace-6 suited sort of hand. But then to overbet the river when an ace is chopping with every other ace doesn't make a ton of sense.
I mean, is there a world where he's raising with a hand like king 3 suited, and he hits a 3 on the flop, checks it back, then he hits the 3, and he's like, ooh.
Sure. Yeah, that's a possibility. I like where your head's at there.
I'm just trying to come up with a hand that where the story does make sense.
Yeah. He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can
Be
understand that
careful when you-
sentiment.
yeah? Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum re-raise.
1.2 million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it is.
there you
So
go.
as to isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free-rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this
But he only
big...
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense, but if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge sweat. This would have been a fun flop if.
Yeah, I mean, you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
I mean, if Martin knew what he was going to hit, he would have just flatted.
And I can't hit. I just can't hit.
So the third the man who is third all-time on the money list, Stevie Chidwick, nearly 59 million in lifetime earnings. We'll have to wait another day to earn more money. Surely he will be playing in the main event, but he is out in 9th place. We're down to 8. And Martin Cabral, obviously a very talented poker player, is running really hot. He has beaten aces now twice in the first 10 hands of this final table.
I actually forgot about the Queen's hand already. That's unbelievable.
I mean, to crack aces at the final table is
a great feeling in and of
really
itself.
lucky.
Yeah.
To do it twice?
Unbelievable.
I want your chips. That's what I want.
I don't like that.
By the way, he will never, ever acknowledge
Okay, welcome in the money.
how lucky that is.
Right. When he gets unlucky an hour from now,
Yeah.
he'll talk about how unlucky he
Yeah.
gets. Yeah, no doubt. That's a poker player. He's not alone in that.
No, this is something that we all share. I'm not hating on him in particular. But when he cracked the aces with his queens, he didn't say a word about, oh, that was lucky by me. It was more, oh, you bet big on the flop with the aces. I knew it.
5.3, 5.4. You would win? You would win? No?
Kristen Foxen, over there on the left side of your screen, counting her lucky stars that she gets to sit next to Martin Cabral.
Can't hear you, sorry.
What was that?
I was saying that Kristen Foxen is counting her lucky stars that she gets to sit next to Cabral.
Andy?
I will say this about Christy. She gets more of a kick out of the eccentric personalities in poker than a lot of people.
I think she was enjoying him earlier on.
Yeah, or if she doesn't, she is really good at feigning interest in those sort of personalities.
Yeah, she was enjoying. It seemed like she was enjoying the banter early.
Yeah. I've seen a number of players talk to Chrissy, sit next to Chrissy, and she's always very kind to them. She seems genuinely interested in what they have to say.
From casino, you know what I mean? Normally it's like less quiet. I play a lot here.
Maybe the main event. I don't know. No, it's not poker.
It's a break now in the main event.
Oh, it is.
Ah, that's why? How do you know it's break?
You not see how many people have here?
I don't know.
You
I don't
have
know.
to think a little bit.
I spent all my energy to play queens well.
But you not play well.
No, I don't want to bust you, you know?
That was fun with that one.
You not play well.
No?
Hey, listen, every story needs a villain, and as far as I'm concerned, Martin Cabral fits the bill.
Maybe I folded pre-flop.
By the way, there's a pot between two players. Jesus in the hand, and the other player has Jack 3 suited. What are the odds of that? Hisu flopping bottom, too. Check raising. Is he getting... Oh.
Only big blind?
Most he finds the float here.
It's an interesting float.
Oh, no. This
Yeah.
could be disastrous.
Hisu does block clubs, but it's an interesting float by Kamoski, and I want to ask you about this. To float in position against the chip leader, 3 away from the money.
Mm-hmm. It's ambitious, to say the least. I would prefer to have something a little stronger.
I mean, you just think, that's what I mean. I'm like have something?
I think to assume that this float is profitable, you need to believe that your opponent has some check raises that are very low equity.
That are going to give up also.
Yeah, and or he's going to give up with a big number of hands. Like, let's say he has 8-9, and the turn is just an offsuit king. You have to assume that he's almost always giving up with a hand like that on the turn, which I don't know if that's true. You don't know if that's true. From what we've seen from Hisu in the past, it actually seems like he has it quite often and doesn't run that many bluffs. But
I mean, we have to assume he's a high-stake player. He's certainly capable of making bluffs, but I think it's one of those situations, at least in my book, and maybe I'm wrong, that he's got the chips. He's the chip leader. Do I need to be the table sheriff? I mean, sometimes it's one of those situations where, yes, I know what you're up to, and I really can't do anything about it.
yeah. And also, you don't really know what he's up to yet.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Right, you just can't assume.
Look at this guy. He's mysterious.
Yeah, when you can't assume, I think that's one of the mistakes people make is we assume sometimes players got a ton of chips. We assume, oh, he's getting out of line.
Yeah. It turns out we've seen nothing but straightforward play from Hisu so far. Seems to have it a
Pre-flop,
lot.
he's definitely a little bit open and wide.
Well, he calls wide, but we didn't see very many
Right, but he ends up having it more often than ever. And now, you know, Kamoski's in this awkward spot of going move all in.
Yeah.
And risk my tournament life to try to bluff this guy off of something that he may or may not have. And I just feel like these are chips that Kamoski didn't have to lose.
Kamoski honestly received maximum punishment for that peel. He turned equity, had to call again, and then missed on the river. And I mean, he had a plan. It didn't work out. I'm not going to fault him for it. His thought process about the particular player might be better than mine. I don't know. I just know what I've seen the last couple of days.
I think you're being kind. I feel like he had a plan, and he went to a. I feel like he went to a gunfight, you know, with a frozen pack of peas.
I have never heard that phrase before.
Well, here you go.
The old frozen pack of peas.
Yeah, he tried to beat his opponent with a frozen pack of peas, and it didn't work.
I was at the OK Corral. It was me with my frozen pack of peas.
And that guy had a sword, and that guy had a knife, and that guy had a gun.
Yeah. Turns out the peas weren't such a great choice.
Lena's an interesting player. It's very rare that Lena can be painted as the underdog, right? But, you know, we saw him get eliminated yesterday. We saw him come into the final table as our short stack. He doubled up early with Ace King versus Ace Queen against Stevie. I'm just really intrigued. You know, I'm gonna paint him as the underdog, Lena 900, and we're gonna see, can this guy run it up?
It would be fun to watch.
It certainly would be.
Oh, Victor got very short.
Yeah, Victor.
I forgot he was down to around 800,000 after that hand before we brought the two tables together. And I think the blinds just passed, and now he's rocking a very short stack. Moski. Pocket queens. Unfortunately for him, after a couple of frustrating hands, he picks up the queens, and he's going to receive no action.
Yeah. That's the other thing also. I mean, I feel like, and again, you poke a hole in my theory if I'm wrong, okay, Jesse?
Okay.
You get your final
You're
table.
wrong.
You get your final table seat, you know, designations, and you look and you see the chip leaders on your left. I feel like you just go, okay, I've got to see how the chip leader's going to play. So we played about 12 or 13 hands. Sue hasn't played a hand yet. Finally plays back at you and won. Why are we assuming that he's suddenly full of it?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first flop Sue saw, and he found a check raise. You might say, hey, he's more likely to have not hit some big hand like two pair than he is to hit it. But he also hasn't, as you said, he hasn't raised yet pre-flop. He hasn't found any 3-bet spots. It's only 13 hands. It's easy that he could have been card dead so far. But, you know, you like to gather evidence before you do something quite ambitious like float the Jack 3 suited.
Yeah.
At least that's my general approach. I'm not in the 50K. I can't really comment on whether my approach is better or worse. I don't think it would be fair to.
Foxen, starting this hand with about 15 big blinds. Raising under the gun with Ace Queen. Mustafov under the gun +2.
Speaking of ambitious, if he were to do something here, this would be quite the... Oh, he is going for it.
Yeah, he's going to go for it, and now it'll be interesting to see what does Foxen do when it comes back to her. Is Ace Queen enough hand to just go with it in 15 big blinds?
+2 versus under the gun. This is also a play that I do not believe is in the playbook. This is actually pretty sick for Chrissy.
It's such a tiny 3-bet.
Yeah, and he's not really the stack that's generally trying to abuse other players. So if you think that he has the value side of his range, you're doing terribly against those hands. But if he can have some bluffs, you have a great hand. Wow, that is... This is a sick final table.
He finds, and another thing that was really crazy about that, it was almost a min raise.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have technically been smaller because 200, he actually could have gone 350, but still, 200 to 450 is a tiny 3-bet.
Yeah. But he knows that she is a player who is incredibly well studied under ICM conditions, and she knows that she does virtually no calling there. She's playing 4-bet or folds quite often. And so he doesn't have to go very large
Why?
to have the same amount of fold equity as he normally would.
Punish you for that.
I just want to be clear. He was 3-bet folding that, right? Clear,
Be
right?
careful,
Yeah,
Alex is
absolutely.
Which is amazing. So he was going to 3-bet
here. Easy to punish you.
Yeah?
on a
with one
15 big blind effective stack. He was finding a 3-bet fold.
Oh, yeah. It's 2024, Tuckman. We're finding the 3-bet folds on 15 blinds these days.
I love it. I love it.
You need to pay attention, yeah? Not nice.
We live in a post-truth world, Tuckman.
I feel like Nicholas Ostet could actually be a superhero. He looks like he could be. So I'm going to run with it.
I can see it.
Foxen gets a walk.
That is a big walk for her, by the way.
I don't know, really. But I would
She had the
be
8 deuce offsuit, so if anyone had raised, she would be folding.
curious. So you never look.
Maybe.
That's a 300K
Are you in bad
swing.
mood now?
250K swing.
That 9 of diamonds put me in a bad mood.
No way.
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
did.
sorry.
It did.
I'm so sorry.
8 players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
And you will be in good mood?
Yes.
Probably
Victor
not gonna
Blom,
happen, but I will-
severely
I
short
will
stack's
try
going to
for
go
it.
with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table,
Yeah.
especially, 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds.
He's
This will
getting
not
it.
be folding.
Yeah. We saw Foxen fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands.
All in.
Certainly not saying that that isn't true.
Foxen all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
550?
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but
I mean, it's 1.3 million to win 2.2,
I think.
and a chance to knock out 2 players.
Cork, please.
1 free, 9.
there are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam. But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
He's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur, possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? 3?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them, at
They're
least.
so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Royal flush.
That's semi-bad
Royale.
news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
he's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom, with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead.
Maybe you make money.
Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6.
Already like losing, not sure.
There's an ace.
That's a good flop for Chrissy.
That is a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled he called.
There's like
Absolutely.
some opportunities.
Only two aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4.
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all or a 9 to win it all.
Very good call.
Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabrera's down to 3.7. What a hand.
For split pot.
It's the 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn and triples up. Foxen does add about 300,000 to her stack.
Wait, 5?
By the way.
And as I said, I told you, Jesse, you were wrong. Cabral's got to fold that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was dead wrong there, Tuckman. I was screaming for the call.
Yeah, the whole time. You guys can play it back if you want. Jesse's sitting there. You got to call, you got to call. I'm saying no fold. Play it safe.
By the way, shout out to Cabral before the river came off. He said, all right, let's get an ace of heart for the chop.
Thank you. It's okay. I don't need change.
Even when drawing dead, he's having a good time.
Yeah, he is.
You got to give it to him.
Turn one mistake.
He might be ruining the good time of some of the players. Maybe one of the players to his left, but
Ace 4. Victor,
hey, I'm entertained.
Unbeatable guy. Just unbeatable. Very good play, Victor.
So a huge pop for Victor Blom, who adds 1.2 million or 218% to his stack.
Wow.
Okay,
and I got to tell you, the rest of the table has got to be a little bit sick about that as well.
Everybody happy.
I mean, you wouldn't have minded the double elimination. That would have been fine. But you certainly wanted to see Victor Blom out if you're at that table.
Double elimination would have been fantastic for these short stacks. They'd be on the bubble. They feel wildly far away from the bubble right now.
How much?
Well, I mean, Daniel DeVoris has not played a hand yet, and he certainly was coming. Come on, diamonds. Come on, kings. Come on, jacks. DeVoris now down to just 12 big blinds. And he's just kind of handcuffed by his stack and by the action that's been going on at the table. Our chip leader just quietly
what is
accumulating more chips.
That would have been such a significant pot for Chrissy had she held for the whole pot.
I'll tell you, sometimes high rollers lack personality a little bit. Not the players, I mean the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, okay, it can be a little bit robotic. It can almost feel like I'm just like studying solver charts. But this is anything but. This has been really entertaining final table.
Yeah, this has been a wild one. We're what, 14 hands in?
Hisu's going to take that down. Again, Hisu, one of the 3 players at this table without a bracelet. And they are currently leading the field with
120, yeah?
almost 40% of the chips.
Victor, 20 more.
So a little bit more about Martin Cabral. 2 bracelets to his name. Won in 2017. Won another one in 2018. One was in the Super Turbo Bounty. One was in the King Super High Roller. That one was for 2.6 million. Has numerous circuit rings dating back to 2016.
All in Europe?
He has, all in Europe. He has performed very, very well in Europe.
Chrissy with the ace-jack in the cutoff.
I mean, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-jack, ace-queen.
Yeah.
Just hits cards. Blinds are up now, 60,000, 120,000. And she goes all in. I know a lot of players do the all in except for like a couple of chips.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of that, and why isn't Kristen doing that?
I think the times you prefer to do that are usually on the river, so that if your opponent calls and you are bluffing, you have a chance to run your stack back up. Whereas pre-flop, you know that they're not just going to leave the last one big blind behind, right? They're going to put it in on a future street.
Kristen Foxen raising from the cutoff seat. 4-time bracelet winner. 3 more than her husband, Alex. And just a little bit earlier, she caught up with Karlencio on the floor in Rosvadov.
Kristen, congrats on making the final table in the 50K Diamond High Roller. How do you feel right now?
You know, it's been kind of a crazy day. Definitely a little stressful, and but otherwise, you know, happy to be here. I'm glad I'm still in, and you know, I'm short stacked, but like I was saying before, still in, and just you know, hoping to play well, run well, and be there in the end.
I don't see your Alex anywhere around. Did you had a chance to, you know, get a little payback for what he done to you in the 25K?
No, he's in the main now, unfortunately, but now it's on me to, you know, get our portion of the prize pool back.
Awesome. I saw that Martin Cabral is directly on your left.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to play a final table with him?
You know, to be honest, I'd rather watch the final tables he's at than play at them, but it should be interesting.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karlencio, and of course, Kristen, for your time. Yeah, as I mentioned at the start of our show, Martin, a very polarizing player. Easy for us to say. He's entertaining because we're watching him and we're not playing against him.
Yeah, it's a lot easier from the booth. That's for sure, Tuckman. I will say, though, Chrissy saying that in the interview, but the way she carries herself at the table while he's chatting it up, it's really impressive.
Yeah.
She just doesn't seem to let it get to her at all. She almost looks like she's enjoying it. Turns out she's just like the rest of us. She'd prefer not to deal with it while she's deep in the tank trying to figure out a poker hand.
So we have 3 superheroes, all short stacked at the start of this final table. Stevie Chidwick, Lena, and Victor Blom. Stevie is no longer with us. He's alive, folks. Don't worry. Just not in the tournament. His tournament life is gone. But both Lena and Victor Blom have done a good job of chipping up. Obviously, we just saw Victor Blom triple up in a lucky fashion. Lena also has now up over 2 million chips. It'll be very interesting to see if the stronger players like Lena and Victor Blom get some chips and what can they do with them.
Mm-hmm.
Not that anybody at this table is, you know, not great.
Yeah, there's a lot of world beaters in here, and then there's also a mix of players that have very unique styles. So just about anyone getting a lot of chips would be fun to watch, I feel.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, Lena to me is just so... I feel like there's been a disconnect between live poker and online poker for the last decade plus. And the fact that Lena made that run at the World Series of Poker main event this year kind of connected it for a little while, and it was really fun, you know? Because Victor Blom really hasn't had that. And there have been a lot of amazing online players like Phil Galfond and stuff, but they've kind of ventured into live. And Lena hadn't really had that success until this year.
No, he was
not at that level, I mean.
He was very happy to hang out in Sweden.
It just kind of, you know,
make millions and millions of
quietly
dollars.
Win it behind his computer.
Yeah, play some intramural football, whatever he's doing out there. I don't want to make too many assumptions about his life, but it is Sweden, right? Did I get
win
that right?
$50 million online. So I just think it's a treat for us to be able to see him playing live, and then here, you know, coming to Rosvadov and again playing. Victor raising on the button. Jesus calling. Oh, that is a flop and a half for Victor.
And a little something for Jesus.
Yeah, he's got a gut shot.
He will be sticking around. There is a small contingent of some of the best MTT players online in the world that all come out of the Scandinavian countries. And I believe that they have a bit of a crew together. I'm sure chat will come up with the screen names better than I will, but I believe Darwin's in there. A few of those well-known online MTT names. And for a long time, those guys were relatively unknown, what they had going on, what they were up to. They were kind of a question mark in the poker world. All we knew was that they were crushing tournaments. And Lena was kind of their leader in our minds a little bit. He was, he was the biggest winner of the group.
Surzat, Hasu, folding to Jack 8, still our chip leader by a large margin with 11.7 million. Nobody else with more than 4.4. I mean, that is a wide margin. I am kind of surprised that Hasu just quickly gave up there with Jack 8. There's a lot going on the, on a 9-7 deuce board. He doesn't have a spade in his hand, but he's got the gut shot. He's got the overs. He also has the chips.
Yeah, I did not think he was going to let that one go so easily. Not having a spade in his hand, changes how he wants to play it a little bit. But just generally, if you have a gut shot and an over, and it's a gut shot to the nuts, it's kind of a no-fold type of situation, unless they bet really big.
And he can also put a ton of pressure. I mean, as the chip leader.
Yeah.
How does your opponent react to... I mean, the funny thing is he check-raised earlier on with 7-5 on that when he flopped 2-pair. I would have liked to have a spade in my hand, but I don't think that last hand was a terrible candidate. Check-raise you?
No, or, I mean, you can... Every option's on the table there. You could check call, and then on certain runouts, you can find plenty of bluffs with your hand. You can check raise. Depending on your opponent's stack, you could find the check jam. Perhaps not something one might recommend in that particular situation.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat says, Dan DeVoris is card dead. Well, he's finally picked up a hand that he can play.
Jimmy Bluffett, what's up, buddy?
All in.
Well, he found one he can go with. This is under a 10 big blind shove. We just saw Cabral call with King Jack of diamonds. How about Queen Jack?
Yeah, he might be flicking it in here. Oh, he just limped. Actually,
1-1.
If he had raised, he's almost definitely going to call, right?
Yeah, I feel like he would have been perhaps committed in that point. At least in his own mind.
Yeah, it's $1 million to call, but at this point, Cabral's only got 3.5.
The limp may allow him to get away. Yeah.
Can I see that, please?
No.
Daniel, please.
Just be happy. You saved yourself some money. Can I get that?
You had the best hand?
You didn't give me the whole pot.
You had the best hand or not?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Wow, Daniel is not having it.
Yeah, Dan DeVoris doesn't say much at the table, but... Speaking of Dana DeVoris, in 2023, did you know Dana DeVoris rounded out the podium finishes and narrowly missed out on back-to-back WSOP Diamond High Roller wins? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
No, well, there you go. Now you know.
What does that mean, rounding out the podium finish? Did you get 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, podium, like the Olympics. Gold, silver, bronze.
What's the Olympics?
Hold on a second. I'm just going to make a phone call to the wonderful people over at GG. Can I get a different color commentator? Please.
So they're saying he got first and second. He almost got first again, but he ended up taking third or something of that.
Yes, he rounded out the podium. Rounded out would mean third. Bronze.
Good for you, man.
Good for you. Jesse Sylvia alongside me. I'm David Chuckman. Thank you for spending your Friday here with us. We're in Rosvadov for the World Series of Poker Europe 2024. You might be thinking, hey, we're done, right? No. We got the main event coming up. 5 days of amazing coverage coming up for you starting tomorrow. Day 1B action. And the World Series of Poker isn't done after that. We'll be in the Bahamas in December.
We sure will. That's going to be a crazy event.
I'm waiting for a phone call. I'd love to go to the Bahamas. I haven't been in a while.
I'd love
to go to the Caribbean.
$50 million guaranteed.
Yeah, it's crazy.
$25K, that's wild.
$50 million guaranteed. If you can make it, you do not want to miss the World Series of Poker in the Bahamas. Hopefully I will be there. Starts to get a little bit cold in California in December. Brr.
Does it?
No.
It's tough out there?
It's very rough,
Tough
yeah.
in those, where are you, the Palisades?
I am in Pasadena. But yeah, waking up and it's, you know, I know most of our audience is European, so I'll use European. Waking up and it's like, you know, 16 degrees. Oh.
I thought Palisades was a good reference. You talk about the cold.
Match Point says, yeah, I'll go get 25K real quick. Well, listen, you can satellite in, buddy. So 50 million guaranteed. And the great thing about the WSOP in the Bahamas, if the poker doesn't go well for you, the beach is steps away.
Guys, I can nearly guarantee you that GG Poker is running satellites around the clock to that event.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest live events of all time.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Satellite into a satellite into a satellite that gets you in, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You want to get to the Bahamas, everybody.
Do you know what you start with about? That's good. That's good.
Yeah, Victor has Foxen covered. Foxen probably looking over going, yeah, those are my chips. Those should be my chips.
Do you know what you started with? Yeah, that's the exact amount that would be in my stack if you didn't hit a 4. You know, this strikes me as a very close situation. I think 9-10 might peel, but you do have to respect the fact that Blom's range is going to be quite tight when he's on this stack size. Yeah, I like this fold.
Yeah, you see a lot of players, good players, defending their big blind pretty liberally throughout a tournament, but once you get to the ICM situations at the final table, you see them starting to fold hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously, any time earlier yesterday, she's certainly calling, defending 10-8.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing for chips, very easy call. But
Daniel,
when you're playing in a situation where folding is actually making you money, things start to change very quickly.
Sorry.
You have like 2?
Oh, no.
More?
Oh, yeah, a little bit more.
We are playing with a shot clock, everybody. 8 players remain. We're 3 away from the money. 3 of these players will have battled for 2 hard days and get absolutely nothing except a GG on the way out. Mustafov, who's been pretty quiet, the Bulgarian, going to 240,000.
I know Cabrel's supposed to fold this hand, but I would love to see a little
3 million started, yeah?
a little
Ready?
queen-on-queen violence here.
Oh, he's going to fold. This is just a little bit of a Cabrel dance.
Yeah. Poke a little fun at your table mate. You can tell that Mustafov's already over him as well. And if we can tell, Martin can definitely tell. He tends to hone in on the people that don't enjoy his antics at the table and really interact with those people.
I do kind of wonder, though, is he doing it to annoy his opponents, or is it just that's the way he gets in his zone? And to me, I feel like it's the latter, but I could be wrong.
I found it's better not to think about those things. Better not to wonder.
Don't wonder. Blinds are 6120. They're going to pop up to 8160 pretty soon. And at that point, you start doing the math and you realize we just don't have that many chips in play. Each player started with 1 million chips. We had 30 entries. Even with my limited mathematical skills, I can tell you there's 30 million chips in play.
That was pretty good, Zuckman.
Yeah, quick too, right?
Yeah.
Nothing gets by me. Foxen with ace-5.
All in.
And she is all in. Now just a question, do the blinds wake up with something?
Oh, no.
no.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yes.
So this is about a, what, let's see, 13.5 big blind shove?
Yeah. Somewhere in that vicinity.
14 big blind shove?
You generally tend to shove a lot of the offsuit aces that you're playing. And if you're doing some min raising, it's with some of the suited aces. When you reach a final table, things flip a little bit in that regard, but not always. Ace 5 off is just a great candidate for a bluff jam. You get a few better aces to call, or to fold, I mean. And Ace 5 is just a particularly good low ace.
Cabral re-raising. Mustafa.
Oh.
And there's another ace.
Yeah, seeing that ace is just brutal for Chrissy. I don't think that she saw it, but, you know, as a viewer, as a fan.
So pretty unlucky for Chrissy. She had ace-queen versus ace-4, hit her ace. But the 4 on the turn keeps her having a big stack, and now just a few hands afterwards, her tournament life on the line. And we know one of the aces is her dead.
But 9 of diamonds, okay? Okay? Okay, 9 of diamonds.
She can win with running queens, by the way.
Running queens? Okay. That's an option. A queen on the turn would be fun, right?
Yeah, why not?
Double, well, add some outs. We'll put it that way, not double. There's only one dead ace.
9 of diamonds.
This is tough.
The ace of hearts.
Yep, ace of hearts would not help her now.
Oh, I have flush draw. I didn't see that. But 9 of
Cabral
diamonds
does
is
pick
okay.
up the flush. Fox in one card away, and that is going to do it for 4 clubs on the river. And the 4-time bracelet winner will have to wait another day to win bracelet number 5.
Such a brutal game, Tuckman. If she just holds versus the ace-4, she has enough chips where she just raises a normal size on the button there with ace-5 offsuit, if she even gets dealt that hand. And in no way, shape, or form does she go broke against the pocket jacks.
Yep. Kristen Foxen, just so easy to root for her. Unfortunately, that will not help you now. She has gone in 8th place. We're down to 7. And our villain, Martin Cabral, just piling more chips. He is definitely the most active player at the table. Not just with his talking, but also with his chips and his cards.
Well, he's had a number of hands, and they've all been...
3 million.
Yeah, but he's kind of also
the winner at Showdown.
Think about it, Jack 9 of spades.
True,
Victor,
true.
King Jack of diamonds.
Yeah, he was in there with a few mediocre ones. I think the Jack 9 of spades is a little more standard. I think the King Jack perhaps is... now we're talking about potentially a pure fold that he decided to flick it in.
So we are 2 away from the money. How does that affect the play? Does that change anything?
Yeah, if you look at this table, there's a number of short stacks in the 1 to 3 million range. All of those guys have to be very patient. They're trying to wait each other out.
1.3 started.
I want to talk for a moment about our chip leader, Sizrat Hasu, who's actually been quite tight at this final table. Does he have the ability now, and I'm not saying that he's going to do it, but does he have the ability now to really kind of be the table bully?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the dream spot for him. He has such a massive stack compared to even the next biggest stack. I think he has almost 3x the next biggest stack. Well, maybe now Martin's up to 5 or so, but
Huge lay down this hand.
there's such a disparity between him and the next biggest stack that he can really go to town on these blinds.
Like not even doubt. Pocket 9.
Yeah, note that Martin just folded the king-queen offsuit on the button to that open.
Tell me if you agree. Nobody on this table would fold it in that position.
If you had pocket 9s, I agree you should fold.
I think nobody. Maybe one guy. You.
Me?
Maybe. You are good enough to fold. Was it good fold on my side? I think so, yeah?
Did you have 9s?
Huh?
Yeah.
I didn't even use time bank. I
think that's the fastest decision you've made so far at this table.
Thank you. I take it as a compliment.
I love that he's bragging about this king-queen fold, but he had his opponent smoked.
Yeah. I do think that you can kind of glean a lot into how a player perceives another player based on what they're doing, and you see him folding to Daniel Divorce. I think clearly he's respecting Daniel Divorce, and the fact that Daniel Divorce hasn't played many hands maybe just thinks Divorce is a little bit tighter in that spot than he is.
Well, also, Divorce raised off of 10.5 big blinds or so. He min-raised, and I think he just thought that he was very polar. But I think snap folding there is also not giving Daniel enough credit, saying, like, I think you only have the really good hands here, like the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace-king suited, and you don't have the weaker side of this, which is the king-10 offsuits, maybe like the queen-jack offsuits, which clearly Daniel's good enough to have, and we see he actually had one of those hands. So, I don't know. I think you're under-respecting your opponent, and obviously you cannot afford to do that against a player of Daniel Divorce's caliber.
Interesting flop. Both players kind of a little bit around this with the gut shots. Although a flop that maybe the big blind should be more around.
Yeah, I would say so. The big blind has a little bit of the 10-6 suited type of hands. For the most part, I think it's a better flop for Cabral. It's fairly disconnected.
He's just going to have a 10 more.
Yeah, he'll have a few more 10s relative to his total hands. He'll also have all the overpairs, which Kamowski just won't have.
60.
No, I know we can see the cards, so I can clearly say it would be a raise would be great. But what do you think about a check raise here? Kamowski, he's got the gut shot. He's got the club.
I love this, personally.
Yeah.
He's got backdoor clubs. He has a gut shot to the nuts. He also has a number of, well, not a number of cards, but he has some cards that will turn him open-enders, and he can continue in that capacity. It's nice to have 5-4 in your range. When the turn's a 7, you now have a hand to barrel with that isn't one of the upper gutters that made a pair or a straight. So you want to still have bluffs in that situation.
Nice play there by the Italian. Seven players remain. 5 will earn at least 132,900 euros. First place, 529,000.
Oh, wow. Maybe.
By the way, of the 7 players remaining, 3 of them looking for their first bracelet.
Wow.
He's saying move it back a little bit so you can pitch cards. Yeah.
We didn't mention Lena in the no bracelet zone, right? Lena's won some sort of online bracelet event, I assume.
Yeah, enough, man.
Or is Lena one of them?
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Yeah,
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I
that.
could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
40.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamowski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? in this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Komorski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hasu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Komorski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hasu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hasu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, 6.9 million. Hasu down to 9.7 million. So Cesrat Hasu kind of sticks his head out of his turtle shell for just a moment, but gets smacked right
back in there. Yeah, yeah. That's a very apt metaphor for what just happened. That was the first big bluff we've seen out of him in 2 days. Runs right into the flush. To be fair, you don't really want to bluff the guy who makes a flush every third hand.
Yeah. But that's the part of poker to me that always kind of messes with your head because, you know, you're thinking there going, oh, that's why I don't bluff. What's the point? And you go, no, well, you happen to run into like the top of your opponent's range.
Yeah.
Like what happens when they just have one pair?
Yeah. I think that's there are a lot of hands that Martin could have, like ace-jack with the ace of diamonds. Sometimes he'll bet those on the flop, but if he checks those back, they're calling turn, and then they're easily folding river. Or maybe he has something like pocket sixes with a diamond that's folding the river.
240.
Cabral, despite the fact that he has never been the chip leader at this final table, is undoubtedly the table captain.
Yes, he is the table captain at any table he will ever play at and has ever played at. That much is for sure. I think he announced 240 and then just stuck out a full stack of white chips. Is that what just happened there?
No, he said 240.
No, I know, but I think he just put out a full stack of white chips to signify that he was betting.
Oh,
I don't know. I later on in the day I'll have to go. Oh no, his chips are just way out on the table. My fault.
Yeah, he's disregarding that line, which is, by the way, for those of you who are new to poker, it doesn't mean anything. It's just for design. There's no like, oh, if you put your chips over the line, that's not a real thing.
Yeah. What is it based on then? Intention?
Yeah, it's based on forward movement. If you move your chips forward,
okay,
it's a call.
But you have to move them past your chip stack, I assume, right? So if you put them out,
I mean, some tournament directors and some dealers can certainly they can say you called or you bet if you just move forward with forward motion. You know?
Got you.
And obviously that's there are some players that take advantage of that and will kind of play with their chips a little bit and see if they can get a reaction. But generally speaking, the rule is forward motion is a call or a bet or, you know.
By the way, Jesus desperately trying to just defend against this guy who's testing him for chip lead. Getting in there with the king jack versus king 3 scenario and just running into the freight train of the 3 flop.
Definitely.
There's just nothing you can do when a guy's running this hot.
There's the bracelet, and it is it's a beaut, no doubt about it.
Yeah, we need that overhead shot again. I really like that.
Cabral looking for his 3rd bracelet of his career.
Behind. So yeah.
And you, Daniel? Victor, do you know?
1.45. 1.4.
265.
Cabral's just going to continue raising. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. What does he have here? Jack 8?
Yeah. I'm going to go with the jack of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Sure.
Wow, you're getting really specific.
I was close.
Well,
I was close.
He had the jack of clubs.
Actually, really, you were close. Oh, Nicholas.
Now, do you just call this with the ace-queen, or do you just move all in?
No, I think you just move all in. You're actually very incentivized to shove a number of hands here because when your opponent has this many chips, when he's this aggressive, etc., he's opening a wide range of hands and picking up the chips in the middle, the blinds, the antes, and the raise is so significant to your stack that you're just shoving a lot and trying to utilize that fold equity.
I don't believe Cabral is going to call this.
This is 1.5, yeah? Thank you.
Is he? What do you think?
I can't imagine he puts the chips in here, but
I mean, do you really want to double up Lena?
I would guess you do not. I've stopped trying to predict what Martin will do.
I won.
You won? Yeah. Okay, then you have some money. You can gamble, yeah? So sick. No, pass. I stopped watching 3 people. Pass.
Good decision.
It was okay, eh? Come on.
A little bit of a dig there, right? I stopped watching 3 people. Did you win? Oh, you won. Good. Okay, you have money.
It was just on time. Relax, okay?
I stopped watching with 3 left when a guy took 3rd. What happened is definitely a needle.
Nobody ever take it. I haven't used it yet. So many times people go 1 second over. I never did it. I will be careful. I never did it. Yeah. I mark it before 0.
Also,
you won it, yeah?
3rd.
Sir?
3rd.
No, I'm joking. I saw that.
I figured.
Take a look at our leaderboard. Danny DeVoris nursing an 11 big blind stack. Lena kind of fighting there. He's still in there. He's got 17 bigs. Victor Blom just above him with 18 big blinds. Surzat Hasu, our chip leader, with over 30% of the chips. But Martin Cabral has been the story. And
this money. You need it.
as I said earlier, I mean, it feels like every story needs a villain, and Cabral is, well, he's filling that role well.
I can't 4 and lost 6.
You only get 4. $6 million.
We all got to do something in this world, Tuckman.
Don't gamble too much. That's a good gamble.
I mean, the funny thing is that, you know, in whether it's sports or whether it's poker, I think fans have always wanted players to speak their mind and have a personality and not just, you know, use the same cliche vanilla answers. Like, hey, I'm just happy to be here. I'll do whatever I can to help the team, right? So in a world like that, it's kind of fun to see, you know, somebody like Cabral. You know, we want that.
Oh, yeah. Look, you may not want that when you're in a pot with the guy and you're trying to run the bluff and he has a flush.
You don't want to win or you have set? Okay, turn.
I mean, could Cabral be the European Phil Hellmuth? Or is that Tony G?
Oof.
Can you imagine?
That's a good
By the way,
question.
can you imagine being at a table with Phil Hellmuth, Martin Cabral, and Tony G?
I feel like if you get enough of those guys at the table, what ends up happening is one guy just goes alpha of the alphas, and everyone else kind of has to just stop.
Right. To me, it kind of feels like one of those, alligator versus, python fights.
Yeah. Alien versus Predator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. In the case of Alien and Predator, I don't know Martin Cabral, Tony G, and Phil Hellmuth. Which one's the alien? Which one's the Predator?
Well, Martin's the alien. I know that much. I don't know who the Predator is.
Watching Tony G play Phil Hellmuth is one of the most enjoyable things ever. Actually, watching Tony G play against anybody is one of the most enjoyable things ever.
Yes. No, but he's particularly tough on Hellmuth.
Oh,
and it creates wild.
Because he knows. It's like, I know what I'm doing is annoying you, so I'm just going to do it more.
And also, I think in his mind, he's like, dude, you dish it out more than anyone.
Exactly.
And you never take it.
205.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, this is nice. The double check back bet. This is kind of a classic hand for it. Just the no equity, doesn't really want to barrel anywhere else. But now that he's made it to the river, he has some tens he could value bet. He has some very weak aces that might check twice.
How can you?
Yeah, and look, he gets a king high to fold.
No wonder you were hurt. No wonder. Like seriously. How can you let me win this hand? Ace 10 8. Just bet one blind. I thought. I promise. I promise on the flop.
I believe you.
I was thinking you have set of tens after flop. You did not, yeah? Or you hero folded river? No? Hero fold river? River, set of tens? That would be awesome. Good fold. River, I think I was
After every hand he
minimum
beats you.
Silver medal, minimum.
You just got to hear it.
Probably gold.
Oh, it's suffocating, Tuckman.
But what was that? Sorry, I am 60 in.
Shout out to Joe Bob in the chat who says, what a yapper. Yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Joe Bob.
Yeah, we can come up with all the fancy words we want, but I think what a yapper is exactly, that's it. You hit the nail on the head. Done. Sue opening up with ace 3. Gets the ace 9 to fold.
Hisu has seen what Martin is up to, and he wants in on the action.
250 is the race.
Yeah, Sue is up to about 12 million in chips, so.
You have 9 million about? Nothing behind? 9.5?
I don't think you're getting a lot out of this man.
It's fun when we can't see the cards because it kind of puts us all, you at home and us in the booth, in a situation. You go, okay, you're watching your opponent, you're watching Cabral. What does he have? Does he have something? Apparently, no.
Cabral appears to really just want to make his opponent sweat it out. I think he feels like every pot is his pot.
Only one.
And if you're going to enter the pot, even if you have a hand, he's going to make you sweat it out a little bit.
It's just a little bit unpleasant to play with him. And I think that's part of his strategy.
Just a little bit, huh?
The World Series of Poker Europe 2024 coverage brought to you by GG Poker. David Tuckman, Jesse Sylvia in the booth calling the action. Carlencio on the floor, getting us all the live footage from the floor.
I think they're going to give you a GPI award for understatement of the year.
Do they have that award?
They do now, buddy.
Sweet.
Hisu finally picking
Might
up.
be the only way I get an award.
Yeah. Come on.
Hey, listen. I might be outside of Matt Savage being nominated for the Hall of Fame 84 times and not winning. I might be the most nominated for the Global Awards without winning one.
250?
That should be a category.
Most nominated?
Yeah. You could get second in that as well.
I think there's one. I think there was a soap opera star. I forgot the name. Susan, somebody who was nominated like 21 times for an Emmy and never won.
Wow. That's tough.
So
That
I'm
is
not
tough.
quite approaching that level, but Sue. Now he's picked up kings this time, and you wonder, does the table kind of feel like, okay, is the chip leader feeling his oats?
Yeah.
They
Bit
don't
frustrating
know he
there,
had kings
too.
there.
Yeah. Definitely a bit frustrating. But, you know, whenever you're chip leader and you're kind of just raising a lot and mashing the table, and you pick up a big hand and it gets through, you have to take that into account as, yeah, well, while that's going on, I'm also picking up some pretty weak hands and getting those through as well.
Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett and Patrick Schnar pointed out Suzanne Lucci. Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but she was nominated like somewhere around 20 times for an Emmy and never won. So it would be the Suzanne Lucci Award.
I'd like to hear an Eminem verse where he uses Suzanne Lucci and then rhymes with it a bunch of times. Seems like a great one.
I mean, I think we know he can do it.
Yeah.
Robbie Stacks thinking that
Count, please.
Kamoski is going to win this. He said he's got that aura around him. Quiet, confident.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Blom is all in.
I like that pick. Meanwhile,
Yep, Victor Blom is all in.
yeah, this
Blinds,
is
by the way, are now 81.60, so this is not as big a shove as you might think. The original raise from Cabral to 320. It's about 1.5 back to Cabral.
No, it's not a massive shove, but this is sort of the classic final table conundrum hand. Pocket twos, you're only flipping at best. You know that.
But you're getting a price.
You're getting a great price, but flipping kind of sucks even when you're getting a price when there's ICM.
Big win for Blom as he adds about 30% to his stack without a flop.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup for him.
No?
Perhaps a little too good of a price. Maybe Martin should have flicked it in.
Only for you.
Hey, well, ask the chat. Chat, who are we rooting for? What team are you on? Are you on Team Cabral? Are you on Team Blom? Are you on Team Lena?
Are you okay to take
You want
longer
Divorce
break
to
after
come
that?
back.
No?
Who are we cheering for, everybody?
Train is running. Train. Yeah. Bulgaria train.
I'm not
Bulgaria
sure.
train?
I thinking why not people coming to play high stakes, but I think maybe because of you.
What?
Everybody not come because of you.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe I not come anymore here. This is unbelievable.
Running bad?
No.
Running good? Enjoy life. Enjoy life. Enjoy life.
I enjoy life, but no.
Just enjoy.
The table is not enjoyed.
Sorry, how much is the call?
Bulgarian not
But
pulling
I
any
understand
punches.
Why no people come to Kings now
160.
to play high stakes?
Call.
I'm here second time in this year. Maybe first. First or
Better to
second.
not come.
Better?
Better stay Prague.
Yeah? When you
Well,
double
that's
up,
that.
It will be better mood.
No.
It will.
If you bust, I'm good mood.
Enjoy ferry.
I think everybody is happy if you bust.
No.
I think. I gonna bet
No.
100,000 euro on this.
So blinds at 80,000, 160,000, as I mentioned, 30 million chips in play. So under 200 big blinds now amongst the final 7 players.
No understand.
Omar wants to know why the Bulgarian is mad. Explain, fellas.
Well, it's a slow, ongoing thing. You have to really watch the last couple hours, gain some insight. No, it's Cabral.
Yeah,
it's because of Cabral.
Yeah, I mean, he's claiming that it's just, it's not an enjoyable experience to play with Martin, and he's saying, I can neither confirm nor deny this, he's saying that the numbers are a little bit lower at the high roller events because people don't want to play with Cabral. That's what he's suggesting. Again, I can neither confirm nor deny this. I have no idea. But I do believe that Cabral doesn't care.
I would have to imagine at this point
that he just doesn't care.
Yeah. Or if he does, he can't help himself. It's one of the two.
Daniel, can you tell me what you have behind, please?
You don't see a player on about 6 big blinds calling too often out of the big blind, but Divorce is like, you know what?
Yeah.
Let me flick one in and see if I get lucky.
He has the type of hand.
895.
Thank you.
885.
Thank you.
And if he gets a pair, a flush draw, a straight draw, he's going with it, but he has completely, well, not completely whipped. He's got a gut shot.
You said 885?
Yeah.
440.
Oof. That is such a good size to cause Daniel to not be able to peel the flop with his gut shot. If he bet 200,000, Daniel would certainly be speculating. Not so much trying to hit the gut shot, but speculating on the chance to hit the nuts or, win the pot. If it goes check, check, he can bluff river. I think between the two, there's enough equity there. But when Martin bets 400,000, it's a lot more difficult. Uh-oh.
Did you know? Apart from his poker career, Martin Cabral founded the data analytical trading company Imatic and the esports team Entropic. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Well, there you go.
Tuckman.
Look at that. We're not here. Wait, we're not here just for poker. We're here to entertain you. We're here to educate you as well. Martin Cabral, like a lot of these high rollers, they invest in a lot of different things, and they have found success in a lot of other ventures as well.
Wow, respect to Martin. Data analytical training is not a soft field.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that, are you?
No, I'm not really surprised.
Cabral seems like a really smart dude.
Yeah, he seems like a hyper-intelligent human being. And he's obviously quite motivated. He has the energy for it, Tuckman. We can see he has the energy. He hasn't stopped to take a breath in 4 hours.
885.
Divorce is all in. His Sue kind of has to call, right? He's getting 3-1.
Yeah, just a little too sweet of a price.
Yep.
It's a nice hand matchup for Divorce.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Yeah, I think so.
You're getting it in against the chip leader, and you're just hoping that you're live.
Yeah, you're thrilled to see the 9-6 of the same suit. Obviously, you'd like to see the 10-7 of the same.
Right.
Well, not the same suit, but. Ooh.
Yeah, not a good start. An 8, though, would give Divorce the hand. A jack or a 10, fine as well.
Thank you.
The 8 would give both players a straight. And Divorce, 1 card away from being eliminated. Need a jack, a 10, or an 8 on the river. Here it is, folks.
Not that often you see an all-in and an FT, and the ace doesn't matter.
It's a jack!
Wow, look at that.
And the dealer kind of flipped it upside down and then showed it eventually. Divorce doubling up to $2.1 million. Hasu down to $9.1 million. And the man who finished in 3rd place in last year's high roller event, last year's high roller diamond event, not going away anytime soon. He's still in there. It's like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm not going anywhere.
Nice hand, Daniel.
I mean, that's a run out that will get your heart pumping right there, Tuckman.
Yeah.
Keith W says slow rolled by the dealer. I don't know if you noticed that the dealer tried to flip the card over and it double rotated back face down. He probably saw a little paint, but he didn't know which one it was.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the dealer, I just claim that I did that on purpose. Own it.
9-6.
It looked
Very
pretty
sexy.
cool. Very stylish
Very
twist to the
sexy.
card there.
Right. The ace-4, the hand that was so good for Victor Blom. Mustafov's not going to play it, though. Komoski with a pretty queen jack. Just patiently waiting for a better spot. Divorce now. Back in business with about 14 bigs.
Yeah. Business is a booming compared to earlier. Nicholas back in that 10 big blind range.
Yeah, small blind, big blind, violence, Cabral.
Very good. This spots bind versus bind. No, I see 0 mistakes so far. Oh no, 1 mistake. Ace 10 8. Let's see. Double down. Baccarat.
Natural 9.
Natural 9. Natural 9.
I think Lena's the last surviving player who doesn't mind Martin's antics.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, if he does mind, he's putting on a good act.
Lena's like, bro, I won $4 million this year already. There's nothing you can say to really bother me.
That's a good point.
And that's just in one tournament. That doesn't even count all of my online accolades.
I'm going to come out and say that. Listen, if I can win $4 million in a tournament, I will.
It'll be cool for a while.
I will sit next to Cabral for a long time.
Oh yeah.
I'll go on a cruise with him. I'd even share a cabin with him.
I imagine a cruise ship with just you and him are
Just
the only
me and
two people
Cabral.
on the
That's
ship.
it.
Yeah,
That's it.
That'd be great. You're just across the pool from each other. David.
I feel like, listen,
How is your side of the pool?
I feel like it could be like a Mr. Beast challenge or something. Like how many hours, like it would be like one of those challenges. How many hours can you spend with Martin Cabral? I'll throw that out to the chat, guys.
The last one standing gets a jet.
Yeah. No, like, $100,000 or $250,000.
I like this.
How many days can you spend with Martin Cabral?
Yeah.
1105.
A raise from Komoski. Cabral 3-betting. Komoski quickly folding. And Cabral, by the way, now up to $8.4 million. The train that is Martin Cabral cannot be stopped.
It does not appear that it will be stopped.
He is an absolute beast. From the get-go, by the way, he sat down. He picked up queens versus aces. Obviously a cooler. Hit the queen. His tournament life could have been over there. Instead, he wins some chips. Doesn't double up because he doesn't raise pre-flop. Very unconventional. But he kind of just grabbed the mantle right from the start, the alpha at the table, so to speak, and just has chipped up and chipped up and chipped up. We're about 30 hands into this final table.
Oh, Lena. Okay.
10 big blinds. Is this a raise call-off or just a shove?
It appears to just be a shove. I'm going to cheat and just say that
Whatever
the play
Lena
is whatever
does.
Lena does, yeah. That seems like the easy route out.
Whatever he does is right.
Oh. Mustafa? Oh, never mind. It's not on him yet.
No.
He is not tanked at all. So if he was in the tank and it was actually on him, I would assume that he has a hand that's going with it. Or a very close decision.
Welvin de Great says Blom is the best player on the table for sure. I don't think there's any doubt that Victor Blom is an amazing poker player. I don't know if it's for sure, though.
Yeah,
You got
that's a
some-
tough call.
You got some studs at this table.
He might be the best cash game player on the table. He could very well be the best heads-up player on the table. Back to back. I'm still imagining you on a cruise with.
I mean, it's a big
Martin.
enough cruise. I can just get away from him, couldn't I?
No. That's not in the rules.
Right. Well, if you're going to do that, I mean, why
I
not?
want you guys within like a 100-foot radius of each other. You can split the pool, but you're not gonna like hide in the gym while he's out on the deck.
Right.
If you're at the spa, he's right there next to you. You're getting couples massages.
I mean, he's not. I was going to say he's not going to ask me to like put suntan lotion on him, is he?
Oh, he's most definitely going to ask you to put suntan lotion on him. There's no shot that man doesn't ask you at some point.
There's at least an 80% chance that I'm jumping off that boat. Fortunately, I can swim.
Proč to nevzal z toho? Prosím? Proč?
2 away from the money. Min cash, 132,900. Players will take a break at the end of this level. We come back. The blinds will be 100,000, 200,000. meaning
Now
there'll be
it's okay,
150 big blinds in play.
Thank you. Thank you. All good. All good. All good. Thank you.
If we're still at 7 at that point, average stack will be about 22-ish big blinds. Mustafov in the cutoff with king 10. But just 15 big blinds. He's going to raise.
Daniel. 2,090,000.
See if Hasu
I have 2.3.
wants to use his stack. Put a lot of pressure on these other players. And he's going to call, it looks like.
Yeah, speculating here makes a lot of sense. He has this unique situation where when he has his opponent matching stacks with other short stacks and having to wait them out, he gets to take a lot of unique lines post-flop and find some away with in any other environment. But because of ICM, you might get after it a little bit more.
Mustafov's going to bet his pair of 10s with the king kicker. No turn necessary as Hasu quickly folds. And Cabral and Hasu are, I want to say, neck and neck for the chip lead now.
Yeah. One has been trending up, and the other one not so much. You really don't want Cabral to get a big chip lead, by the way. That's not going to turn the volume down at all if you're at this table.
No, chirp and chips are a real thing, and he doesn't need chips to chirp, so imagine when he gets them.
Yeah. This is from their point of view, of course. For me,
What is it?
Sign me up. This is great.
So
Sure.
Mister, yeah? No way.
I just keep having this vision of you guys on the cruise ship, and you're in the cafeteria at breakfast, and there's no one else there, and he's just on the other side of the cafeteria waving at you
I
constantly.
mean, listen, if you want to fund it, we can make this happen.
We can make this happen. If we have any billionaires in the chat that want to just rent out a whole cruise ship. David, he's screaming from across the cafeteria. David, did you receive fresh towels this morning? I think I don't have fresh towels.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm probably going to have that nightmare tonight. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night screaming.
David.
Oh, he's screaming to my wife. No. What's wrong?
What is your towel situation,
It's Martin Crabell. He's still there. He won't leave me alone.
Oh.
Welvin the Great says he's going to chip in $100. Thank you, Welvin. I appreciate that.
I will match that.
Oh, wow, we get $200.
We're 200 in.
Can we rent a cruise ship for $200?
Welvin, you really are the great, adding that $100.
Okay, this is, again, Hasu just really does not want to 3-bet these spots, so he continues to call Cabral as opposed to 3-bet.
By the way, I'm a little surprised Hasu isn't going after these spots with 3-bets. I just feel like when you have a player opening so much, your incentive should be to attack that whenever you have a strong hand. These King X suiteds, Ace X suiteds are really good hands for that sort of business.
Yeah, Hasu has Cabral covered, but the winner of this hand will be our chip leader.
Now, there's a lot to be said about controlling the size of the pot when you're up against the other big stack, but when they're getting this out of line, I think you really just want to play the 3-bet or fold game a lot more often out of position.
It's actually an interesting flop, by the way. Cabral has flopped a double gutter with backdoor clubs. Hasu's got top pair with backdoor hearts and the gut shot.
Yeah. An 8 would be pretty disastrous for Hasu. He'd be putting money on across at least 2 streets, perhaps 3.
Cabral's going to bet 350.
This could also be a costly one for Cabral.
Oh, absolutely.
If this runs out something like 2-3, he has a very nice combo to bluff with.
Yeah, I mean, if the turn's a 4 of clubs, what's he doing? Or the 4 of diamonds.
4 of diamonds?
Huh. Hasu's checking. I would imagine not to fold.
Now the question becomes, how much does Martin want to respect this chip lead versus chip lead situation? A check back here would not be the most ridiculous thing.
Now the one thing is, I was going to say, the one thing with Hisu is he has not been that sticky post flop.
Look, he finds the check.
Yeah.
That was nice.
I think when Hisu check calls the flop, he is just going to have a lot of kings, maybe a 10.
Yeah. And if he has a 10, because he peeled from the small blind specifically, it usually will have some sort of gut shot to go with it.
Can't see that. What is it? King Jack. King Jack. Nice hand.
Yeah, I think Cabral has a pretty strong grasp on who the players are at his table.
Yeah. You know, when Hisu peels from the small blind, he's got a bunch of ace-x suited type of hands, and then he has a lot of broadways. So when you bet that flop and he calls, you're not particularly interested in following it up with more bluffs.
Yeah, Hisu's just one of those players. He's, like I said, post-flop, pre-flop, he's quite sticky. He likes to see a lot of flops, it seems.
Yeah.
But post-flop, you know, we saw earlier on when he had the gut shot with Jack 8 and the overcards, where he just check folded.
Mm-hmm.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who's more apt to just, you know, if let's say he had pocket sixes there and he called pre-flop, he just lets it go.
Sure.
To one
yeah.
bet.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the second barrel doesn't make a lot of sense. If all the pocket pairs are going in the muck, if the low suited connectors, the ace-x's, all that's left is some very strong hands.
We've got a premium here for Hisu, but
Oh,
Blama's
wow.
got the premium with ace-king.
Sue just
Just a
finding
call.
the call. Nice. This may save him. Oh. Lena has a peel here. He will be in the mix.
Yeah, he's getting a nice price.
Yeah.
There's 1 million in the pot. It's 160 to call. So, I mean, you're getting 6 to 1.
Yeah, you'd prefer to be quite tight in the situation relative to how you would play outside of a final table, but Queen 8 suited just too strong. Has to flick it in.
There's 100.
A lot of diamonds. So we saw hearts and clubs are represented. And, of course, we see diamonds. Hisu does hit the jack.
How does he want to play this? It's a vulnerable hand. It might like betting here and getting a little protection from hands that would fold to the bet but could get there. Stuff like king, queen with no diamond. But if you're ever raised, you're in a really tough spot. He decides to bet, and he's going to be happy that he chose this particular route because he was facing both overpairs amongst his opponent's hands.
Yeah, nice little pop for Hisu. And Hisu, who only a couple of hands ago could have relinquished that chip lead to Martin Cabral, has now kind of grabbed it with a stronghold. He's back up to 10 million chips, back to 33% of the chips in his stack.
Thank you.
I believe that hand will take us to break. I could be wrong. Shazad Hisu on 10.49 million. Martin Cabral on 7.7 million. Those are the twos with the chips. And then we've got a lot of medium stacks all kind of battling. Two of these players will not make the money. The other ones will take home at least 132,900 and a chance for the bracelet and over €500,000 euros. We lost Stephen Chidwick in 9th, Kristen Fox in 8th, and apparently that is not a break. We still continue on here.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
we'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8. Just 36 years old. And he is going to He's going to get some action. Cabral calling. Divorce's tournament life on the line. $3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Divorce's life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Divorce wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is.
Call,
it's first and second, and then
Good
everybody
call.
else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for a run at once. Looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That
Knew it
is
will
a
be
terrible
tender, yeah.
window
Like,
card
open
right
it like
there.
you knew.
And Divorce needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick.
I agree.
One card
GG
remaining.
Daniel,
If it's not a 3, Daniel
GG.
Divorce is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Divorce, over 15 million in
Hey, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million, now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money as he gets eliminated in 7th place. And we are now officially on the money bubble. We are at 6. One of these 6 players will take home nothing
Okay, let's go.
for all that work.
Time is money.
You know, I actually wonder if Divorce said a single word at that final table.
The only time he said anything was when he raised with 5s.
1-8.
Cabral folded,
yeah.
and he said, no. That was it.
No, Cabral asked if it's if he could see his hand, and he said,
2.5.
"Just be happy, you saved money."
Right.
Like
That was a good
2.5.
line.
You have what?
I've actually watched a few of Daniel Divorce's coaching videos.
Oh, great
Victor,
video.
He
a
is
little bit more, yeah?
he is a phenomenal poker player, but not all players are great coaches, and he's a great coach.
1.7.
He is.
7?
Fun fact: him and I used to
very
battle
close,
at the
yeah.
510 streets
Yeah?
way back in the day,
320.
pre-Black Friday.
320.
And then
Who
you
got
know,
the best of it? back then?
I actually really don't remember, which means probably him slightly. But it wasn't like any big pots or
Yeah.
whatever. Or actually, probably me if I don't remember, to be honest.
I would imagine neither one of you, you both probably weren't thrilled when the other one was at your table.
Yeah. Well, you know, he went on to become Daniel Divorce, and I'm just some guy, so.
8 million.
8 million. That's a little bit of overkill.
Wow. Yeah, well, somebody knows how to abuse the bubble.
Yeah, he's putting on full pressure at this
I'm
point.
trying, man.
Well, and I think Cabrera's announcing to the table
for you.
loudly that, okay,
How much you
this
raise?
little
3.5,
raise thing
no?
that you guys are all doing, it's over now. I
Yeah.
have the chip lead, and we're on the money bubble.
Yeah.
So
Good luck
if
trying
it's not
to
his
employ
sue,
that
right?
strategy.
If it's not his sue, it's going
Yeah.
to be me. I'm winning every pot now.
And that's fair. That's how it kind of is in general. He's just making that more clear with the way he's announcing
Like,
his
if it
bet.
wasn't clear before, it is now. And that's what you earn, right? When you're on the money bubble and you've got the chip lead, hey.
Absolutely. Ooh.
Now.
Moski is just hoping that Cabral picks up something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can announce it all you want, but
pocket kings are pocket kings.
exactly. You got you got aces, or you get me knocked out. So be it. This time, Cabral's got nothing, unfortunately, for Kamoski.
Kamoski has to be cursing his luck right now.
Why you smile? when
'Cause
I
you know
go
Cabral
all in
doesn't need a real
when I
hand.
go 8 million. Why you smile? I go 8 million. Good trace.
Yep. Robert Beretta says the same thing. Cabral going to start bullying with the big stack now.
Oh, absolutely.
Chris, what was he doing before?
Yeah, that 10-5 raise in the hijack was a far cry from bullying. I guess that hand wasn't really bullying. That was more like he knew the flush was coming.
Probably true.
So, I mean, he raised a flush. What do you want from him?
X says, I have a poker crush on Martin Cabral, which goes back to what I was saying. He's a very polarizing figure.
He's just trying to get on the cruise ship. He wants to be the third man on that cruise ship. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think we're just going to keep it Martin and Tuckman. That seems like max pain for Tuckman.
You hate me.
Jimmy Bluffett says, Jesse, Martin the kind of guy at a buffet on the cruise ship. That's particularly funny because all the food's paid for ahead of time, but he's still trying to get max value out of the buffet. I like that.
980.
He would ask Tuckman.
Hold on a second. This is
here?
interesting. So you got chip leader versus chip leader, and I always wonder, in a lot of situations, you see the chip leaders kind of staying out of each other's way, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is a spot where Cabral is not. Look at that, King 5. He's going after the other chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, it may be an hour past where he's getting the information that Hisu is opening somewhat light, and he realizes in position he can really put a lot of pressure on him. Oh, Kamoski. This could be an interesting shove. He knows he has a considerable amount of fold equity because Cabral can have all these random bluffs. So shoving here would be really nice. And obviously we know the timing would be great.
Well, and it looks even stronger because of the bubble, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Like it looks like he's just got to be, if he moves all in, it looks like he's almost got to have the nuts.
You may receive folds from better hands than yours. If Martin has ace-jack offsuit, I think he may actually fold and just try to retain the chips.
He's going to let it go. I mean, honestly, if you would 3-bet even with ace-queen here, and you get a guy moving all in, that one off the money.
Yeah.
And you're like, I hate ace-queen right now.
Yeah.
I hate it.
You're not thrilled.
No. And with that hand, by the way, Martin Cabral has now taken over the chip lead. This is the first time since the start of day 2. Actually, probably the first time since midway through day 1 that Surzat Hisu has not been the chip leader.
Huh?
Wow.
Why are you smiling? You happy? Everybody happy.
What are you, the
here.
smiling police,
Everybody
Martin?
Happy.
Lena, the online legend, $15 million in online earnings, 3rd place at the World Series of Poker main event this year. Cabral and the hijack just starting to push this table around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is in full gear right now.
Yep. Victor Blom on the button.
320.
So Victor Blom, Isildur online. This is interesting. So in 2009, the 10 largest pots,
all involved him
in online poker history.
Fine.
All involved him.
Wow. It was the year of. It was kind of the year of Blom versus the world. I remember at one point
It was 2009. I like that. Blom versus the world.
It really was. He beat up on Dwan, and then
here today,
a few days later.
No air condition, Victor. No air condition. Nothing.
Come on.
Crazy hot. Okay, Mr. 6 million down. Your turn.
Oh, he just doesn't
What's
stop.
the feeling to
He
be
doesn't have an
6
off
million down
button.
per year?
No, he finds the one guy who still is okay with his antics, and he just needles him for not winning 6 million
At least
more.
some motivation, yeah? Otherwise, boring life, yeah? I love that style.
Blom, by the way, 34 years old,
I mean, in this
from
you can get
Gothenburg,
10%
Sweden.
Almost, yeah? It's not bad. 10%.
10 of these and we're back. Easy.
Because it's euros, so it's more than 10%. Okay. Very tight. Pass. Very tight. Say that to the stream. Very tight.
Yeah, that was very tight. Folding the
Because
9-4
Mr.
under the
-6
gun.
million, he's not gonna fold.
Cabral really tightening things up now.
1.3, 1.5 behind.
The chat is starting to turn on Martin. There's a bit of a roasting session going on.
Well, I mean,
Finally,
I
some
think
normal
Fuzzbuzz says it best. I love watching
see
him.
the flop.
Would
Finally.
hate, in all capitals, playing him. And I get it.
Without
I
flop.
get that.
It makes a lot of sense to me that Martin owns a sports team or is a part owner in
An
an
esports
team. I mean, that's a world where trash talking is a lot more prevalent and celebrated.
But can you imagine? Can you imagine being one of the players on his team?
Yeah, but I think that kind of comes with the territory a little bit.
Does it?
Oh,
Okay.
on his team.
Yeah. Like imagine he don't play well. What's he doing?
Oh, yeah, he
You have a
might be
bad
the
day.
kind of guy who's supportive to the teammates, but
Okay.
he's ruthless against the opposition. I don't know. That would actually be my guess. He doesn't seem like a naturally mean person. I think he just has no off button.
Yeah, I don't. He doesn't strike me as being malicious, but you know what? There are a lot of villains out there that are not malicious. Doesn't change the fact that they are villainous.
Yeah.
Pair of fives here for Nicholas Astet.
And he will win this pot.
He will.
I'm a little surprised not to see a bluff from him.
Your brother? Brother, yeah? He was second in that main event? He's down 4 million or what?
With his stack size, I would imagine that Hisu always shoves the king.
How you like it?
So he's not losing to too many hands, except for some of the traps that are like pocket nines, something like that. Pocket tens.
Could be. Oh, sorry. I give you like this. 160. Yeah. This is okay. Yeah. Probably walk anyway, right?
Probably.
Okay, I scan it just for spectators. But don't do
Who's
anything
that?
stupid. You get nice walk from.
I'll start with about 12 big
minus 4 million.
blinds. 9-7 suited.
No way. Open. Let's do that together.
Wow,
Yeah.
he's lucky he didn't shove. I thought he might shove that hand.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
It's an interesting situation because not only does he
just
have
too
this
good,
money
man.
bubble looming,
How can you be that good? Stacking 6 million and playing perfect poker. Wow.
Can you change?
but also he's in a blind versus blind
6 million
confrontation on
down.
the other side against another chip leader who is allowing him to see some flops.
this is Ganga.
And so I feel like he thinks there's a bit of value in there, like he may
I do that immediately. But
achieve
you know
picking
what?
up chips where he possibly
But
shouldn't
you
be.
understand, yeah? If they don't tell me, I would scan it when it's my turn, but I do that, yeah? I will concentrate, sorry. But I have no hands, Andy, you know? I have no hands today. Just no hands. I can't play. So, like, tilting. Really tilting.
I only have 9 flush today.
Andy, can we do a longer break, please?
Victor
Longer
Blum,
break, can we do?
34-year-old, pocket deuces under the gun. And he is going to gamble all of his chips.
Yes. How much?
Under 10 big blinds.
385.
Does it get through? Could we burst the bubble here? We are on the bubble. The next player eliminated takes home nothing. The remaining 5 guaranteed, just under 133,000. Victor Blum all in.
Yeah, it was very important pot for you before. Like, crazy important. Maybe 130, 300 euro.
Maybe.
It was like
Kamoski
crazy,
out of the
yeah?
way.
Check down to river. If I would be
Hasu
sitting
will
there,
not call.
You don't get it. Believe me. Sorry. But I'm happy for you.
Astet might, though. Pocket 8s on the button.
Oh, wow. This is pretty gross.
Lena versus Isildur. But instead of online, we're going to see it live.
He knows that Blom is under the gun. The blinds are going to come around. He will have less fold equity, so perhaps Blom slightly wider than he might normally be. But on the other hand, he also knows Blom has to be quite tight in this situation. And by default of the situation that they're in, he has to be quite tight. This is tricky.
Oh, he is thinking this through. Pocket 8s. Obviously, if he knew what his opponent was shoving here, he'd be fist pumping getting it in. I mean, what a dream scenario. You're just, you're hoping it's a flip. Maybe your opponent's got 6s or 7s.
Yeah. You're thinking about...
Oh, he's going to let it go.
Wow.
What a huge win for Victor Blom.
Wow.
I can't hear you, but...
The value of being the first person to say the words all
No
in
worries.
in these tricky ICM situations.
I did
Declan.
not think that was going to get through.
No.
I thought 8s were a call.
Oh, look, and that's our last hand. Blom is Blama's going to go to break very happy with that situation.
Oh, without a doubt.
Wow.
Still 6 players remain. We are 1 off the money. That is right. We are on the bubble. One of these players will take home nothing, but it's not going to happen now. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. When we come back, the bubble and more. Checks back the 7-7 deuce, 2-spade board.
Yeah.
And then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and have the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blind. Foxen picks up a legit hand, and attack is kind of early on was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with 5s, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket 10s.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket 10s is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack-high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just...
I mean, what do you do if it turns a 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, because to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like Attack's hand it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10s, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so that's why I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? She just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He does call.
He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and
my
she's the
God.
king.
This is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there. The ace-king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace-king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace-queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace-king can beat some stuff, like ace-queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace-king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the
Right.
tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said. I have 4. 4?
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Fox and raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful, in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but...
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Oh, ATAC finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back, that is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What
She went 75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas, a huge hit as always. Here we are in Rosvadov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvadov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah?
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of bull
Caribbean?
sharks in Rosvadov.
Rosvadov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. You should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of, like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, Foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw, Foxin, no hearts out there to speak of. Does have a gut shot.
Yeah. Depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or one spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chrissy's going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot, or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxin, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
She
Lose
would
more chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Chrissy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be her leading candidate. It would be something more like the Jack 10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king 10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in, just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Is that all then?
what a gut punch.
Yeah, that's...
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
That's really, truly brutal for Chrissy.
So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't know
idea, although it sounds like
that. Oh, wow.
they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you doing Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like
Technology is such a mystery to me,
I
Tuckman.
was kind of considering it. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. You're in technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Okay.
Well,
with like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back
amazing.
then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick coming in.
Sao Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxen out of the small blind?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that active stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxen calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxen has checked again. She check-called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them. This is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxen has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then
yeah,
you see this hand
you
played
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths for otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack tens out there.
Hello and welcome back to Kings Resort. We're in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, for the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. The 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller is down to 6. We pay 5, but we are down to 6 out of a starting field of 30. One of these players will take home over €500,000 euros and a World Series of Poker bracelet. We still have a few players left who are looking for their first bracelet. The story, though, has been Martin Cabral. Not only his antics, his speech play, the nonstop banter and harassment of the players' table, but his play He has been the table captain from the start. He is our chip leader with 38% of the chips in play, Jesse.
Not insignificant to note, Tuckman, while we were looking at the exterior of the King's Casino and you were speaking, I could hear Martin in the background still talking, still going.
By the
They're
way,
on break.
Look at Stephen Chidwick, eliminated by Martin Cabral. Kristen Foxton, eliminated by Martin Cabral. Daniel DeVoris, eliminated by Martin Cabral.
I'm starting to get the feeling that that's going to be a pattern.
Is that a trend?
We're going to find out. But
World Series of Poker Europe, the grind is on. We're down to 6. Jesse Sylvia alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. And, well, the blinds continue moving up. I believe they're actually 100,000, 200,000 right now. But we'll get a peek. But either way, the levels move up every 40 minutes. I don't know if there's 2 hours left in this tournament, maybe 3 hours left in the tournament, but it doesn't seem like it's got legs.
You would think, at the speed that we're moving, it will be concluded in the next few hours. One might assume.
Yeah, it's just math. Right now, there's 150 big blinds in play. You split that up 7 ways, and you've got about 21 point.
What I tell you 3 hours ago.
21.2 big blind average.
Heads up. You
right?
remember 3 hours ago?
Sounds like you've worked out the math ahead of time, Tuckman.
No, I did that right now, just on the head.
Good luck to you.
We have introduced pink chips, by the way. Those are 500K each.
Those are the big boys.
Yeah,
right
the rest
there.
of the table is wondering, going, well, if you've introduced them, where are mine? It's only our 2 chip leaders who have them. Surat Hasu, the German.
This is truly the have and have-nots.
I did it without anything.
At our current situation.
I'm getting better.
At the
Yeah,
final
no
table.
doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Martin, loving the fact that the other chip leader is behind him, so he just gets infinite opportunities to open or jam whenever it falls to him.
I don't even think he's... I don't know if he's that concerned.
No, he isn't, but it is always nice to be able to just shove and not have to worry about a competing large stack.
He is now on about 40% of the chips in play. Martin, the most successful Czech poker player, king of Rozvadov, king of King's Casino, so to speak.
And
wow.
we every seventh pot we give to Niklas because he's down 6 million for the year.
Appreciate it.
He already gave you one, so it's my turn now, yeah?
By the way, Cabral,
Bind versus bind, just don't fold, okay? Just call.
just an absolute beast.
Walk. Victor, please, move your hand, please.
It's almost unfair. Now you got Cabral get him cards, too.
Yeah. Well, he's had a number of hands before this, Tuckman.
What do the other players do now? I mean, what do the short stacks do? Are you just waiting out somebody and hoping somebody folds? Somebody kind of like picks up a hand and goes to battle? Or do you want to be the table? Do you want to kind of like take on the table bully, so to speak?
So if you're one of these shorter stacks, you know that you have fold equity.
Sorry. Okay.
I don't think this was a fold. I think this was a check from the big blind.
Well, Cabral just limped.
Yeah.
With jacks.
Which, by the way, when you're trying to put this much pressure on the shorter stacks, kind of a wild play.
Yeah, right. I mean,
it's going to work out the same as it would have if he had raised.
Guys, you okay? Can I
but
show only to him? You okay? Guys. For you. Only for you.
Even this is like...
Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Gentleman game. It's okay? It's okay. Only bit, Niklas is too smart. We can't show him.
I know, sorry.
Set of aces.
So Nicholas is too smart. What are you saying about him then?
No, I didn't have set of aces. You can ask him. So now it's your turn then.
Feels
your turn.
Slightly insulting.
I think it's fair.
Mustafa folding the ace-4 suited, fairly standard when a chip leader's behind you, but Hasu has been less active than most chip leaders.
Hasu all in from the small blinds.
There we go, Hasu. That's the right play for
Yeah,
sure.
he got the memo.
I like
Maybe
that.
so you wonder if somebody talked to him during the break.
7 hand.
You know, he might have.
7 hand, I said, yeah? Wait, this
He
is
might
3
have
hand, so no.
received a little ICM touch-up.
Nicholas, 2 more hands, okay?
I mean, let's not. I mean, listen. Hasu is no slouch by any means. I mean, you're talking about a German pros and playing high stakes for the last several years.
No, absolutely, but my money would be on him playing more of the bigger cash games.
Right.
I don't know for sure, but just the fact that he didn't shove the last small blind against Lena.
Walk him again.
Let me shove that one.
Yeah, he found it there.
My turn.
We have many
Look at
short
the
stacks
cards,
now.
okay? If he
In
folds,
fact,
I mean.
2 players have about
My turn. No?
75% of the chips in play.
That sounds
70%?
right. Yeah. Wow.
You show me now.
Look at that.
Yeah,
The shove from
Lena's
Hasu.
just forced to fold there. He would much rather, with the pocket pair, he needs to have fold equity, which he doesn't over the button open.
I'm sorry, yeah?
So he would much rather open jam a significantly worse
So
hand.
now it's my turn then.
And by the way, somebody in the chat was talking about how these guys are all high stakes players. They don't care about a min cash. Lena won $4 million in the World Series of Poker main event. Has won $50 million online.
Yeah.
And yet we saw him fold 8s, fold 4s.
Yeah.
Clearly, they care about the min cash.
Now my turn.
Because baked into playing, baked into being the best player, is properly valuing that min cash.
Everybody fine? It's good.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
So my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's a 3-bet. So he's attacking Hasu. And Hasu, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Hasu's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hasu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Hasu finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it, I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king-queen or some sort of ace-queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand. Let's say Martin occasionally does this with 8-10.
He has raised.
You said 3.5? Sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see? So, wait. Stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh, no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, $9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Hasu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Sue's got to be sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabral calls the raise.
Does Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Jesus is that strong, but I mean, Cabral would love to have King 3 with the King of Spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot is 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabral is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Jesus is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Jesus turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Jesus turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
It was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Jesus is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh, my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus... He checks it back.
He checked.
He knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting, Jesus in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match.
Jesus held it in well, but that is devastating, Tuckman.
Although,
your turn.
Let's say the river's not the 5 of spades. It's something else. Not a jack, right?
Sure.
Does Cabral bluff at it? Does Jesus find the call?
I want to
does
believe
Cabral
that he
win
does.
the hand anyway?
I want to believe that Cabral bluffs at it, and the answer to the second part of that question is I don't know. I really don't know.
What a turn of events here. Martin Cabral with 2/3 of the chips in play.
1 second.
We now have Cabral, and everybody else is short.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If Cabral wins this pot, this tournament is near over. I'm not calling it or anything, but look at the stacks. He's going to either raise or shove every hand from here on out.
Well, and the fact that we're on the money bubble, it's not just final table
that's what I'm
ICM
saying.
considerations. You're on the money bubble. You could make an argument where everybody else is just folding, unless they pick up aces or kings or something huge.
Yep.
They're just folding, waiting for somebody else to get knocked out.
This has become the literal dream scenario for Martin Cabral. This is what we all hope will happen to us one day in a big, high-stakes tournament. We'll have 64% of the chips in play, six-handed on the bubble, and we just get to rip everything and make our opponents cry until somebody busts.
I mean, is Cabral just 2.5x every hand?
If he doesn't shove.
You know something.
Well, I kind of feel like you can probably go 2.5x every hand because nobody's going to 3-bet shove unless they have it.
Yeah.
You don't risk anything. Maybe I'm wrong.
If blank coming, I would win, yeah? Or not? You would call? Blank, I go all in, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's not working.
And now you wonder, how does Hisu
Okay, I take
get the train back on the track, so to speak? You know, how does he...
Victor, please.
How does he collect himself from an emotional standpoint and from a mental standpoint to kind of, okay, hey, listen, he's still second in chips, by the way, right? I mean, second place is $353,000.
Yep.
It's important that he doesn't, lose his mind right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is a character-defining spot. Maintaining your composure here is wildly important. He's maintained his composure so much in this tournament.
Yeah, but he has not been tested like he is right now.
No, absolutely not.
I mean,
he hasn't been tested much at all. He's had a straight trajectory upwards.
And you could see when he knuckled on the river, he had a feeling that he was beat. And as I mentioned, Cabral with 2/3 of the chips in play.
Enrico?
But then to see how he was beat had to be sickening.
2.7?
Yeah.
I would be sick if I were in his situation.
2.5.
That is for sure.
2.9, yeah?
Again,
behind, yeah?
I think so.
The bubble,
No, less. 2.7 in the beginning.
one of these players will take home nothing. The other five guaranteed 132.9.
4 million.
Mustafov is livid.
He's not having fun.
No, he is not having fun. He's about an hour and a half past his having fun limit.
Yeah, for sure.
At this table.
Mustafov, that is Faredin Mustafov. He has 6.3 million in total live earnings. Third on the all-time Bulgarian all-time money list. And officially not having fun.
Can we get a not having fun graphic?
That's what I'd love to have, right? Not having fun. He does not like having Cabral on his right.
I mean, to be fair, his ear is in direct.
No. Hey, listen. I'm not.
Everything that's said from Cabral goes through his ear to the other players.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in.
I might ask for a special exemption where I can have an earplug on my right side there.
Oh, Hisu. Here we go.
Yeah, he's going to double up here.
Whoa, this is significant, Tuckman.
That's huge. Huge spot.
Yeah.
But by the way, he might lose.
He could lose. If history of this tournament has been any indicator, he will lose.
I mean, Cabral is 24%.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Victor especially.
I mean, it's a significant hand. I just don't know how significant it is, to be honest. I still think Cabral can go crazy. He's going to have 16 million even if he loses his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Cabral is in the driver's seat regardless. But he doesn't get to shove every single hand. He has to respect that there's a 40 big blind stack behind, assuming Hisu finds the double up here. We don't know.
Well,
okay.
8. I mean, listen, when you've got 9-7 versus queens, you're just hoping for something, and sure enough, we can see Cabral now drawing to an 8.
Never easy with Andy. Never.
By the way, have the equities updated for the flop, or are they sitting on the same exact equities?
So close.
So close.
They would, yeah. 4 times, that's about right.
Yeah.
Now he's at 11%. Needs an 8 and only an 8.
No.
I just thought it was wild. They had the same equity pre and post.
8 of spades. Close.
Oh, 10 of hearts. Full double up. Hasu back to 7.7 million. Cabral down to 16 million. And we continue on the bubble.
That was massive for Hasu.
Oh, huge. I mean, can you imagine if he got knocked out there? I mean, he might have flipped the table over.
3-6.
I might have flipped the table over
Just
for
for
him.
him,
Yeah. On his behalf. Yeah, that was humongous. Wow, chat a little behind, throwing out the 8s. The chat wanted to see the 8 real bad. You guys are
just vicious.
Absolutely vicious.
I mean, the interesting thing is, I think for Cabral, I mean, obviously you don't want to double them up. You don't want to lose those chips. But it's not the worst thing in the world because, okay, I'll keep abusing.
I sort of feel like
Depends
it's become
what
fate
you
that
do
he's
on the
going to knock Mustavov out next.
Huh?
I don't know why. It feels like something bad's going to happen.
I mean, keep in mind, it doesn't end once we burst the bubble.
No.
I mean, then you've got the pay jumps where he's just going to continue abusing.
Oh, yeah. This is far from over, Tuckman.
I don't know what you had. I mean, yeah, I was lucky, I understand.
Did you have set? Don't want to say it.
Yeah, so he's not going to go. He's just not going to go auto 3.7 million now. No, he just goes 400K and he's going to make somebody actually pick up a hand.
Yeah.
I still don't think anybody's. I don't think anybody's playing back at him unless they have it.
No, definitely not. This just opens up stack that actually has some fold equity to potentially come in over the top with a wider range of hands than they would have called off with.
Lena, by the way, has 5 big blinds now.
Yeah. I think Victor's in the same zone.
Yeah. Oh, there's multiple players with. I mean, again, the average stack is 22. We've established 21 and change, 21 big blinds, say.
Yeah.
And
he's sitting on 80. This man's sitting on 80. So we have some issues with the other players.
Yeah, it's the game, yeah. I was very lucky, I understand. I don't know what you had, yeah? I don't know what you had. Overpair, I don't know. Probably overpair. Just the game.
That is the game.
Oh, wait, no. I think the average stack is like 26 or something.
Don't even look.
Oh, no, it says it right there. The average stack is 25. Yeah, yeah.
Let's do that together, okay?
You're one level ahead of yourself.
I'm one level ahead, yeah.
By the way, this is pure torture for Lena and Victor especially. You're just folding down to nothing, waiting the other player out, or hoping somehow somebody finds themselves on the wrong end of a cooler.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in.
Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy. Pretty weird time. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
Pretty meager run out so
Any
far.
ace will do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days. Mustafa respects there, and Astet officially our bubble boy.
That is brutal.
Crazy run out. If he folds, he would be out. I had 5 juice.
He actually.
I would chop. It's crazy, yeah? It would be like so sick. But like I would chop, yeah? Of course.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
So lucky for him that he finds the hand.
Wow.
We are in the money. Victor Blom, that man right there. The Bulgarian Express.
Let's go.
Got 5 different countries represented at this final table here. And all of them guaranteed 132,900 euros.
You know, this table's looking extremely calm, but they are feeling the largest sense of relief right now you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mean, the pay jump, by the way, the pay jump between 5th and 4th, a meager $27,000. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's about a half a buy-in.
Yeah. Whereas the last pay jump was 2.5 buy-ins more. It's a big deal. That money bubble is a big deal. And I know Lena has 50 million in winnings, and I know he just final tabled the main event, but that one hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, Victor. Truly between a rock and a hard place right here. I can't imagine a fold on 3 big blinds, but it is close.
The math easy now, by the way. Average stack 6 million. 300, we got 30 big blind stacks.
At this point, Victor is far and away the shortest stack. And for that reason, I think he just calls it off getting the price that he is.
Yep. He decides to do exactly what you suggested, and Victor Blom, Isildur, at risk. And do we lose online legends in back-to-back hands? King high flop. It is looking grim for that man right there. Isildur, the 34-year-old Swede.
9 of hearts.
Oh, wow. What a call.
Victor.
How did you call that? That is the best card in the deck for him.
Diamonds.
And Blom actually goes to 32% equity. You see the outs on the top of the screen. Looking for a heart, looking for a queen, looking for an 8.
Put me in the table, Tuckman.
GG, Victor.
It is an ace. So you give Victor Blom a little bit of hope.
I should have called for another card. You're right.
15 years ago, as a 19-year-old, Victor Blom took the poker world by storm, and here he is at King's Casino. Victor Blom finishing in 5th place, does cash in the 50K high roller. He'll take home 132,900 euros for his efforts. And then there were 4, all of them guaranteed 159,000.
And you?
2 million.
2 million
Total.
behind?
1.7 behind.
Thank you.
I don't know. You think he's from Italy?
Yeah, we've got Bulgaria, Italy, Germany, and the Czech Republic all represented here.
Super, super.
I mean, I might be a bit biased as I'm
What
half
is it?
Italian, but I quite enjoy hearing the Italian accent.
It is a beautiful, beautiful language.
I have a 1.7. They really do put the music in it.
One of my favorite things about being lucky enough to be in this world and be a poker broadcaster is the fact that I've been able to travel the world a lot and spend a lot of time in Italy as a result.
That is great. I've spent very little time in Italy, and I feel as though that might be a massive mistake.
It's 100% massive mistakes. You need to rectify that, change that right away. Well, our Italian is our short stack, just 9 big blinds. The Bulgarian, Mustafov, despite eliminating Lena, still on just 13 big blinds. Jesus has done an amazing job to kind of right the ship. Obviously, picking up a couple of big hands really helped him, but back at 8 million chips. Cabral still running things on 17 million. And he's definitely pulled back the reins a little bit. He slowed down just a drop. Pay jump between 4th and 3rd. Well, worth a little bit more than a buy-in. That one's worth 63,000.
Okay, now we're talking.
Kamoski all in with Jack 7 offsuit, and Jesus can't call. Got to give the Italian a lot of credit here, Enrico. He just kind of stayed out of the fray. He made that one play early on where he kind of floated with Jack 3, remember, against Jesus?
Yes, I do remember that hand.
But outside of that hand, he's just kind of stayed out of the fray, and I think he kind of subscribes to the theory that you brought up earlier, the one that Pads always said, when you fold, you make a little bit of equity, right? You make a little bit of money.
He's made a lot of money folding at this final table, Tuckman. A lot of money. Some might say 6 figures of money. Cabral has seemed to tone it down with the table talk.
By the way, 2 of the remaining 4 players without a bracelet, Jesus, Mustafov, are both looking for bracelet number 1.
Wow. I mean, they're dangerously close to achieving it. Unfortunately, they have what appears to be a giant check brick wall in front of them.
It is a check mountain they need to climb if they want to win this. But hey, it shouldn't be easy, right?
It should never be easy. You'd prefer it be less difficult than the current setup that we have. I'd take easy. If I were at the final table, I would take easy.
It's hard enough to get there, right?
Yeah. Looking back at it when I'm 80, telling my grandkids about it, I prefer it to have been more difficult so that I could give them a better story. But in the moment, I'll settle for easy, Tuckman.
That's fair. Once again, Jesse Sylvia alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. I want to thank you all for spending the last couple of days here with us for the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller. We are just getting started here. The World Series of Poker Europe, presented by GG Poker. 2 days of the 50K, and then main event coverage. It all starts tomorrow. Day 1B tomorrow. 5 straight days of main event coverage. You don't want to miss any of it. We had a great turnout in Rosvedab, over 400 entries on day 1A.
Are they done with registration for the day? Or is that still open?
I don't know. It is pretty late there now. It's approaching 11 p.m. in Rosvedab, so they might be done for the day.
Suffice to say, if they aren't done for the day, maybe not that many people walking into the casino at 11 p.m. to sign up.
Well, they can register tomorrow, too.
Exactly.
There's day 1B.
Probably better to wait a few hours. Get those early levels in.
Well, we came back from the last break, and we were very short relative to the blinds. Lost 2 players, and while there are still a couple of short stacks in the field, obviously, if the chips were to be dispersed, we wouldn't be quite as short anymore. I mean, average stack is 7.5 million. Lines are 100, 200, so.
Yeah.
Just happens to be that one man has more than 50% of the chips.
I mean, if you look at the average stack, that would be deep if everyone had that stack. Yeah.
Right.
But
doesn't usually work out that way.
This is not the game we play, Tuckman.
No. You'd think it's to ask Cabral, be like, hey, let's start it over. We'll all be even. Let's all have 7.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
See what we do.
Hey, you guys want to do an even shop?
You heard Kristen allude it to her earlier that Alex Foxen, unfortunately for him, was playing in the main event, meaning he was knocked out of this. But he is currently in day 1A.
He'll probably bag chip lead.
Yeah, and if not today, he'll bag it tomorrow.
Yeah.
We know that's for sure.
Oh, sorry.
It's interesting. I don't know if they just don't play
Okay, 1
these
million,
10K
1
main
million
events,
later.
the 5K main events.
Later.
But a lot of these high roller guys, you don't hear much about them in these main
1
events.
million, 1
Foxen,
million. Okay, let's play 1 million.
however,
1
is the
million.
guy who's always bagging chip lead.
4 games, finish.
Yeah, he's really good at poker.
He's very good at poker.
Yeah, I had the
you,
pleasure of commentating with Chance Corneth
You're the
over the
best.
summer during the World Series of Poker. We were talking about Alex, who they worked together on Chip Leader, over at Chip Leader Coaching. And he was talking about,
Emil.
when he first took Alex on as a student, he was just like, I just couldn't believe his work ethic.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how hard he worked at this.
Emil.
How's this? So last year, we had 817 entries in the main event. That was record breaking. Okay? This year, main event day 1A currently has about 500.
Wow.
So we are on pace here in Rosvadov to beat last year's record-breaking main event numbers.
Correct, yeah.
Could you make the argument that most people who are trying to play the tournament are already there and in the tournament? Or do you think there will be a lot of people coming in? You've experienced at
15
this
yellow?
location.
Sorry,
So
15 white?
do a lot of new faces show up on day two?
I mean, I think some new places are going to show up. I mean, I think some people might have showed up today. I think some people might show up tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It might be a situation where you're like, listen,
150 could be
one
nice.
less day away from work or one less
yeah,
day away from my family.
absolutely. Those Germans work the Monday through Friday schedule, right? Little Monday through Friday grind in Germany. We'll have to ask Hisu.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things where, especially if you're coming in the night before or the morning of, it might just be easier for a lot of people to come in on a Friday night and play Saturday or come in Saturday morning and play on Saturday.
Yeah. Ooh. Martin trying to give Hisu the business again. Something tells me he will not be having it this time.
Really?
We will see, but this seems like a particularly strong hand to say the words all in with. He has great blocker effects. Wow, it looks like he's just calling though. I would be pretty over this. I think I would be.
You're over it. You're not even in the hand.
Yeah, I would say, I've seen enough. If small blind versus button, you actually have my ace queen beat. Good on you, buddy.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and take down this 3 million chip pot right now.
But you are in acceptance of the fact that, hey, when he has ace king and when he has, look at that, he just mucked. When he has a huge hand, when he has, but I just want to make sure that you're in acceptance of the fact that when Cabral does have the big hand.
Yeah,
you're just
you know
gonna
what?
lose.
That's
You're
great
okay
for
with
you. It's
Okay.
small blind versus button. You're probably 3-betting 40% of hands.
I sort of point out the difference between fourth and second is $200,000.
Yeah, but by the way, I could get there. Even if you have pocket kings, I can just get
You
there.
could say, all right, you could get there. Good point. By the way, if Cabral knows that Hisu is folding hands as strong as ace queen,
Oh yeah, I mean,
And by
it's
the way,
just-
maybe he does know that, which is why he's able to do that.
It's an absolute massacre. If as soon as he figures out that that's going on, as soon as that information is relayed back to him, I mean, he's going to be relentless.
How much, Enrico?
Oh, this is a shove.
1750? 1750 behind, yeah?
Kind of. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. No need to.
Neither player in the blind has enough to deter Cabral. Yep, Cabral's just going to put his pink chips in there. Those are 500K each. And not going to get any action. And by the way, Cabral is almost back to where he was when he had the 9-7 versus the Queens.
Yeah.
Flush. 40%.
That's the value of relentless aggression.
Yeah, I didn't think it would affect him that much.
No.
But obviously great news for Jesus.
You don't know what to do.
I just think that Martin folds to the 4-bet jam so often that it's actually not that high a variance of a play to shove.
Yeah, you could suggest that, and we saw it with the jacks. And I know I've experienced this. You can suggest that playing it quote-unquote safe by just calling is actually more often than not.
Oh, calling is
more dangerous.
for sure the higher variance play of the two.
That's
than
right.
shoving.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy to think that. It's like when you call with a big hand, a lot of times you end up losing a big pot.
Yeah, for sure.
As opposed to just get it in and 92% of the time your opponent just folds.
Yeah. And this is a very mismanaged concept by a lot of poker players.
You think you're playing it safe by just calling when the safer play is actually just to shove and go, I'm going to win this so often.
Yeah.
And when I don't win it, okay, I still have 35% equity.
And this usually only exists at final tables where one player is wildly out of line based on the stacks around you.
Yeah.
It making sense to be out of line. And it's also more important at final tables because picking up those chips when you shove is so much more significant to getting more if you hit your hand.
I mean, the crazy thing is that Jesus saw
1.4 million.
Saw what Cabral 3-bet with earlier, King 3 offsuit, and yet still folded the Ace-Queen.
Yeah, I don't,
But easy. The game's easy from our vantage
Of
point,
course,
right? I mean,
yeah.
It's not our money. It's not our chips.
Of course. And, he might be thinking, hey, surely this guy's not going to do it again after I'm clearly fuming about the King 3
Right.
hand.
This guy, there's no way this guy's going to do it
Yeah,
again.
you can easily level yourself in that situation.
Mustafov adds about 20% to his stack.
The thing about these wildly, relentlessly aggressive players is that I've found lately, they don't really adjust after they show down one of those hands. They just keep it up.
A tiger doesn't change its stripes.
Very adequately put, Tuckman.
Hey, when I first started playing poker, there was a poker player in the Los Angeles area who kind of took me under his wing, and he was a bit of my mentor, and he told me that. Because I used to say, I'd be like, why do you say this at the table? And he goes, he doesn't care. He doesn't listen. He doesn't change his head. Tiger doesn't change his stripes. Kind of always stuck with me.
You could take the bluffer out of the jungle, Tuckman. But you can't take the... You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
All right. Sue. Something tells me... Whoa, he picked a large size here. Something tells me Cabral is not letting this one... Oh, he does.
Well, I think I wonder...
That's the value of the 3X?
Well, Jesus just going, you know what? I'm going to raise my size and dissuade this. Make it harder for him to 3-bet me. Okay.
I think if Cabral had an ace, he might have found the all-in. With a king, he's like, okay, sure.
I wonder if Jesus kind of makes the adjustment. I thought he might make the adjustment and start limping.
I thought he might do something like that as well. Although limping is just asking to get abused.
Yeah.
If you think about it. I know that sounds silly, but...
About 7 or 8?
Yeah, about 7, 8.
Thank you.
I feel like if you know it's about 7 or 8, isn't that enough?
I mean, I feel like this question is mostly designed to tilt Mustafov, who hates him asking about the chips all the time. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Mustafov is going to gamble. I mean, gamble with the best hand almost all the time. But you can see here, even when Cabral is called, he still has 36% equity. Look at that. He said, good luck, Enrico.
No.
Good luck to the Italian.
Little bit? 50-50.
50-50.
Good luck, Enrico. I hope you ladder up.
Wow.
By the way, this ladder is at $63,000, so Enrico's certainly rooting for Cabral.
It's the game, guys.
There's the Bulgarian on the rail. You called it. You said that Cabral was going to eliminate him.
Yeah, but I thought it might be a bubble sort of situation. I wasn't rooting for it. Let's be clear.
Okay.
It just felt like it was going.
I was going to say, because the Bulgarian looks like a big man. I would worry about it. There's the ace.
That's a good flop for the Bulgarian.
Oh, great flop for him. That's pretty much it.
Play.
Only running cards.
Thank you. Queen? Yes. Queen.
Cabral drawing dead.
Boring.
Boring turn card. The river is irrelevant. Mustafov will double up to $6 million. Cabral still with 50% of the chips in play.
3 million. Keep the
But a little bit of a hit to his stack. And now
3 million for my
he's got a very capable player directly on his left with more chips.
And with a stack that's designed to shove and have a lot of fold equity versus Cabral's opens, that becomes dangerous.
This is not normal. He deserves it. Good call, Ace Queen. Good call.
So that certainly changed the dynamic at this final table. Enrico now our far and away short stack. Look at Enrico. Just 4 big blinds. That was a big pot for Enrico, actually. As I pointed out, a $63,000 difference between 4th and 3rd. So Enrico is definitely rooting for Martin. But got a couple of players who can really hurt Martin now.
Yes. We have a real three-handed match in the making, assuming Kamowski doesn't find a few double ups here.
Yeah.
He certainly could.
He shoved Jack 7. He's gonna shove Jack 4, and he's gonna get called. And this is bad news for the Italian.
Oh my goodness, that is brutal.
Yeah. Enrico Kamowski. He is he's looking for the Italian special. A lot of jacks, a lot of 4s, whatever he can do. He needs help. He's got 1 live suit. I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
You really are. Talking about 1 live suit, Jack.
Got 1 live suit. He's got live cards. Come on. I mean, he can make trips. He can make 2 pair. He can make a flush.
This is a reach, Tuckman. Oh, okay.
Maybe not a reach anymore, huh?
Make me a believer, Tuckman.
Never easy.
Jack or a 4. How about a deuce on the turn? Give him a straight draw.
Straight draw. Jack.
You never know.
Deuce or a 5 on the turn. Give him a straight draw. It is a deuce.
Oh, let's go. We are hitting a very nice average on calling cards right now. Tuckman.
Kamowski can win this with a 4, a 5, or a jack. Otherwise, he's out the door.
Come on. 1 more ace of hearts.
Oh, running deuces, and we say goodbye to Kamowski. He finishes in 4th place. He'll take him 159,000 euros. Not a bad day at all.
Could be worse. Profiting 100 grand on any given day feels pretty good.
What about the other 9,000? Is the 9,000 just tip? Is that petty cash for you?
Yeah, we don't talk about the 9,000.
I talk about the 9,000. You know what? Next time you win 100,
that's under taxable figures, Tuckman. We're not bringing that.
It's fine.
Up.
Next time you win 109,000, you take the 100. You give me 9. I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Tuckman. You show up, you come to collect it. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I'll be there.
For 9 grand, I don't doubt that you will fly.
Oh yeah, for 9 grand,
wherever I am.
Yeah,
come find me.
You could be at Martha's Vineyard. You could be in Vancouver. I don't care where you are.
Oh man.
Okay, you be in the Bahamas. I'll fly up. 9,000.
The next time I play a tournament where any finish ends in 9,000, I'm gonna turn off location on my phone.
I will hunt you down. Get a raise from Mustafa. Hisu has very rarely 3-bet. Like, get out of without it.
Yeah, I mean, and by very rarely, you mean it's just never at this final table.
I think he did it once. Not at the final table, but once yesterday, I want to say.
I think he had a couple 3-bets yesterday, but he had like aces, ace, queen.
I thought he got out of line once. But,
maybe.
But not often enough where I'm going to.
No.
I'm just going to give him credit.
And I mean, if you've seen any, like, if you have received the information about any of these hands on delay, you have a good idea of how he's playing at this point. You don't know that he just folded the ace queen, for instance, but
We already agree on heads up. So.
But the blinds are 125, 250. Although, yeah, 125, 250. The green chips are 25K. The whites are 100K, and those pink chips are 500K. Cabral's got 9s. Ooh.
Whoa, the limp.
Oh, my.
This is likely going in, Zuckman.
I mean, Mustafov's only got 20 bigs. We could be heads up, or we could be three-way in a real battle.
What is going to happen here? Raise call. Very likely. I have to imagine that, yeah, Martin limped here to limp jam.
There's a jam.
We have a flip.
We do. 9s versus ace-10. Mustafov, the Bulgarian, once again at risk. He goes to his rail. And this is a pivotal hand. About 1/3 of the chips in play. So we're either heads up or we have a three-way battle.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a new chip leader by a small margin.
Good luck, Ferry.
If Mustafov wins the spot.
Yeah. Poker's crazy.
It really is.
Hand 166. What's this one going to look like? There's an ace.
That is an ace.
Ace, deuce, three clubs out there. Neither player with a club in their hand.
Okay, you know what's a fair turn card here?
What?
4
9
clubs.
of clubs is very interesting.
9 of clubs is very interesting. I would not be throwing that out in the universe.
Cabral, 9-ball corner pocket. Oh my!
GG, Ferry.
Oh my!
Good luck.
Wow!
What did I just watch?
Good luck to you.
And by the way, there is nobody who wanted to beat Cabral more than Mustafa.
Yeah.
He wanted that chip lead. He wanted to eliminate him, and instead, a 2-outer on the river. He is out in 3rd place, takes home $222,000, and we are heads up.
It's okay for you? Okay. Short
Wow.
we are back, yeah?
That 9 felt like a sick dagger to the heart.
Oh. I mean, I said
that
9-ball corner pocket. I have used that phrase my entire career. I don't think it's ever happened more than maybe one other time.
Yeah. No, I have to imagine that 9 felt personal.
Yeah, between these two players, Cabral with a 2-1 chip advantage. We are heads up. As you can see, 120 big blinds in play. Both these players guaranteed 353,000 euros. 529,000 up top. So what are they playing for? You do the math really quickly. You figure out they're playing for about 170,000, 176. And, of course, the most coveted piece of jewelry in all of poker, a World Series of Poker bracelet. Wow. Mustafov just 1 card away from being the chip leader, and instead he is out the door. Poker can be so cruel at times.
I got to tell you, I often feel like I have some kind of feeling that it's coming. I had no idea that 9 was on the top of the deck.
No, me neither. Well, they're going to set up heads-up play. We're going to take a quick break. More poker after this. One day, Jesse. One day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research. Didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check overpot all in, call, guys aces. And Bin shoots his hand into a muck, and I'm like, Bin, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was gonna guess ace-2.
Yeah, no, it's ace-6, and then like Bin is like, no, that's not my cards. That's not my cards. I mean, like I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like also I know he usually doesn't muck.
There's a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone, and it's somewhat rare.
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like...
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace-jack-4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen-jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So these are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked. Dvorak bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs. Dvorak, stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow, look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Dvorak rivers the absolute stone-cold nuts.
I mean, when you
Dvorak
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
This is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell. I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Bedell back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck, this one.
That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off. It hits the spade, and now Blom bets. And
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke every
This
day.
feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace 10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
Anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be
Can't beat them, join them.
running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering it the 10 of spades as well. Hello and welcome back to Razvadov. 2024 World Series of Poker Europe here at the King's Resort and Casino. What a beautiful setting. A quiet, quaint town of Razvadov, the home of the World Series of Poker Europe, and inside it is anything but quiet. We are heads up for the bracelet. Martin Cabral, a 2-1 chip advantage as he is looking for bracelet number 3. Sirzat Husu, the German pro, looking for his first ever bracelet.
Boy,
Cabral.
I gotta say, Tuckman, if day one was all Husu, this final table has been all Martin Cabral.
Yeah, Martin Cabral, like I said, love him or hate him, he is absolutely putting on a show. There is no doubt about it. He's obviously run well when it's counted. There were a couple of times the Jack-9 of spades, the Queen's hand early on where he cracked aces. Those are the first 10 hands of the final table. But that kind of set the stage for what it was. He's like, okay, listen, I'm going to get lucky. I'm going to run well. I'm going to take that baton and I'm going to run with it. Both these players guaranteed 350,000 euros. First place, 529,000. So they're playing for 176,000 and a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Some might say it's more about the bracelet than the money, Tuckman.
Some might, and it might very well be.
You won't catch me saying that, but some might say.
What This heads-up match, how do you expect it to go? I always feel like heads-up is such a different animal. I never know what I'm going to see out of the two different players. You know, we've seen Jesus play a certain style for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But heads-up now, he's already locked up 353.
Well, we have seen a shorthanded situation where Jesus felt quite chained down by the ICM situation in front of him, and now he'll feel relatively unburdened by that.
It was nice when
So we know he's a guy who can get in there, peel a lot of hands. He's not afraid to play loose pre-flop.
I mean, it was obvious with
I think
you.
we might get quite a show.
There, yeah? You have same stack like now. It was crazy. How you make it?
How close is possible?
Close?
That's amazing.
And these two have battled. A lot of times, chip leaders at a final table kind of stay out of each other's way. That was anything but the case. Cabral 3-bet him numerous times. And there was that one enormous hand, King 3 versus Jacks, that Cabral won. Jesus did a good job kind of coming back
He had a nice fix it, yeah?
and locking himself at least 53. That's the bracelet they'll be playing for. It is beautiful. A bracelet befitting the event, the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller. The winner gets the bracelet. The winner gets 529,000 euros.
You tell me what you had that hand, that crazy hand? You had overpair? If blank coming, I go all in, you fold, yeah? Come on. No? Okay, then you play good. You understand what I'm saying, yeah? But I had like straight draw and overcard, yeah, on the flop. You know, I know. It's crazy, but like I was thinking I can, yeah.
Let's go, Martin.
Thank you, Emil. You will be on my winner's photo, okay? With Andy. Jack is coming. Jack is coming. Huh? Fuck it, really? Please text him one more time.
250, 250, guys.
Martin Cabral, confident, cocky, borderline, maybe not even borderline, arrogant.
Give me like one or
You
two
think
stacks
so?
of greens if you can.
I don't know.
One stack.
He's talking about his winning photo already.
Yeah, okay. No worries.
Well, he's just getting himself pumped up, Tuckman.
Did you know the true king of Rosvadov, Martin Cabral, has 2 bracelets, 5 circuit rings at Rosvadov. If there's a tournament in Europe, Martin Cabral is probably doing pretty well at it.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's looking for his 3rd bracelet here. 5 circuit rings at Rosvadov as well.
That's an incredible stat, considering how many bracelet events there are in Rosvadov every year.
Yeah. But can Cabral do it in Vegas? That's what I want to know. Can he do it in the Bahamas?
He almost did it in the 250K in Vegas last year, I believe.
And this is, like I said, I'm always intrigued to see how heads-up play works. Some players like to limp in on the button. Sometimes we see a lot of 3-betting out of the big blind. Sometimes we see trip 5s.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Cabral, Jesus doesn't quite have enough of it. I don't think he'll be continuing here.
I mean, he's got overs. He's got straight equity.
250, yeah?
I mean, we can see that he's obviously drawing nearly dead, but are you automatically just check folding the 9-6?
Not always, but I would need some sort of read to continue with that
How do you
hand,
like it?
I believe.
I don't
like it. No.
What the heck?
What the heck, yeah. We need to change that.
What, this is mine, yeah?
So while we were severely short-stacked 6-handed,
It's okay. It could be
that's not the case anymore. I
Imagine
mean,
you have 8.
we've got 120 big blinds in play. If it does even out, 60 big blind poker, pretty deep heads up.
Absolutely. That's a very deep heads-up match for 40-minute blind levels. And really, we can thank Martin eliminating a large number of players very quickly, putting on all that pressure for having such deep stacks right now.
Okay, so this is interesting. So we saw a raise from Cabral, Jesus limp, called. Now, the next hand, Jesus on the button decides to limp. Cabral says, okay, I'll let you see a flop.
I checked already. He knows. He knows.
So does Jesus want to play a little small ball?
Okay, let's
believe
play that.
so.
1 card each, okay? So, it's okay for you? No? Okay, it's up to you. But I would play that if you want. Doesn't matter.
Cabral offering the 1 card game.
Oh, no
There we
problem,
go.
no problem.
You can show whatever you
No
want.
problem, but whatever you like. You are true gentlemen. Always ask me if you want to see my cards. Ask nicely, and you get it. Most of the time, no problem. Okay?
Most of the time.
I like your.
I'm gonna keep that in mind.
I mean, there can be spot where you know what I mean.
Yeah, makes sense.
But
So I think
mean,
it's
you
important to
like
note that
really
the big
most
blind ante heads up still is in play. So folding the button when you're first to act, just not something you see a lot of players doing when you're getting 5 to 1.
Yeah.
You're getting 5 to 1 and you're in position.
Yeah, you don't do a lot of folding in that situation.
And so far, 3 hands in, we have seen a couple of limps on the button.
I think Martin might have limped the first hand as well. Did he
No,
not?
he raised.
Oh, he did raise.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe I do float the 9-6 occasionally there then against the 1 big blind bet.
So a little bit of a feeling out phase here. If they play small ball, who does it favor, you think?
You know, I would normally guess Martin because he's just been putting on the aggression. Heads up especially really favors the aggressor. But if Martin keeps running bluffs at the frequency that he previously was, which I'm not saying he will because those were very different circumstances. But if he did, I think Asu's capable of finding some call downs now that there's not this difficult ICM situation. Well, this could be interesting. Yeah, I like check here by Cabral. Keep in all of those lower 10s and jacks. So opponent's limping something like the Jack 3 offsuit. You want that in there.
Now we've got a little bit of an action flop here. Asu with a pair of 9s. Cabral open-ended. Curious what the chat thinks, but with Cabral's experience, and this is not a slight on Asu, he's obviously a very talented poker player, but with Cabral's, queen. With Cabral's experience, I think I probably would want to raise the variance a little bit if I was Asu.
Yeah,
I don't think I want to play small ball against Cabral.
That seems fair. He said he doesn't have much heads-up experience, so that feels like something you definitely want to be doing. Perhaps limping not the best way to do that.
Cabral's going to bet 250. Asu not going to go anywhere with a 9. Cabral has a lot of cards that can give him the win. That's not one of them.
This is the sort of situation that I feel Martin shines at. He's quite good at knowing when to take his foot off the pedal. I think on this sort of board texture, after his opponent's checked the flop back, called turn, he might prove me wrong right away. He kind of feels out that the sort of hands he was getting to fold on the turn, that's enough for him. And now that his opponent has a range that's reached the river, it might contain too many pairs that are just not going to ever give up, really.
And this is kind of what I was alluding to. I just feel like it's going to be tough for Asu to outplay Cabral in this spot if he's playing small ball.
Yeah.
You know?
That's quite possibly true.
Like, I might go the opposite. If I was playing against a Martin Cabral or, somebody of that ilk, I might even go, start going 2.5x on the button.
Sure.
Start going 3x. Well, nonetheless, Zrat Asu. Also, a lot of success here at Kings Resort and Casino. He is no slouch himself. We've been talking up Cabral, but Asu with 6 cashes so far at the Kings Resort and Casino. Question now is, will he finally be crowned the true champion and win the coveted 2024 50K Diamond High Roller bracelet? This would be his first bracelet.
All right. You got to start somewhere.
Not bad. Hey, listen, there's only there were only 15 World Series of Poker events at Kings in 2024. To have 6 cash so far is really impressive.
Oh, they're all this year, you think? That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah, regardless, obviously, putting on a show.
And that's if he played every single event. Maybe he played 12 and cashed half of them.
Yeah. I'm sure he will be playing the main event. Again, day 1B coverage. We'll be having that. We'll be airing that here, live streaming it. Make sure you join us on the, whether it's on the Kings Casino YouTube channel or, of course, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
Hisu with a little piece of it here. He's got that gut shot, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs.
Yeah, this pot a little bit bloated, as you can see. 2 million in there already. Cabral kind of mixing up his limps and his raises.
Sorry.
Cabral may find the second barrel here.
I mean, he's got the deuce of spades.
It's a bit scary when Hisu calls the flop, but yeah, he's good at applying pressure in these situations where other people may not always find enough bluffs.
I like I said, I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody what to think of Martin Cabral, the person. I don't know him well enough, and you could say he's annoying at the table. Fine, right? But he's a heck of a poker player.
Yeah. I just feel like he's navigated a lot of these situations impeccably, especially the ones where you have to apply an inordinate amount of pressure.
He also plays a lot of heads up. He'll play heads up and 3-handed a lot here at Kings Casino.
Yeah.
This is his home casino.
Yeah, he's very comfortable right now.
And whether it's with, the businessmen, the owners, other poker players, professional poker players, he is really comfortable playing short-handed poker.
Sure.
He has a very good feel for the game, right? Just you can kind of just see it.
Absolutely.
Sorry, like this, yeah?
Most time Hisu decides to raise, Cabral makes the call. Well, Hisu's got a gut shot.
Yeah, that's not a terrible flop for Hisu. Both betting and checking on the table for Hisu.
I might think he has some showdown value already with the king high, but also might want to deny his opponent equity even if he is ahead.
Yeah, you might say on this type of texture, there aren't many better hands he's getting to fold. Ace-4 diamonds is actually one of the hands that might hit the muck, but most of the ace-highs have a piece of this board or 2 overcards.
Right, and most of the ace-highs that are 2 overs are probably 3-betting prey.
Yeah. But that said, there's always value in betting and just clearing out equity. You never know when your opponent has queen deuce and turns a deuce because you checked back.
I remember talking to Scott Seaver about this. He was commentating, and he definitely simplified it for me and for our audience, but he was talking about, when your opponent has 20% equity, when you check, you're essentially giving your opponent 20% of that pot.
Yeah.
We play, yeah?
And it just, I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
But it's such a simple way to look at it.
It's very easy to bet and take it down. People cannot realize equity all the time. Look at this. Martin just finds the fold out of nowhere. I didn't think he'd be folding many hands, and it was when Hisu had ace-jack. That was kind of wild.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Again, the big blind ante is in there, so you're talking about there's 2.5 big blinds. The small blind is on the button, so you're in there for a small blind already. It's literally half a big blind to win 2.5. You're getting 5-1, and you're in position.
Yeah.
If I was folding anything, it certainly wouldn't be 5-4.
I don't think 5-4 would be in my folding arsenal either, Tuckman.
Maybe I'm finding a fold with 7-deuce, 8-deuce, 9-deuce type hands.
Maybe he limped and Hisu raised and he folded and we just hadn't caught up with that on the graphics. I'm not sure. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
Just open folding is wild to me.
Yeah, I have to have a really, really good reason for me to open fold when I'm in position getting 5-1.
Yeah. Any connected hand's not really something I'm looking to just let go of immediately.
Hsu, the German, with a pair of deuces. Cabral with 5s. Those pink chips are the ones you want. Those are 500K each. The white ones are 100K. Greens are 25K.
By the way, Martin finding the check back pre-flop. Somewhat interesting. Something to note.
I think both players in this situation probably incentivized to get the showdown.
Yeah, or at least check to the river and then make some sort of value bet from there.
Oh, Sue's going to bet.
I don't think Martin's going anywhere versus this bet.
Well, it's kind of funny, though. It's one of those spots where you don't think you can get a better hand to fold, but maybe 5s are the one hand you can. I don't know.
Yeah. I think he's
4s.
just kind of betting for protection. He's going to check back on the river. He just doesn't know that he's beat. Or if he thinks if he is beat, it's by probably a 6 quite often.
Cabral's going to toss in a pink chip. He'll get change. 1.3 million in there now. And the river pairs the board, so Cabral probably a little bit happier now.
I have to imagine that this one goes check, check.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, it's back to 21-9. Not much movement so far. Both players kind of feeling each other out. Doug Polk mentioned this once, and I'm trying to remember what the exact numbers were. If I just moved all in every single time in a situation like this, how often would I win the heads-up match? You think?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Tuckman.
I thought Doug said it was like 1/3 of the time you'd end up winning it.
That sounds reasonable. Because here's the thing, you're going to get a lot of folds.
Yeah.
Your opponent actually has to pick up a hand, and then you have equity when you're called.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a lot of equity. Sometimes you shove, the 5-7 suited and they call with ace-10 and you're actually very live.
If I ever get heads up in a situation against like Phil Ivey or somebody like that, I'm just going to move all in every time. You know what? I'll fold.
I was about to say, you could do probably a little bit
maybe
better with a very...
I'll fold the bottom 5% of my range.
Yeah. It would be fun to watch his reaction of the first 4 or 5 times till he realizes, oh, this guy's actually just shoving every hand.
Every single hand. Okay, maybe like the top 3% of my range and the bottom 3% of my range, I flat.
There we go. Now we're talking.
And then the other 94%, I just shove.
Now we're cooking with oil, Tuckman. I like this. It's funny.
Listen,
earlier,
if you told me heads up versus Phil Ivey, I had 33%, I take it.
Yeah.
Right?
33 is pretty good. 1/3 of the time you get to beat Phil Ivey. Let's go. Don't play his game, Tuckman. Just give yourself a third. It's funny when you talked about Sue ramping up the variance because he feels maybe he's the lesser of the 2 heads-up players.
Oh, yeah, just less experience.
You know what you made me think of was there was a player, Andy, what's his last name? Frankenberg.
Oh, Frankenberg,
Frankenberger. He played Ivy heads up for a bracelet, and he said, I was trying to ramp up the variance. It's Phil Ivey.
I actually commentated on that event.
Really? Yeah. He won that bracelet, probably because of that.
Well, he just realized where he was at. I mean, I think the ability to be honest with yourself and just understand that it's not a matter of like, oh, he's a better person than me. It's just, hey, in this situation, Cabral has played for a bracelet before. He's played a tons of heads-up poker. He probably has more experience than me.
Yeah.
So that's all. Pair of aces for Hsu, gut shot for Cabral. Neither player with a diamond in their hands.
Nice flop for Hsu here.
But yeah, Andy in that situation, and I know Andy pretty well, he's talked about that. He just goes, hey, listen, I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
I knew where I stood here.
Yeah.
So.
And there's no shame in saying, at the time, the best player on the planet, arguably. By the way, it wasn't just like, oh, Phil's good at poker. Phil was torching people at the highest stakes of heads up online.
No, yeah, and I think that was the year that Phil made 5 final tables in like 11 days.
Oh, wow.
Pair of kings now for Cabral. $2.5 million in the pot, by the way.
There were a lot of victims in the online cash game streets, heads-up cash game streets, that thought they had Phil figured out, and then they played for 3 days, and Phil eventually just dialed into whatever made them tick and ended up crushing them. These are heads-up specialists that just study heads-up all day long. Phil is a wildly talented, natural poker player.
Well, Hasua's going to double barrel this, and Cabral does let it go. Nice fold. We are back at right back where we started.
Oh, Hasu won the pot. Okay.
Yeah. You heard it here first. Jesse Sylvia going on the limb saying Phil Ivey is a good poker player.
Welcome.
Right? That's what I'm hearing?
When you put it so succinctly.
Hey, by the way.
It makes my statement sound a little stupid, Tuckman.
No, not at all. Not at all. We're right back where we started. The loser of this heads-up match will take home $353,000. Not a bad consolation prize. The winner, $529,000, and, of course, the bracelet. Speaking of a bracelet, speaking of Phil Ivey, what a summer we had at the World Series of Poker. Phil Ivey winning number 11. Why is that significant? Well, there was a 3-way tie with 10 bracelets, and Phil Ivey kind of put himself above that list. The only person above Phil Ivey right now is Phil Hellmuth.
I'm trying to think of who the third was. I know it was Ivey and oh my goodness.
Let's see. I'll throw it out in the chat, guys. As
Wow.
Jesse's trying
Wow.
to toggle, who was Phil Ivey tied with going into the summer at the World Series of Poker with 10 World Series of Poker bracelets?
Okay.
Who was he tied with?
Can I say one of them?
Well, let's give our
I
chat.
thought of the name.
Let's give our chat like 2 minutes.
Okay, I
Not
promise
even.
you guys
20
I'm not going to
seconds.
look at chat for hints.
Who? Phil Ivey now with 11 bracelets. Who was he tied with going into this summer?
Meanwhile, at the poker table, Hisu has a very interesting hand to fire a barrel out. He likes to check. Cabral checking again. Does Hisu go for it here? The 10 high, not impossible to find the win with 10 high. Not going to happen this time, obviously.
Jsi to tam nechávat, že jo? Jsme to hráli celou dobu s tím dealerem.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Who's your other one?
So the first person is almost definitely Eric Seidel. I know that much. He had like 8, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I assume he got 2 more. The other one, I don't know. I'd have to guess Dean Eggs because that's all I can think of.
Daniel Negreanu did win one this year, but it's been a while since he's won a bracelet. That was only number 7 for Daniel.
What did he win this year?
What did he win? Off the top of my head, I don't remember. But he won one this year. That was why it was such an amazing year. Daniel Negreanu won a bracelet.
Seaver
Johnny
won
World.
3.
Johnny World won a bracelet.
Wow.
Talk about the Hall of Famers kind of showing their true colors.
Yeah.
Phil Ivey winning a bracelet. I was actually mistaken. I actually said he was only tied with 2 others. He's actually tied with 3 others. There were 4 players who were tied at 10.
Really?
Yep. Eric Seidel, Doyle Brunson, Johnny Chan.
Johnny Chan has 10.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
None since 2005, though.
Seidel having 10 makes a lot of sense to me. He was there from the beginning. They had some very small fields back then. Even if he didn't play all the events and he was playing big cash along the way, he's a
By the way, how impressive, Seidel. His first bracelet, 1992, right?
Yeah.
And fortunately or unfortunately, he's probably best known among the public as the guy who lost to Johnny Chan, who's in Rounders.
I have a funny story for this, by the way, that I'll tell you in a bit.
He lost that heads-up match to Johnny Chan way back when, right? But he won his first bracelet in 92. Who would have known, by the way, at that point, that Eric Seidel would be the superior poker player? Right? I mean, you watch that Rounders clip and you think, oh, you got the master, Johnny Chan, against who's this kid, Eric Seidel.
That's such a great example of perseverance is more important than what happens in the here and now.
Yeah. I mean, Seidel won a bracelet in 92, won a bracelet in 93, 94, and then he won a bracelet not this last summer, but the summer before, 2023.
Well, and also he's just known on the at the highest stakes. He's been competing for 20 years, whereas Johnny's been doing his own thing.
30. Think about it.
30 years,
His first bracelet and his last bracelet are separated by 31 years.
Seidel's been winning high rollers all over the world until a couple years ago when he decided to chill out and enjoy his life in New York.
Yeah. I mean, how many players have won bracelets 30 years apart? Phil Ivey's won. I'm sorry, Phil Hellmuth's won. Negreanu's first bracelet, by the way, was in 1998. His last one, 2024.
Okay.
But as you mentioned, Scott Seaver, now with 7 bracelets, 3 this past summer.
Yeah, that's
what
incredible.
A summer. The summer of Seaver.
No, it was incredible because he called his shot, and then he did it. And it's not like he calls his shot every year. This was the year he was upset. He was sold for too few dollars in the draft. He took it personally, like Michael Jordan.
Hey,
and
whatever,
he showed up.
Whatever you have to do to motivate yourself, you make it happen. I mean, we saw that with Michael Jordan, right? I love that. You make it up if you have to. Make sure you motivate yourself. I don't mind. Good news, by the way. So we've got main event coverage for you here on our YouTube, here on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel and the Kings Resort and Casino YouTube channel. And we have Jeremy Osmus, 6-time bracelet winner, Jeremy Osmus, who will be doing some commentary for us during the main event. So you don't want to miss any of that. Not a ton of movement going on. Cabral going to take a shot at it with the gut shot, backdoor clubs. Sue not going to go anywhere with a pair.
Yeah, but something tells me Cabral isn't finished with this pot. The 10 especially, it feels like an exciting card for a 9 to continue bluffing on.
Yeah.
This is actually going to be, wow, he does find the check. I was going to say it's going to be a bit problematic for him because that improves the Sue's hand. So Sue may stick around for one more street.
Let's see here. Does Cabral want to try to take this one down? Or is he content to give it to his opponent?
Martin has a pretty low hand in his range. One might think he's going to consider bluffing here.
I was going to say, can he put pressure on a 6 or an 8? Maybe like try to sell the idea that he hit a 10 on the turn and checked it back?
Yeah, I don't know.
4 million.
And he's going to go 4 million.
I like
going to go
this
massive size.
I like this size a lot.
Hey, that's the theme of our week, right? The theme of our couple of days of commentary, go big or go home.
Go big or go home.
If you're going to tell a lie, tell a big lie.
Go big or go home, the Tuckman and Sylvia tour. Sue is
The only
not
thing
a
I always
believer.
wonder is when you go 4 million, suddenly you can't tell a story that you hit a 10 and now you're betting for value.
No. Your story is you backed into 2-pair, or you had something like 8-3, bet the flop, check the turn, bet the river.
Yeah. I mean,
Or you got really tricky and trappy on the turn. But you're mostly representing something like 6-3, 8-3, ace-3 that decided to check the turn.
I feel like
pocket
this,
threes.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bluff that definitely works when we're 4-handed, 5-handed, 6-handed. And I'm not sure if it works here, but it looks like Jesus wants to let it go. And he does. And just pure aggression from Martin Cabral.
Yeah.
Just the nuts.
Sometimes you just got to put a big bet in there and win the pot, Tuckman.
I'm learning.
By the way, that's a really nice size by Cabral because when you run the bet, check, bet line, you're representing such a thin number of value hands, and you have so many bluffs to choose from. You try to pick as large a sizing as possible so that you can stick more bluffs into that range. We're seeing a lot of good stuff. Oh, Jesus with pocket aces.
He has had an inordinate number of pocket aces.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like he had it 3 times yesterday and at least twice today.
Yeah, and he's had a number of queens, pocket kings at this final table alone.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on at the other table. I assume that he had some pretty big hands over there. Actually, we know he had pocket aces when he won that other all-in. We zipped over to that table for a minute to watch him stack a couple players with aces.
Yeah, he actually, we got to the final table with him eliminating Roman Hranek with aces to 7s.
Yeah, that was it. He had aces in that 3-way all-in, I believe. Was that aces?
Might have had ace-king there. I don't know exactly what he had there.
He had kings versus ace-king.
Yeah.
It's been quite a couple days for him.
Yeah, this is, could be a somewhat scary flop normally for aces, but you can see Cabral's got 5 high.
I have a feeling Jesus just needs to breathe on this pot, and it's his. I just can't fathom Martin continuing with this holding on this board, especially versus a larger sizing. When it feels like he feels like he has such a grasp on the way that this heads-up match is going and how he should play.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would be truly surprised.
Jimmy Bluffett points out in the chat, I remember not only did Daniel Negreanu win his 7th bracelet, but he won it in grand fashion. He won the Poker Players Championship this summer. It's a big one.
Oh, he won the PPC. Oh, my
did,
goodness.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. And as I say it, I'm completely wrong. Cabral goes for the raise.
You said the hand was over.
I can't believe this is the stand he makes.
I took your advice. You said the hand was over. I started.
You started researching.
I'm looking at chat.
I strayed you wrong, Tuckman. I apologize. I'm honestly shocked that this was the spot that Cabral took.
Yeah, this is almost a little disrespectful. I mean, this is really out of line, isn't it?
It's pretty out of line. It's also just not really the board and bet size that I would be trying to exploit personally.
Yeah, you're almost just showing off there.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got nothing.
All of that forward momentum is now negated. Jesus is up in chips since they got heads up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge hand. That was a really, really big spot and kind of unnecessary for Martin Cabral, I think.
Yeah. Now, if Jesus just had the king 4 there and we were wrong and Cabral found the check raise, we'd probably be praising him. So take this with a grain of salt.
But my bad. I can't believe I actually commentated on, I want to say, a couple of days of that 50K Players Championship. I did not commentate on the final day. Ali Najad did, but I was watching it, and yes, Daniel Negreanu put on it. He was fantastic. Won not only his 7th bracelet, and it had been a long, long time since he had won a bracelet, but he won it in an event that was so important to him.
Yeah.
So it was so cool.
By the way, as the years go by, I just find myself loving that tournament more and more.
Have you played it before?
No. I'm
you
trying.
going to?
I'm going to get there, Tuckman. I'm working on it. I'm getting better
You're
at the
working
mixed
on your
games.
mixed games?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
a great
my moment is
great
coming.
tournament.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic tournament, and
I actually was fortunate enough to be in the booth for a couple days of that event. Had a lot of fun in the booth.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
a
go
fun
and watch the coverage, you can see me just absolutely grilling Death Donkey with questions about mixed games.
Anyway, thanks to all the chat out there. Poker Ace 187, all you out there. Do appreciate it. Of course, Jimmy Bluffett, thank you so much.
Big fold for Hisu there, by the way. He had a gut shot and an overcard, just folds to a C-bet.
He doesn't, he's not as sticky as some of the other, high roller pros out there.
Yeah, but when you get heads up, you really, especially against a relentlessly aggressive opponent, you have to be pretty sticky or you just make their job so easy. Maybe not if your opponent's finding the check raise over your big bet on queen, jack 9. Maybe you just wait for the hand. I don't know. But if anything, I think that check raise was evidence that you want to be even more sticky.
Yeah. Pair of sixes for Cabral, nothing for Hisu.
Wow, look at this. Hisu turning a gut shot. Cabral with 2-pair. What happens here?
I think it's just because bet and fold.
I think you're right, unfortunately.
I mean, there are some things that Hisu could do here. I mean, he's got the gut shot. He's got the 9 of diamonds as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, calling, bluffing on diamonds. Certainly a possibility. But I don't mind fold either. Versus the
Certainly
big bet.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Who are we rooting for in the chat, everybody? Martin? Are we rooting for Martin Cabral? Or our man?
Guys, give us a 1 if you're rooting for Martin. Give us a 2.
Okay. I can't just say the name.
What?
Okay, 1s and 2s. I like it. 1 for Martin, 2
okay,
for...
M for Martin.
Well, now you confused
H for Hisu. J if you just want to see Jesse get his first bracelet.
Yeah. And if you want to hear amazing color commentary from somebody who's actually won a World Series of Poker bracelet, stick with us this week. Jeremy Auspice will be in the booth, everybody.
God, the hate is unreal. Yo, we're getting a lot of 1s and 2s, by the way. I'm really enjoying this. And now some M's are coming in. Here we go.
What are the M's for?
We just went over this, Tuckman. Like 2 seconds ago.
I don't listen to you.
Oh, my God.
Cabral with a pair of 6s.
I'm a little disappointed by the lack of J's in the chat. I'm not going to lie. I thought you guys had my back. We have 169 in the chat.
So this is the one thing with Hisu. The fact that he has to make hands or have a hand to pick up pots really puts him at a disadvantage. You saw Cabral kind of gave away 3.5 million chips with the 5-4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, it looked like Hisu got a little momentum. He's up to 12 million chips. But Martin just wins 3 small ones, and now he's back up to 20-10. It's back to a 2-1 chip advantage. It's just going to be very, very difficult for Hisu to win this heads-up match. Not impossible by any means, but it's going to be difficult if he needs to make hands.
It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, you just have to pick up some pots without making a hand.
The nature of heads-up poker is that you don't make that many hands.
It's hard to make a pair.
The person who is able to take down a majority of the pots where nobody has a pair is going to win heads-up very often. By the way, we're getting a lot of J's in this chat. I am fired up, you guys.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I am absolutely loving this.
Why don't you bring it then? Go get it.
Why don't you bring it, Tuckman?
Go get
You've been
it.
talking a lot of trash this week.
Hey, listen. I will talk the trash, but I will.
But I will not back it up at the poker table.
No, I will. No, hey, listen. If you get to a final table and you have a run at it, I will absolutely be there cheering you on.
All right, that's what I'm talking
Okay?
about. All right, I like that.
And if you make $9,000, if the win is for, you know, $309,000, I want that $9,000.
I got you, buddy.
5-3-3, Hasu with a pair of fives. Cabral's got a little something going on. I mean, King High might be good here a bunch, right, on a paired board.
Oh, yeah. Especially versus Martin. Martin may be sticking around versus C-Bet here. He has an overcard. He has a backdoor straight draw. He has a backdoor flush draw. That's more than enough.
Oh.
Also, King High just could be the best hand.
Yeah. I mean, on a paired board, King High is...
Yeah, a little less so versus Sue, but, you know. It
Right,
turns out we know he can have 5-4 offsuit, so he can have plenty of 8-9 offsuit, stuff like that.
But the thing is, like, how often is Hasu betting when he's got 8-9?
That's a good point.
3.2.
Wow, and Cabral is going to raise.
Cabral's timing on these check raises could not be worse. I generally like what he's trying to do.
I like this check raise better than the 5-4.
Sure.
I mean, he's got some connectivity with this board.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You could wait for an 8 on the other board for a gut shot or something. Something along those lines.
What does Hasu do here? I mean, you've got 2 pair. Are you prepared to go broke on this hand?
I think if you feel your opponent is adequately aggressive, you kind of have to be willing to go broke sometimes.
Okay.
You obviously can call and see a turn. You have a lot of great turn cards, by the way. The 2's really nice.
They do share, by the way,
really
some of
nice.
the same good turn cards.
Yeah.
$8.5 million in the pot.
Diamond would be a fun one.
That is not a diamond. It's the queen of spades.
That's sort of an interesting card for Cabral to continue his story.
And his story being, I have a 3?
Yeah, I have a 3. Sometimes you have like a
ace.
2 overcard backdoor flush draw type of hand. Might contain something like a queen. Obviously, we know he can have king deuce, so why couldn't he have queen 4 or something like that?
And he goes 3.2. 3.3, pardon me. Now, if you're Hasu and you want to go with it, do you just go all...
I think Hasu's folding.
It looks like it. Oh, wait a second.
There was a slight wince in there.
By the way, if he moves all in here, he's going to be up to 18 million chips. This is a huge pot, another huge one. Cabral is relentless.
He's folding. I can feel it.
Can you?
Somebody's
all in.
Let's go, Hasu.
You know what? Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Jesse
There
Sylvia.
we go. I mean, that's what I wanted to see out of Hasu.
All in.
By the way, he's a big chip leader after this.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This is a massive pot.
And Cabral is in this like awful spot where he's like, it's under 3 million to call, right? He's getting 6-1, but I mean,
no, he can't call here. Yeah, he's letting it go.
Wow.
Unless you think your opponent actually finds the jam with something like 6-7, the 6-4s, the backdoor spades, maybe floats some low backdoor spade type of hands. But I think you just can't call there.
That was, well,
Look at you go, Hasu.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe it is just a matter of, hey, I'm going to let Martin take the small pots down, and when I have something, I'm going to give him enough rope to hang himself, and I'm going to let Martin hang himself, and I'm going to be there to take him.
And I'm just going to hold on for dear life. That may be the strategy that gets it done.
And listen, he's a 3-2 chip. He's a 3-2 chip advantage now. It's 18-12. Hasu is now in the lead.
Yep. He's going to be stacking those chips for a little while. That was a big pot.
Yeah, and now it'll be interesting to see how Cabral comes back from it. As you can see, the blinds are 153, so Cabral still on a very healthy 40 big blinds. Hasu on 60 big blinds, 100 big blinds in play. And players have pretty big hands for heads-up poker.
Yeah. This is a matchup where you could see some fireworks as well, given the flop. I could think of a number of interesting flops here.
Yeah. Oh. Not so interesting.
Yeah.
That wasn't one of them.
Maybe some check, bet, call type of thing, and then some check down, depending on the size. Assume a, decide it's king 9 high, fares to be the best hand, some percentage of the time. Yeah, small bet. I think Sue will come along here.
Sue has been pretty, I was going to say, he's pretty disciplined in the sense that even with king high, which sometimes will be the best hands, he just folds, even getting 6-1.
That was quite the fold.
You're giving your opponent a lot of credit when you're folding king high on that.
Yeah, or like not enough credit to
or
just
not enough
c-bet
credit.
a
Yeah,
bunch.
good point.
Yeah. If he had king deuce and he folded, I'd say okay, but king 9, just starting to get in that territory of too good to fold, I think.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I always like to quote Antonio Esfandiari, who I was doing commentary with, and he said this before. It's hard to make a pair.
Absolutely. That's a timeless quote for a reason.
Yeah.
It is hard to make a pair.
It's hard to make a pair, which is why to the aggressor goes the spoils more often than not. It's people don't realize, if you start the hand without a pair, you only flop a pair 1 in 3 times. That's it.
Do you flop that often even?
Yeah, you flop a pair 1 in 3 times if you don't have a pair in your hand.
Fair enough.
And
I feel like I got some pairs coming.
How do you
to me
not
soon.
know that?
What's that?
How do you not know that?
I just know how to play when I do flop a pair or when I don't.
Okay, fair enough.
But
it kind of shows you that when you have king high, that's going to be the best hand some of the times.
Oh, yeah.
Heads up. Cabral now with 41% of the chips. Husu with 59% of the chips. You can see it, 17.6 to 12.3 million. Husu eliminated 2 of the players. Cabral eliminated 4 of the players en route to this heads-up match. Both these players guaranteed $353,000. They're playing for 176,000 euros and a little bit of jewelry. Beautiful World Series of Poker bracelet.
Cabral seems content so far to just play his hands somewhat straightforward pre-flop. He's been limping the weakest of them, raising the stronger ones.
Mike Mitchell in the chat actually says something that's kind of interesting. He says, Martin is outplaying himself. No need to bloat pots with nothing when he can grind his suit down and win.
Yeah, that would be my approach if I were Martin, the way I've seen this final table go, but
just kind of death by 1,000 paper cuts. Just take $1 million here, take 500,000 there.
If you think about it too, it's the most consistent way to win this match.
Well,
just don't bloat any pots and don't have to deal with the variance of does my opponent just randomly have it and call me down.
Right.
If he makes a pair 70% of the time and I lose every pot, so be it. But that happens far less than if I just randomly check raise a board I have no part of. Is this the time he's just going to have it?
Cabral putting a little sprinkle out there. Should be enough to get this one done. And it does.
I can really appreciate the flop check back, delayed c-bet on the turn type of line from Cabral. I really think that was some nice stuff with that particular hand.
Just one time. It's too boring.
I mean, heads up. I don't have the stats here, but it feels like Cabral has won 80% of the hands, heads up. But Husu has won the 2 big ones.
Yeah. That's sometimes the big ones are all that matter.
Yeah. I mean, Hisu is one big hand away from ending the tournament.
Well, you're always one big hand away from ending the heads-up match, aren't you? Ooh.
Well, if you're...
Sorry, I have
Cabral's
to
not
I
one
can
hand
change
away
it,
from
okay?
winning. He needs two hands.
And he called, yeah? 700.
So a limp from Hisu on the button.
This
Cabral
is
goes to 700,000.
Yeah, this is a very small raise. And if he knew Hisu's hand, he would be so happy with the sizing.
Oh, there's a call. 1.7 million in there, and if somehow the Case King comes out, this could be a lot of trouble for the German. Oh, instead, Hisu completely misses. Less than 1% equity.
$450.
Paired board, king high, just let it go. And Cabral now up to 14 million, so it's back to 16, 14, basically even.
Strap in, Tuckman.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we have chips. We got 100 big blinds in play. You know, effective stacks about 45 big blinds right now. And again, poke a hole in my theory, but I'm curious what you think. It almost feels like the players are it's counterintuitive. Like, it feels to me watching this from the outside that Cabral should be playing small ball.
Yeah.
And Hisu should be playing high variance poker. Yet they're actually doing the opposite.
Yeah, you're right. There's a good chance that one of or both these players know something that we don't.
That's almost definitely true.
Ouch, man.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. They're there. They've been. I mean, keep in mind they've been playing together they've been playing with each other for the entirety of today, probably part of yesterday also.
Sorry, you took me down with you with that joke, so I can respect it. Oh, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
Cabral turning two pair. Hisu has a 9 that is almost definitely calling two streets. I can't imagine he won't, especially versus Martin.
And by the way, if Cabral does get called here on the turn, which you think he would, you'd think he'd bomb the river. Because when Hisu has nothing, he just folds.
Oh, yeah.
When he calls, he's telling him loud and clear that I've got a king or I've got a really strong 9.
Yeah, I imagine Martin picks a very large size here. For similar reasons to why I like the big size on the
look
river.
at this.
Yeah, this is nice.
He goes more than pot.
Hisu will be going
1.6 into 900,000.
Can't imagine Hisu is going anywhere.
And by the way, Hisu does not block diamonds. He doesn't block spades. He doesn't block any of the straight draws. Right? I mean, this is not.
No, he's got the world's greatest bluff catcher.
Yeah, exactly. Because your opponent has all the bluffs.
Yeah, the offsuit ace is a great one to have in your hands.
And Hisu does make the call. We got 4.1 million in there. The river's a queen, so Jack 10 got there.
Yeah. How often does Martin really have that when he doesn't bet the flop?
Yeah, that's a good point. How big does Cabral go? It's one more overcard to the 9.
I want to guess 6 million.
Cabral double checking. I would imagine at this point he's sizing it to try to get called by a king. And he goes a little smaller now.
Oh, wow. This is actually going to play really well in his favor. I think Hisu may feel compelled to call against that price. This looks like a quick call.
Yep, there's the call. And look at that, right? Just like that. So Jesus wins that enormous hand where Cabral is bluffing, but Cabral gets it all back.
Yeah, and this is the way it's going to be in this heads-up match. If Martin bluffs and he calls, obviously he's going to win the pot, but if Martin has a hand, he's going to get paid off quite often. And that's the nature of the beast against a player who runs a lot of bluffs.
It's really, by the way, I love the sizing shift from Martin there. By sizing it a little bit smaller, he ends up getting called by the 9 as well as the king.
Yeah.
Now, if he goes larger, maybe he only gets called by the king?
Yeah, we'll never know.
No, we won't.
But
Normally I don't play
certainly
anything,
earned a
but I'm
snap
always
call
winning,
there.
right?
Just a no-brainer. I'm going to flick him in.
Got to be frustrating for Jesus, who, is up to 18 million chips and feeling a little momentum, but gives it all back. Gut shot here for Jesus. So when you commentate on poker, does it make you want to play?
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Watching poker, commentating on it, anytime I see some poker being played at high stakes or at a high level, gets me thinking about what I would do, and then I want to jump in the mix. You know that feeling?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would love to be in Rosvadov right now and finish commentary and then go fire the main event tomorrow.
I think next
Day
year's
1
our
beat is
year,
tomorrow.
buddy. Let's get out there. Or you want to go? You want to fly out today? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, part of me does. It's a long flight to Rosvadov right now.
How long is that flight?
Well, you got to fly to Prague, or you can fly to, I think, Munich, and then you get the car.
Do you think Leon would send the helicopter for us, or what?
You know what? Maybe.
I feel like there's a non-zero chance he would.
Listen, I've got Leon's number. I can give him a call.
A couple of good guys like us, just send the chopper out.
The World Series of Poker Europe presented by GG Poker. This is day 2 of our coverage, day 2 and the final day of the 50K No Limit Hold'em High Roller Diamond event. Main event coverage starts tomorrow. That'll be 5 straight days of main event coverage. You don't want to miss any of it.
By the way, Cabral worming his way into winning this pot. I don't even know how he went about that, but I don't think Kasu's going to continue here.
Well, and this is where Cabral's got to be smart. Like, if Jesus calls here, you're done with it unless you hit the 4 or the king. Don't fire that next bullet.
Yeah, I think so.
In all likelihood, just Jesus has something.
Given what you've seen so far.
Right.
Sure.
I give him
No stack of pinks. That represents 10 million right there. Maybe a little bit more than 10 million now. And I believe we're right back where we started heads up. Pretty much, 2-1.
Yeah, this looks like the exact stacks that we saw. You know, aside from the 5-4 offsuit, which I disliked, but I could just be wrong about, Martin has played his face off today.
Yeah, he really has. Yeah, I don't love the 5-4 hand. The king deuce hand I actually kind of liked. Because, every time your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're earning that pot a lot. And even a 5, you put a lot of pressure on that 5.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with that hand. I see merits for all of those plays.
Yeah. I want to say hi to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday. Wherever you might be in the world, let us know where you're watching this from. Are you here in the States with us? Are you in Canada? Are you over in Europe, Australia?
Oh yeah, get
New
those
Zealand. Let us
locations
know.
in
Where
there.
are you? It's interesting that we have our 2 finalists here. Are kind of, this is their local casino, The
Is
German.
it?
Yeah,
I didn't know that for Jesus. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because
yeah, I mean,
it's close to
Rosvadov
Germany.
is pretty much, it's in Czech Republic, but it's kind of equidistant from Prague as it is from Germany.
Wow, look at these countries coming in.
I love it.
Poland, Peru, Montreal, Thailand. Montreal's not a country, obviously.
let's do that.
We got Berlin, we got Florida, we got New Zealand, Canada.
Montreal should be a country.
Montreal kind of is like its
I
own
love
little
Montreal.
country. Yeah,
Anyway,
it's a great,
keep going.
It's a great
Lithuania.
city. Oh, Lithuania.
I like it.
I think I saw the Netherlands in there. Person after my own heart. I studied in the Netherlands for a semester. Had an amazing time out there.
Victor Radu apparently is in the middle of the Aegean Sea. If you are truly in the middle of the sea right now, that would be awesome. I hope you're watching this from your yacht in the middle of the sea.
Let's go.
Money back guarantee.
Send me it. You can tweet us. Tweet me a link to that. I want to see that.
You had anything now?
You're likely on a cruise ship, but if you are on a yacht and you want us out there, just let us know.
I haven't seen that. I see like ace or 4. I don't know.
10-4 off.
10-4 off? Okay, next time I race.
He did fold a button, but he folded 7 deuce. Offsuit.
Wow. Okay, so we have some idea of his range.
Last 2 hands doesn't count.
I like it. We got Netherlands. We got Switzerland.
Nothing happened.
State of the art. State of the art might have my favorite location so far. He said, "I'm at your mom's." All right, fair enough.
Wow.
It's a call or?
Yeah, it's a call.
I can't hear it. Call, yeah.
Steven Jennison is on is on holiday right now. Good for you, Steven. I love it. Jimmy Bluffett's from everywhere. He's already listed like 9 different countries.
Yeah.
Check blind.
Thailand. I've never been to Thailand. I really want to make it out there. I'd like to visit a couple of the MMA gyms out there. I think that would be super cool to go train some kickboxing or something along those lines.
Is Sue going to take a shot at it and win it? You had a gut shot? Honeydews from South Africa. Have you been to South Africa?
Yes.
I have as well.
Have you been to Cape Town?
Yes.
I think that might get my vote for most beautiful city in the world.
Well, they're certainly the most beautiful people in the world.
Oh, yeah.
I think South Africans are just stunning.
Yeah.
The accent, I mean, the women and the men, everybody, they're just tall and they're all beautiful.
Easy Win says he's from Mount Everest. I call.
Picks or I don't believe you. Jesus pick queens again. I mean, this guy just gets hit in the face with the deck.
It's been a wild 2 days, Duckman, for our man Jesus. Find the rears, and Cabral has never folded faster in his entire life.
I know, right? Look at that.
He's like, yeah, okay, buddy, you got it.
He's just got. I think he's got a feel for his opponent.
Yeah.
I'm actually concerned that Jimmy might have gone the way of William Wallace, and they might have captured him, cut up his body into a few pieces, and put him all over the world, because he's apparently in 11 different countries.
You really took that to a dark place.
Well, I mean, how else can you be in that many countries at the same time?
All right, Dexter Morgan.
I used to be a big Dexter fan. My wife has actually recently just gotten into that.
Really? I've actually been watching it recently as well. I realized I only watched the first season. Jesus has aces, by the way.
I've just never seen anything like it. I mean, kings, aces, queens. He picks up so many good hands. Is Cabral considering 3-betting this?
Maybe. Cabral has... I really feel like this is...
No!
Oh, he folds. Wait, what was that all about?
I would like to have the break because I was counting with that.
No, the break was taken out.
No.
30 minutes ago.
How frustrating for Jesus. So he picks up queens and aces and gets no action.
Yeah, and also from a hand that definitely wants to peel the big
right,
blind.
5 deuce of clubs.
Although I will make this argument. He has limped a lot, so maybe...
Yeah.
The problem is even if you think your opponent's really strong, 5 deuce is playing okay. 5 deuce suited plays okay against the strong hands because it's kind of uncovered. Like, yeah, okay, they could have ace 5 suited or something, but mostly your cards are freed up. Yeah. If they do have aces, you can make a straight or a flush. It's possible.
Right. I mean, listen, Jesus a little bit on the tighter side, but I don't think he needs aces or queens to raise.
Exactly. No, and you're actually doing great first king queen suited.
Yeah. Well, somehow, hey, listen. I mean, give Martin credit. He knows. Alexander's in Germany. I love it. Well, thank you all for being here, spending your Friday afternoon, Friday evening, possibly Saturday morning with us, depending on where you might be. If you're in New Zealand, it's Saturday already.
Oh, that's
Can
true.
you make one stack by 20?
This 8.
Okay.
Battle of the Jack Tens.
2.5.
Thank you. Thanks.
I like it. Jesus starting to raise with, more speculative hands. Jack 10 offsuit. Going to get some action. And if he puts a continuation bet out here, he likely wins.
I was about to say, he's going to get credit. That's for sure.
Yeah. And he's got the Jack of clubs. I mean, Sue's going to bet $1 million into 1.7, and Cabral quickly folds. Jimmy Bluffett apparently posts flags to represent the chatters. Oh, Bluffett is a man of the people.
Also man of people, this Mr. Hunt, who's from Mars.
I don't buy it. I don't believe it.
I won't say his first name, but
I don't believe
Mr.
it.
Hunt is
I
apparently
do not
on another
believe
planet.
he's from Mars, or he lives on Mars.
Not buying that one?
Not buying it.
I like to believe.
I will give a shout out to my good friend who was the engineer for the Mars rovers, the actual rovers that went to Mars.
Come on.
Yep. He's much smarter than me.
No.
No, that he's not smarter, or no, that he's my friend? No to both.
Well, sarcastically for one.
Yeah.
I hope he's smarter than you, honestly.
No, he's...
I don't mean that in a mean way towards you,
He's
but
so much
whoever's working that rover better be real smart and real accurate about their
No,
math.
he's an engineer, and he works at NASA. I mean, come on.
Look, neither of us have been so, on top of our math that we're sure we're correct.
No, this guy's smart. His current project, by the way, is the Europa Clipper. It's going to Europa.
I had aces just
Wow.
Yeah.
I had aces.
Aces?
That's above our pay grade, Tuckman.
Yeah.
I raise, you fold.
You can imagine my kid when he's like, Dad, your job's boring. Your friend's job is so much cooler. He puts things in space.
That is funny that you have such a cool job, yet your friend just overshadows you by a wide margin.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the hand you mean, yeah? I didn't fold.
Sue on the button. Nice little gap-suited connector, albeit it's just 4 high.
I was thinking about calling.
Yes.
Okay.
You grab the chips, then you stand up.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Oh, now Martin has the weapon.
Jesus showed the aces. Cabral didn't see it because he walked away, but he's just letting him know that when you were thinking about calling, I had aces. This time, Cabral going to raise. See if Jesus wants to flick it in or not.
Jesus likes these suited hands. I don't think he's going away. We will see.
Last hand in there.
He is going to make the call. So, 1.8 million in the pot. Hand 202. How about top set for Cabral?
How about 4 high for Jesus?
Yeah, he has a very good chance of not being able to beat the board.
Listen, 4 high is about the best hand he can have in this situation.
Good point. That is a really good point.
Other than something like Jack 9 of spades.
Yeah, but imagine he has Queen 10. He loses a lot of chips.
Yeah.
It's a really good point.
Yeah, Cabral's showing him. All right, buddy. I folded your aces, but you folded to my top set. I'm really enjoying the idea of most kids are telling your son, like, oh, your dad has a way cooler job. My dad sells insurance. Your dad's like out here doing commentary for poker tournaments. That's pretty cool. And then your son's just sitting around like, no. That ain't cool. Let me tell you what's cool.
Hey, listen, when your buddy is putting stuff in space,
yeah,
that is cool. You know what's cool?
No, it's just tough, man. We can never win.
Yeah, you know what's cool though?
Going on break?
No, going heads up here for Bracelet, and that is exactly what these two players are still doing. We are basically where we were when we started heads up. Players going on a break, we will as well. Heads up when we get back. I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride.
I mean,
what else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck this one. That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off. It hits the spade, and now Blom bets. And
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke everything.
This feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace-10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
Anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind. Has to call another 375-ish. We are back. Welcome to the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. We're back in Rosvadov at the King's Resort and Casino, where things are about as exciting as they can get. We are heads up. We started with 30 players, and we are down to just 2. Both these players guaranteed 353,000 euros, 529,000 up top. And one of these players will take home a bracelet. Serzat Hasu looking for his first ever bracelet. Martin Cabral looking for number 3. Jesse Sylvia alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. Jesse, we are exactly where we started. Heads up play. But what have we seen from the first hour or so of heads up, and what do you expect to see the next hour?
I mean, this has been quite a battle so far. At first, we thought that Martin might run his opponent over. Then we saw Hasu make multiple nice call downs or just stubborn stick arounds when Martin was bluffing. Then we saw Martin pick up a few hands, get paid off, fair enough. And now I don't know what's going to happen, Tuckman.
Yeah. I mean, is Hasu going to keep picking up hands? I mean, it seems like Cabral definitely has the edge heads up. You know?
Yeah.
But
again, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, but I think if he sticks to the smaller pots and just picking away at his opponent, that's the best route to victory, perhaps the most consistent route to victory. From what we've seen so far. We don't know.
Wait. So it's only big blind there.
There are less chips in play relative to the blinds because the blinds are now 200,000, 400,000. So you do the math, and you realize there are less than 80 big blinds in play.
800.
Our next blind level, 253. 255. Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Indeed. I know a lot of heads-up players where that goes raise 3-bet.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, the just call.
Just call from Hasu, and he flops the nut flush draw.
This is very nice for Hasu.
I check as well.
Yeah, I like this check by Cabral. That's sort of a board that favors Hasu's calls a little bit. Cabral does not want to be check raised when he has 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw.
Oh, I love this check from Hasu. Check. But Cabral not biting. He checks it back.
This board is all Hasu, by the way.
I mean, he's got everything.
If he were to check a third time, I wonder if Martin takes a stab at it. Traditionally, king high is just good enough to check back, but this board is run out in such a way that this might be one where you bluff with king high. As played, highly doubt Cabral is doing anything but folding.
And that's, look at Cabral. I mean, it's got to be a little bit frustrating for Hasu. Picks up queens, gets no actions. Picks up aces, gets no action. Then he has ace-10 of clubs, flops a flush draw, turns the nuts, and gets no action.
Yeah. Yeah, very frustrating when your opponent is continuation betting at such a high frequency. But these things do happen. You have to keep a calm head about you.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game. The biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no-limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered the chip entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu was making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Jesus because, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with. I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Jesus.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Jesus is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Jesus off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Jesus jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Jesus. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Jesus who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what? It
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Jesus' wheel. The 3 deuce rears its ugly head, and look at that. Shahzad Jesus, the German, now up to 23 million chips, a commanding lead over Martin Cabral.
He is now nearly a 4-1 chip leader. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone more stoic at the table. He's not even moving his arms to collect his chips or count his own stack.
I don't understand the all-in from Cabral on the turn. So he led, got raised, decided not to go all in then, which certainly would have been reasonable. Waited for the ace to come off and then went all in?
Yeah, that one's a bit of a mystery to me, Tuckman. The only explanation I might find is he thinks some slightly better hand occasionally folds, like Queen 7, but I don't know if that's what he was thinking. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Right, I just didn't, if you're ahead, okay, just get it in on the flop. If you don't think you're ahead, I don't know what the ace does.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little lost on that one. I think the ace is a relative blank. I don't think he believes his opponent would have raised, some random ace-jack or anything. So I think that he believes that card kind of misses both of them a lot. But
in all fairness, though, I actually feel like if your opponent was raising you with a 1-pair hand, it might be ace-7.
Yeah. ace-7 is certainly... Oh. Okay.
Cabral with queens on the button. We have seen an incredible number of premium hands for heads-up poker.
Yes. This has really been something.
Normally you see King 5, versus Queen 4.
Jesus, not with nothing.
No, the chips could go in here.
I think Jesus just feels like a guy who's going to call.
Yeah.
I don't mind it, by the way.
No, I don't either.
Obviously, looking at 2 queens, I know that it's good, but...
It's much better to just call. Ace high flop. Queen still in the lead. See 2 spades out there as well. The fact that you've got the queen of spades in your hand, are you ever just checking this back once? Kind of disguise the strength that you're holding a little bit?
I guess you are. Another ace. Cabril's going to feel very, very confident, not just because there's 2 aces on the board, but because I think he understands his opponent would be shoving most aces pre-flop.
Yeah.
Certainly a strong enough hand that he's betting turn and going all in on the river, hoping to get called by a 10 or an 8.
Yeah.
Or a number of other hands, really.
In fact, the matter is, if his opponent does have a 10 or an 8, he's not going anywhere. We know that.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that he shouldn't go anywhere with king high.
He may call this turn. From what we've seen so far, I don't think he will, but I wouldn't fault him for calling.
I mean, he's not losing to that many hands, really.
No.
Played in this manner. Well, and he is going to call. I mean, we can see that it's a bad call, but I don't think it is.
No, I think it's just one of those calls. He has the best hand sometimes. He has the worst hand a nice chunk of the time, but he's getting a good price. When he calls, maybe Cabral shuts down quite often with his bluffs, thinking his opponent has an 8 or a 10 and isn't folding the river. So it makes a lot of sense.
What a heavyweight bout. We've been talking about, Dan Negreanu earlier on, who won his 7th bracelet in the PPC this summer. The movie that he always gets himself going for the World Series of Poker is Rocky. And when I watch these two battle, it kind of feels like a Rocky bout. Back and forth, back and forth. And Jesus now on the upper hand, but can Cabral come back?
Cabral likes these milky, less than pot-sized bets lately, even when there's not that much behind it. I do appreciate that he is seeming to target that bet sizing zone that Jesus has habitually paid off so far.
Yeah, I think he's making the adjustments. Both players making adjustments as this heads-up match continues.
Those queens could not have come any sooner for Martin Cabral.
Sorry? Yeah.
Well, it's about it. That's actually a really pivotal hand because it was, as you mentioned, about a 4-1 chip advantage for the German, and that gets it back to about a 2-1.
Yeah, that's big.
Also worth mentioning, I mean, Cabral was down to about, I want to say 16 big blinds, which is kind of that situation where, like, you might just get all in pre-flop.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, look at this, Tuckman. Jesus is raising it up with the 4-deuce offsuit. Definitely changing gears here. Unfortunately for him, Cabral has kind of a classic hand that you may shove in this situation.
All in?
You could call as well.
Yep, there's the all-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the adjustments that Jesus has made, though. It's just kind of mixing it up a little bit. And you mentioned raising the button with the polarized holding.
Yeah. Yeah, he's ran into it quite often. Well, 2 out of 2 times, I should say. But, man, it's just generally a great idea to switch it up when you've been so clearly playing one way. And your opponent has no reason to think that you would change it up. Somebody pointing out Cabral wearing all black, Jesus wearing all white. Perhaps some sort of biblical undertones going on here.
800.
Cabral with a small raise with pocket threes. This is an interesting one. I'm not sure what he does if Jesus had found a jam. Also, maybe shoving on your own eliminates situations like this where your opponent calls with 2 overcards. We are a bit deep for that.
Ace high flop. Pair sevens for Hasu. Hasu's got a lot of backdoor equity as well. Backdoor straights, backdoor flush.
875.
Cabral's going to go 875. I don't imagine Hasu is going to go anywhere with second pair.
No. Not at this juncture. He's got a lot of hand. He has second pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. So many turns that he likes. And also, he just knows the ace-high board. Martin's going to represent this nearly every time.
Hasu makes the call, 3.8 million in the pot. Every pot's so important at this point. Hasu checks. Does a second barrel work?
I was going to ask the same question. I think it's certainly possible that he gets it through. I don't know if when he has some showdown value, he doesn't just try to check it down. Maybe save these barrels for when he has something like 8-10.
1,425,000.
He's going to go 1-4-25,
wow.
as you heard. And this puts a lot of pressure on a 6 or a 7. Yeah, I like the fact the king is not kind of connected to the 7 or the 6.
Yeah. This is such a nice price for Hasu, though. Look at the size of the pot and look at Cabral's bet.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I had a feeling that second barrel was going to work. Really nice bet by Cabral. And look at this. Very quickly, from a 4-1 chip at disadvantage to a 3-2 to chip disadvantage. I have trouble saying that.
He has doubled his stack in the last 3 hands, I believe.
Rehat, can you tell me what you have? How much you have?
30 million in play, 18 million for the man in white, 12 million for the man in black. Czech Republic versus Germany, heads up for the bracelet at 176,000 euros.
Good battle. Very good battle. You play very good. You play very good.
You too.
Thank you.
Back and forth these guys go. Hasu has been in this position a couple of times now. And both times, Cabral has been able to kind of fight his way back, and he fight back again.
Above average flop for the 7-3 offsuit, I would say. Oh, look at this. 2 pair for Martin. Fortunately for Hasu, he has checked back a hand with no showdown value, and if Martin bets, he has an easy decision. Martin just creeping right back in. And by creeping, I mean picking up heaps of chips every single hand, seemingly. Yeah, that 2-3 offsuit hand was pretty wild. That ace came out of nowhere. That truly was an ace from space. I was like, oh, he's got it locked up. He can't even hit the... Oh, the ace on the turn right away. That's really something.
With the once the German raised, it appeared like the chips were going to go in, and it looked like that might be the last hand of the tournament. but the 4-outer drilled on the turn, and suddenly we've got a completely different tournament. Although, could that change again now? Both players miss, but Cabral has got the betting lead. He's the aggressor. A simple stab here likely gets the job done. This is kind of what I was alluding to before in the sense of like, folding king high, queen highs in this situation, you're just giving it away. Now, folding 9 high, a different story.
Yeah, but even this 9 high has a lot of things going.
Yeah, it had the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, I would have considered putting some money in the pot there if I were a Sue.
I mean, Doyle Brunson, the great Doyle Brunson, who kicked off our show today, rest in peace. He wrote about this in the Super System. He said, there are a lot of pots where nobody has anything. And he goes, if I can win those, good for me, right? And in heads-up poker, more often than not, nobody has anything.
If you can win all of those, you are doing so well at poker. And even me saying that is an understatement. If you can win just more than your share of those, you're going to do
you win
extremely
60%
well
of
at poker.
those.
Yeah.
The ones where you both have nothing?
That's really the name of the game.
Yeah. It's just it's a very difficult game to win at if you're relying on the cards to give you hands, right?
Yeah. Well, especially heads up.
Yeah.
If we're playing some full ring poker, no ante, that's one thing. Oh, Cabral with the queens again.
Again?
This doesn't feel like a heads up match.
Stop the insanity. What is going on? Queens, kings, queens, aces, aces. Oh. I feel like we might see something here. I have no reason to think it except...
No.
I'm wrong. I really felt like we might see something there.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
I just thought maybe Jesus was kind of like over it. But I was wrong.
Jesus is a patient man.
He really is. Give him credit.
There was 2 or 3 times during this final table where I wasn't sure whether or not he was asleep. One time they were counting his chips for a double up, and I swear the man was asleep.
Hey, he's just he's chill. He's chill. He's cool. I mean, look at the way he dresses. He's got style. You mentioned that on day one, early in day one.
He's got style. He's stoic.
And listen, he's taking the hits. I mean, he has taken a lot of them. We go back and we remember that Jack's hand versus the King 3.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, he could have very easily been out a couple of hands after that. I think a lot of people who were a little weaker mentally are gone. So, you give Jesus credit.
Absolutely.
A bet, a call. Jesus not going to fold ace high that quickly. Clean run out for Cabral, though, as Jesus picks up no added equity. I was kind of secretly rooting for the 7 of diamonds.
By the way, if and when Cabral bets this turn and Jesus folds, because I assume that's the direction that we're going here, they're going to be even again in chips. That's a bit deflating for Jesus.
It's got to be. I mean, this is the second time. Remember, Jesus had Cabral at 18-12 earlier on, relinquished that lead.
Yeah.
And then he had him again, and the last time he had him, it was like 23.5 to 6.5.
Yeah. And he didn't do anything wrong just now. Cabral just picked up a bunch of hands.
Yeah.
He could have called the turn with that 7-5. I think I would have spent a little more time thinking about that one, especially with the price he was given. But we don't know. Cabral may have find the 3rd barrel in the river, and he loses more that way anyways.
Yeah. And look, they said, we're even.
Cabral just announced he's chip leader.
Yeah, they are neck and neck once again. Man, this heavyweight bout. They are just exchanging blows.
But yeah, case in point, look at this man. He's so stoic.
Yeah. Just rolling with it, right?
Bro, if I were to go in the water at the beach and ask someone to look after my stuff for a minute, and I turned around and saw him, I would never feel more confident in my life that my things are okay.
Well, he might fall asleep. What do you mean?
I don't know. I just feel good about that situation.
I don't know. Somebody could take your stuff, and you'd be like, hey, dude, where's my stuff? Be like, oh, that guy took it over there. It's fine, man. We'll get it later. Totally chill.
You think he's
Relax.
that calm?
Wow.
Just giving it away?
Wow.
Yeah. I believe that fold from Jesus has put Martin Cabral in the chip lead. But it is, if it is a lead, it is ever so slight.
Come on, Tuckman. No one's touching my stuff with this guy looking after it.
Well, I mean, I'd be terrified of him, but I might just think he's sleeping.
You'd have to lift his sunglasses
Right.
to check. You're not doing that. You're not getting in his general vicinity to do that. That's a risk.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Ace 6-6, 2 clubs out there. Now the player with a club. Cabral, just a pre-flop raiser, is going to take advantage of that. Put out a little baby bet. That's a min bet, by the way, at this point, 400,000. It's 400,000 into 2 million. He is getting such a good price on this bluff.
Yeah. I don't mind pitching this one as much, not having a club. But it's becoming a pattern that you don't want to have your opponent enjoying. Right? You just... The sort of pattern where your opponent gets to bet the minimum and pick up the pot far too often is going to be a really tough one to overcome.
You have already minimum 1, I think, right?
Yes.
Yep.
2.
2?
Yes.
So my time.
Probably. We will see. It's a game. Just a game. Your time. Your time for pot, my time for bracelet. Easy. No? Okay. Let's see.
Unacceptable.
It's okay, my friend. It's only the game. You know?
We both wanted, of
life
course.
is good. We are both lucky, you know? Everything is good.
Life is good. Both these players locked up 353,000 euros.
Very good to play. But I think this is my tournament.
I will not allow it.
Okay, it's our tournament. It's our tournament. Let's agree on that. Heads up is already
You
good.
can say what you want, but I want the bracelet.
But heads up is already good.
Well, let's see if he wants it. He is now behind once again. Cabral raising with Queen 8 to Sue. With Ace 5, options there. Each size just a call. 3-betting not really his thing unless he's got it.
Yeah, so far. I think this is a nice one to call as well. You don't really want to 3-bet fold this. You don't really want to 3-bet call at this stock depth. Or if you do, you might prefer a jam.
Neither player with a diamond in their hand. Jesus got a little bit going on with the 5 in his hand. Tiny bet from Cabral. He bet 600,000 into 2 million. Jesus going to make the call. He has picked up a straight draw. Ace high is still the best hand. Check, check. River is a
Ooh.
jack.
This might be one that Martin gets after. He might be finding some bluffs here.
Yeah, put some pressure on maybe a bad pair or ace high in this case.
Yeah, and if he finds the bluff, this will work.
I mean, I got to imagine he's looking back there as a randomizer. He's looking at something, right?
Yeah. I'd put my money on that.
6.4 million.
6.4. There you go.
And look at this changeup. So earlier on, when he wants to get called, he's betting a little bit smaller here. Clearly
Yeah.
wants to fold. He's betting larger.
This is nice. This is a nice adjustment.
Yeah, maybe not balanced, maybe a little bit exploitive, but more often than not, it just works.
Yeah. Imagine that Hisu found the call here, by the way.
Oh, that would be sick.
That would really be something.
I honestly, I think I might tattoo the guy's face on my back if he made that call.
That's what it takes.
That would be crazy. That would be such an amazing call. And look at this, just like that, Cabral now a 3-2 chip advantage.
I see you're a gambling man, Tuckman.
I might be a gambling man.
Almost nuts.
Speaking of that, where's my bottle of wine?
I didn't know that the delivery date was today.
Well, I'm back
I was
in
not under the impression.
I'm back in Vegas next week. You can always give it to me then.
There we go. You bringing out the whole family? I could deliver it to the.
Okay.
You and your wife can enjoy a nice bottle of wine.
Nah, just me and my kid.
All right, well then you can enjoy a nice bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Is it a call?
Jesus limping in. Ooh, Cabral's got deuces. Jesus on a 30 big blind stack.
I would imagine. Actually, they're 30 deep. Okay, yeah.
They're 30 big blinds deep.
If they were 20, this would be going in. Okay, it's still going in.
It's going
Fair
in?
enough. I think Martin has the memo that these limps are weaker than the raises, and so he's really going to pounce on those limps.
And you wonder, with that hand, does Jesus make the adjustment now, start limping in with some big hands to trap?
Perhaps.
Why you give me only 3? It's okay. It's correct, yeah? You gave me only 300. Okay. I trust you. It's okay. It's 100. I think you should. That doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. Doesn't matter, yeah? Doesn't matter. It's small. It's nothing.
Heads-up poker is not always entertaining, but this has been a really, really fun match.
Yeah.
Kind of just back and forth. It looked like it was Cabral's to lose for a while, and then, you know, his opponent just battled back, and Jesus, it looked like, okay, maybe he's going to win this one, and now Cabral has had to fight back a couple of times. So
it feels like everyone's had a hand when they really needed it.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody just wrote Stokey, Illinois in the chat. They're just answering you on the location like 20, 25 minutes later. I love this.
Listen, that's like I've done that before.
Yeah, you know, the little dial on YouTube's a little behind the rest of the pack.
No, you know, have you ever sat around, you sit down with your wife and she asks you a question and whatever, you ignore it, and then like, you know, an hour later you answer it and she's like, wait, what? Like, oh, I was answering your question.
I thought I was the only one who did that.
No. We all do that.
I was told that no one else would dare act like that or have that sort of behavior.
Well, you're wrong.
Other than myself.
No.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that
You
we
are
have
not alone.
a small team of people who are.
Oh, Sue's got a call here. It's a small enough bet. He's got a gut shot.
Yeah, like this.
Jesus got the jack of clubs. I'm not sure if that's kind of in his playbook or not. Cabral checking it back. And does Jesus ever bluff now? I mean,
the jack has some showdown value. Unfortunately for him, he just has barely the worst of it. But
nope, he does not check, and Cabral might think he needs to bluff at it to win it. We can see that he's got the best hand. And Cabral's going to put a kind of a small little bet out there. I don't know what he's getting the fold with this bet, though.
I was about to say, I don't know what the intention of this is. I don't think this gets a 7 to fold. Because if you have a 7, you might think this is a value bet with a 6 or something. It would be quite thin, but...
It's such a small bet.
Yeah. It does. I'm not sure. It's not a value bet, but it's not really a bluff. Maybe it's designed to get a better queen to fold.
Wow, he got value.
That's so sick. Was that a value bet?
I don't know.
I win.
Hey, he win.
He got value. By the way, Hisu with the jack of clubs in his hand. If he check raises the river, that would have been so epic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that would have been such
cool.
a sick play.
Wait, I need to know now.
Right?
I need to know. That was
Maybe too thin. Maybe too thin.
Yeah, that's not really any evidence either way.
Right, we don't know. There have been many times where I see somebody.
It makes more sense as a value bet. But
value betting a queen to get called by a jack?
It's thin. It's a bit too thin. Like, I could see maybe like queen, jack.
But he got it.
Yeah.
He got value.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to have queen jack because if you have queen jack, you block your opponent from having a jack.
True.
I'd almost rather have queen 10 there.
Yeah, but you'd like to beat all of the queen highs. That would be really nice.
Oh, that was crazy. I mean, we'll never know. A value bet, I guess, with queen high getting called by jack high.
Man, I usually pride myself on some thin value bets, but that was something different.
Good start.
The queen 3.
Especially considering there was a bet on the flop and a call.
How can you
Yeah.
be that good? Blackjack. Blackjack.
Cabral, by the way, back to a 2-1 chip advantage.
You can always do like bullets. Kings, ace, jack.
Yeah, he's loving his life right now.
Oh, yeah.
I think he feels very confident in this match, especially now that he has the chip lead.
Yeah, there's been, a handful of significant pots, and Hisu has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Hisu. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Hisu is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse. Here
Hisu
we
has
go.
made the call. It's
This could be
ace-8
it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Hisu's way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you had a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's 5s hold, it's over. And he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Hisu now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. Shirzad Hisu finished in 2nd place, winning $353,000. And the dynamic contrast between the person who loses that heads-up battle and the person who wins it. Martin Cabral, truly the king of King's Casino. His 3rd bracelet won at this venue.
Unbelievable. This guy is a Rosmadov star. Rosmadov. I'm very bad at that pronunciation. He's a Rosmadov high-stakes tournament specialist. That's what he is. It's so sick.
What an amazing heads-up battle. They went back and forth until finally ace-8 versus pocket 5s. And the interesting thing is if that just went raised call, the chips are probably going in anyway on that flop.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any way to avoid it for Shirzad Hisu. Every reason to hold his head up high. I mean, what a field this was. I mean, you think about the legends of the game that were in this tournament. And for Hisu to come into day 2 as the chip leader and to end up finishing 2nd place, taking home 353,000 euros. every reason to be proud of this accomplishment.
Yeah, anytime you make it through a field of this caliber, that's a big milestone, Tuckman. That's a great feeling, something that you kind of add to your poker resume, if you will.
Absolutely. Martin Cabral, what can we say about him? 5 circuit rings, 1 here in Rozvadov. And here is 3rd bracelet. Martin Cabral holding his flag. You got to love that. Still not stopping to talk.
It must feel so good to win these tournaments at home.
Oh, yeah.
In your own backyard, so to speak.
I mean, in a tournament with the likes of Victor Blom, Lena 900, Kristen Foxen, Alex Foxen, Daniel DeVoris. You know, the list goes on and on. Martin Cabral, our champion.
The king of Rozvadov.
Yeah, he truly is the king of Rozvadov. What a great day here. This was fantastic. I want to thank you all for joining us and remind you, we are not done. That's right. This is just a warm-up. 5 days of main event coverage starting tomorrow. Day 1B will be tomorrow, and you don't want to miss a second of that. Congratulations once again to Martin Cabral. And for everybody here, I want to thank you for joining us. From the World Series of Poker, for GG Poker, for Jesse Sylvia, and of course Carlencio on the floor, I am David Tuckman. Thank you so much, and good night from Rozvadov.